Here.
Okay, let the record show that all the planning commissioners are here with the exception of Commissioner Holton. And now on to the council members. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Present.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, thank you and welcome. Welcome to our fabulous Planning Commission. Thanks for joining us today. We had no closed session, so we'll start our day with our study session on the Santa Rosa Forward Preferred Alternative. Madam City Manager, do you want to kick it off?
Item 3.1, or good afternoon. Item 3.1 is the Santa Rosa Forward Preferred Alternative, and I'll turn it over to, am I turning this over to Commissioner Okrepke or Chair Weeks?
I believe it's being passed on to Amy. Is that correct?
Oh, hey, Amy Lau.
Good afternoon. Actually, I'm going to ask Claire to kick us off this afternoon.
I feel like we're playing pickleball or something. Good afternoon. We're going to get the slides up. And as we do that, I just wanted to introduce the item. So this is a critical step in our process. And as you know, a general plan process is a multi-year effort. And this in particular is a comprehensive general plan update. So in this moment in the process, we are really looking for feedback in terms of, did we hear what we were hearing through the alternatives phase and moving into our next phase. So based on the direction.
Claire, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yes.
You're a little muffled. Can you fix your microphone, please? I think you're on mute now.
And we are working on getting the presentation up for you right now.
All right, how about this? Is this working better? Can you hear me?
Thank you, Director. We can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks for letting me know. Okay, so yeah, where we're at in this process is we're going to be presenting the preferred alternative tonight. And based on the direction that we received tonight from the Planning Commission and the City Council, this is a culmination after engagement efforts that you'll hear about in just a moment. And once we get direction and acceptance that we're on the right path, and maybe with some amendments and directions that we get tonight, we're going to turn the corner into the next chapter. And that next chapter is where we start drafting the general plan itself. So that's the not only the new land use diagram that will direct the city, but also all of its general plan policies. And again, this is a comprehensive all element effort. And in addition to that, we will also concurrently be processing the environmental documentation that needs to go hand in hand with a general plan update. And of course, with all of that goes new engagement opportunities. So as we continue on in this multi-year process, we're always learning about how to do engagement better. So always accepting feedback and opportunities for doing that better. We are definitely a changing society, and our media is changing, and we are trying to be as adaptive and proactive as possible. So before we head into the presentation, I also like to give a shout out to all the city departments that we rely on for technical advice and direction as we set up these next slides and that next moves in our general plan, as well as our Community Advisory Committee. They have been the excellent liaisons to our most harder to reach populations in our community, and really serving and extending our reach into the community to get feedback. So big compliments out to our Community Advisory Committee. So tonight we're going to have 2 speakers, but we have a full bench. Tonight we're going to have Amy Lyle, Supervising Planner, as a presenter. She's going to speak next, followed by Beatriz Guerrero Ana, and she's our Equity and Public Health Planner. We also have on deck Jessica Jones, our Deputy Director for Planning, We have Jandon Briscoe. He's our city planner trainee. He's new to the city and he's been a great help to this process already. And then we have our consultants that are helping pull these documents together. So we have Andrea Howard from PlaceWorks, Charlie Knox from PlaceWorks, and Dan Amsden from MIT. And with that, I'll turn it over to Amy.
Great, thank you so much, Claire. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Chair Weeks, members of the council and commission. I'm going to remind myself to talk a little bit slower for our interpretation, but we're really excited to present this to you today. This is the culmination of our latest phase of our general plan update. And if you're in council chambers, you've probably seen a very large map in front of you. It is just there for your use. That was a map that we used in some of our pop-ups, so it's a little bit tattered, but I wanted to be able to provide you something in paper form for those that are in the council chambers. We also have copies of the preferred alternative document in paper form in the council chambers for members of the public. So we have that in English and Spanish. If there are folks in the chambers that would like a copy, you're also welcome to come by City Hall or request one and we can mail one to you as well. Next slide, please. So this afternoon, we'll be specifically asking for your feedback and acceptance on this latest phase, which is the preferred alternative that Claire was describing. And so we're going to go through a presentation and provide some background on how we've arrived at this point. We'll go through the preferred alternative, and then Beatrice will take you through the outreach and engagement efforts that we've done. And then we will answer questions and hopefully have a great discussion on how you'd like us to move forward. So to start, we are talking about an update to our general plan. This is a broad policy document. It is considered the constitution for development for a city. We're very fortunate to be able to have this update happen at this point in time. We've been through a lot as a city with fires, pandemics, recessions, annexations. A lot has occurred since the last general plan was adopted. So generally cities update this every 10 to 20 years. So we're in that ballpark and we are able to do this comprehensively. So this general plan is not just about development. It really is looking at all aspects of our community and all of our city departments. So I know a lot of people think about this as being specific to growth or housing, but we're really looking at everything. So how people interact with their communities, neighborhoods, public safety, health, environmental justice. So we'll be touching on all of these things throughout the process. And when we'll be kind of walking you through where we've been. Next slide, please. And so the engagement process that we've been through has been a little bit interesting, mainly due to the pandemic. But the last couple phases, we have been out in the community, and Beatrice will be able to talk about what we've done for this particular phase of the project. This particular phase was a little bit abbreviated because it really was an opportunity to check in with the community to make sure we heard everyone correctly and that what we're moving forward with matches the expectation. So our engagement process is driven by a community involvement strategy, and I'll talk about that a little bit later and where you can find that document. But as part of this general plan update, I wanted to also note that we do have a grant from Kaiser Permanente. So we are focusing on health and environmental justice in really being able to engage the community deeper. Thanks to this grant, we were able to hire Beatrice, who is our equity and public health planner. And we are also updating our safety element, our housing element, which I'll talk about as well. And then this also includes an update to our climate action plan. So the climate action plan right now is a separate document that was updated at a separate time from the general plan that we have. So this is really going to bring everything together so that we are thinking comprehensively about all aspects of our community and our climate goals. Next slide, please. So just to touch on our schedule, we're basically at the halfway point in this process. And so after we get acceptance and direction from you all today, we will move forward in getting more detailed by drafting the general plan policies, and then, as Claire mentioned, working on the environmental analysis. So this does include a full programmatic environmental impact report. So those are the next phases. So for our preferred alternative process, we presented the preferred alternative in summary form and have had community discussions over the last few months, and are presenting this to you today. And we will, let's see, I'll go to the next slide, please. So other aspects of this process is, one, we have a technical advisory committee, which is very helpful in the drafting of these materials. And so this is basically a representation of each department here at the city. And they are able to review our draft materials, provide technical support. We check in with this team very often throughout the various components, and they work closely with our consultant team as well. After this point in time, we will be opening up our technical advisory committee to include more of our county resource agencies, other transit and transportation organizations, to make sure that we're making sure that our policies are drafted in line with a regional perspective as well as a city perspective. Next slide, please. And then we also have a community advisory committee. This advisory committee is charged with advising us on how to get deeper into our communities and our neighborhoods, and to serve as liaisons to help us do greater outreach. So this is a group of 25 individuals. We are still seeking a couple council appointments, so if you have not received an email, you will soon, on looking for additional members of this group. They have been incredibly helpful, and we look forward to working with them through the rest of the project. Next slide, please. So this is another brief slide on where we've been. So these documents are all on our webpage, santarosaforward.com, and we welcome everyone to go and review these things as you're able. So we've kicked off the project back in August of 2020, and that's when we asked for acceptance on the community involvement strategy. And that really laid out the process on how we planned to engage the community. Unfortunately, we had to start doing that remotely, and have been able to start realizing a lot of those in-person opportunities that we really wanted to do. But the focus is a little bit different, because we wanted to be able to go to where people are, and not, for instance, hold a town hall and ask everyone to come to us. So we've been changing our strategies every phase of this project to make sure that we're using technology in a way that engages people, but also high touch. So we're able to go into the communities, go to meetings, do workshops where people are, and get feedback that way as well. So we're really trying to seek out folks that don't normally engage in our processes or our policy efforts. And we actually want to continue working with these people, not just through the general plan, but other efforts as well. So we've really been able to build trust and gain connections with our community members for other civic matters as well. Then we also have an existing conditions report. This is a very deep dive of data. It's a great resource for things beyond the general plan. But this really is our building block or foundation for a lot of the technical studies that have been done and will be done through the process. And because that is so dense, we've also created a briefing book. That briefing book is basically an executive summary of what is in that existing conditions report. And then we have formed a vision statement based on community's feedback, and that we'll talk about on our next slide. But the alternatives workbook is also on our website, and we'll talk a little bit about the various alternatives that were presented to you all earlier this year and that we gained feedback from the community on, and then our preferred alternative summary, which is what's before you today. Next slide, please. So this is our vision statement. This we came to based on a series of public meetings and surveys. And so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is our guiding principle throughout the project. And so all of these words in our word flower on the right are really what we've derived. And so we always check in with the community on each phase to make sure that we're really centering ourselves and being consistent with this vision statement that was provided to us early in the project. Next slide, please. So now we're at the alternatives, and this is what we asked for feedback on, and this is how we've arrived at our preferred alternative. And basically what these are different scenarios to review growth, to review housing, and what that would look like in the future. So the first alternative that we asked the community about was called Central Corridors. And this really was focused on downtown and some of our major transit corridors and major areas of growth. So what would it look like if from this point forward, we focused additional growth in the areas identified on that map? And the alternative 2 was named Neighborhood Main Streets. And this really was an extension of that central corridor theme, but moving away into more of a neighborhood node situation. So it's reflecting our existing neighborhoods in a way that connects more transit and more growth in some of these neighborhood node type areas. And then the other one was distributed housing. This is very closely resembling what we have now in our existing general plan. So it's looking at housing throughout the city, not necessarily focused on our major transit areas, but more on where we have housing opportunity areas. So based on the public's feedback, we heard that people wanted a blend of alternative 1 and 2. And we confirmed that with your commission and council earlier this year as well. And so our preferred alternative is what we hope, taking into consideration all of the comments and feedback and putting this forward back out to the community and to you all to make sure we got it right. And we want to make sure that we have it right because this is what we're going to be drafting our general plan on. Next slide, please. So with that, we're going to talk about the preferred alternative itself. So this is a pretty succinct document, and it is broken up in 4 parts as far as subject area. And so it's partly map-based, but partly language-based as well, because we are putting forward some potential goals and themes to consider as we start looking at what this general plan could be. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through the first 2 topic areas, and then Beatrice will go through the last 2. So the first one is economics and housing. And so you'll see that we identify some of the key features in word form, and then there's a map as well. This map is very tiny. We will have a larger map, and I'll describe a lot of the changes once we get to that slide. But really, this is creating a focus for increasing density in these neighborhood nodes in line with those alternatives 1 and 2 that we heard about. So this would continue to add focus to our downtown plan. Our downtown station area specific plan was adopted in late 2020. And so that is a very recent check-in with our community. We have heard a lot of comments that support that vision and keeping that vision. So at this point, staff does not recommend any changes as far as what that vision entails or what those densities entail. But we do want to recognize that the downtown is a primary area for this type of growth. And Then we're also looking at what other areas could serve growth and what areas need potential commercial growth and how are they connected. And so we are looking at about 24,000 new homes under this scenario. And so just to put that in context, our current general plan envisioned, I think it was 36,000 units. So this is actually still in line with our existing general plan. We're actually not projecting as much growth as our last general plan. So this is at the midpoint of the projections for population. It is taking into account a lot of the infrastructure needs, the feasibility of growth, and also things environmentally, such as water and our safety issues, which will be discussed in a later slide. While I'm on this slide, I also wanted to note that our housing element is being drafted somewhat separately, and because there is a state deadline that our city has to adopt a housing element by January 31st of next year. And so that was already drafted, put out for review, and we did get some preliminary comments from Housing and Community Development, which is the state department that actually has to certify our housing element. So last week we did put another draft of the housing element out for public consumption. So that is on our website, and that is a 7-day review period. And we do expect formal comments from HCD on November 1st. So there will be more information coming then. And once we make final revisions based on their comments, we will put it out for a longer period for public review, and then it will come before Planning Commission and your council. I will say that housing element is looking at an 8-year period of time. Our general plan is looking at a much longer period of time. So this general plan is looking to 2050, and the housing element has to be updated every 8 years. So that housing element is just one small picture of this larger map. So just keep that in mind as these two processes move forward, which can be somewhat confusing. All right, so with that, I'm going to pass it to Beatrice to talk about efficient and sustainable development. And can we have the next slide, please?
Thank you, Amy. Thanks everyone for this opportunity to present on general plan update and preferred alternative specifically. In relationship to efficient and sustainable development, our preferred alternative has key features that we included to present to the community. The first one was to manage transportation demand and reduce vehicle miles traveled. And specifically in this key feature, we're thinking about improving connectivity and reducing the occupants of single occupant private vehicles, including access to city's priority development areas like Mendocino Avenue, Santa Rosa Avenue, corridors, and North Santa Rosa Station, Downtown Station area, Sebastopol Road corridor, Rosa and Santa Rosa Avenue, and including smart stations, as well as east-west connections from walking and biking transit that need to be improved in this preferred alternative. For us in these key features, transit system needs to be expanded. This is something that we have been collaborating with the transit team. But another item that came out from community conversation was evacuation being a priority consideration for these topics, and we will talk a little bit more on the next topic. But one of the main conversations that we have both internally in the city, as well as community engagement and community concerns while we received comments, was water capacity and the housing needs that we have being matched to the water capacity that the city has. Fortunately, the number that we have and that Amy was mentioning on the 24,000 units for 2050 actually comply with the long-range water planning that we have in the city. So I just want to clarify this because I knew this was one of the concerns that the community has had and that we wanted to take into account not only while we were working on the preferred alternative, but also while we were doing community engagement with different areas of the city. This was one of the engagement pieces that actually got a lot of feedback from organizations and from our survey. And one of the things that people embraced really well was carbon neutrality, achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. And one of the main common comments that we had in relationship to this was, how are we going to achieve carbon neutrality if we were not focusing on moving people out of their vehicles to improve sidewalks and bicycle infrastructure. So these were particular comments that we had not only from online survey, and we will talk a little bit more about the engagement piece and how we receive comments in person and online. But this was a very frequent comment that we received from the community. We also included in terms of goals how to improve infrastructure and access to transit, as well as active modes of transportation, as I was mentioning before, to improve community needs and limit greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, provide the highest quality city services, including transit, utilities, infrastructure, parks and recreation, and more to ensure accessibility to everyone in the city. And if we could go to the next slide, please. These new goals are actually connected to the part that I'm going to focus on right now, resiliency and safety. And in this specific part of the preferred alternative, our key features were focused on three main things. One, limiting development in the wildland urban interface to what is currently allowed. In terms of our online engagement, we had 80% of people actually agreeing with this initiative. This was the highest, the most, the question with the most consensus that we had. We also we're including improving evacuation capacity in East Highway 12, which is part of the key features, and as well as transit system improvements. I was mentioning this on the previous topic, but supporting specifically evacuation and focusing on areas in the city that are zero vehicle households, which means people who don't have access to cars or who can't drive. And this includes some of our equity priority communities, actually. So this was part of the conversation in our key features, and actually brought up by community members before we created this work. In terms of proposed new goals, in terms of resilience and safety, part of the conversation about policy is fortifying our community, the city of Santa Rosa, but specifically focusing on areas that have been more vulnerable to wildfires, earthquakes, floods, and other hazards, and also paying attention to equity priority communities. And I'll get a little bit deeper on equity priority communities, but the conversation is about how we are able to inform, communicate, and engage with communities that have usually been less involved in this conversation, either because they don't speak English, they don't have access to cars, they're low income, or they have or face barriers that don't let them be as engaged as other community members are. And this includes people with disabilities, people who might be speaking other languages, or who have who face different barriers to be engaged. An additional part of the conversation in the policies was focused on including new building standards in highly vulnerable areas. This was another of the goals that got a lot of responses. Where people agreed the most, and specifically talking about wildfires. This was the main worth mentioning when providing feedback in relationship to this alternative, to this goal and to resiliency and safety. And we presented the maps of both wildfires and risks in relationship to floods, but we included also earthquake impact that could be faced by the city. So those are the maps that are on the right in the visualizing concepts, and that we also show to the community so that people are also aware of the risks that the city is facing. If we can go to the next slide, please. And as I was mentioning before, equity and health, which is the fourth topic, was mostly focused on providing our community with the basic needs. And this actually focusing on equity priority communities to provide areas of the city with the services, the access to healthy food, the access to transportation, the access to recreation. And as we presented on a former city council meeting and planning commission meeting, we created a map coming actually from MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, where we replicated their methodology to identify the census tracts or the areas in the city that face certain barriers. And this is the blue area, which is the yellow area, which is low income communities in the city, and the blue area, which is the majority of concentration of people of color. And those two areas, intersections, create equity priority areas in the city. The green areas that we're showing in the right side map concentrate the areas where we identify that the most needs of both infrastructure, access to healthy food and services are located in the city. And based on this, we created some key features or included some key features in the preferred alternative. Basically, emphasizing visitability for folks who are or residents who are not familiar with this concept. It's basically providing spaces in houses that can give access to people who have disabilities or face barriers to walk or use stairs. And in particular, we had conversations with Disability Services and Legal Center and the Council on Aging to be including this in our general plan and including this as a concept that we need to build upon policy. In terms of other key features, we included a setback, a minimum of 500 feet from highways 101 and 12 to avoid exposure to particulate matter from these roadways. As you probably know, based on our coronavirus screen information, some of the census tracts next to the highway are the ones facing the largest amount of pollution, and that's the reason that we're including this new setback minimum. And I'm leaving it to the last piece of key features, but it was actually one of the most commented and the most engaged topics, and it was sidewalks and pedestrian infrastructure. Most of our community is very, very interested on us improving our pedestrian network so people can actually access services, access grocery stores, and access some of the city's services through through walking and willing to. This also includes people who are willing to bike and people who actually have strollers or wheelchairs, trying to be inclusive of all the people who inhabit the city of Santa Rosa. And for comments related to these, 50% of people who thought there was something missing in their neighborhood actually talked about sidewalks. So for us to hear this much about sidewalks is a big item that we will be focusing policy on. We also heard something that we did not include in here with a lot of detail, but food deserts were mentioned in a fair amount of the neighborhoods. And one of the largest comments that was not included on our preferred alternative presentation or draft, but that was mentioned by a fair amount of people in the community was bike lanes class 4. For people who are not familiar with this topic, it's basically the separation in between cyclists and moving cars. And for the community, this is a big item that people required to be able to use bike lanes for much more for people who are not experienced cyclists, and this includes youth and people attending school. So we took this as a very serious comment provided by the community, and I'm gonna pass this presentation to Amy so she can continue with the next slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beatrice. If we can move to, yes, thank you. So this is our preferred alternative map. And so I'm just going to walk through this briefly, and then we're going to carry on with the rest of the presentation, but we can certainly come back to this and go through this in more detail or answer questions. But this map is showing all of the changes as suggested by our preferred alternative in one visual. And this is the map that's in front of you if you're sitting in council chambers as well. And so the areas of change are the kind of light salmon color, and then we have our downtown plan area in the dark purple. So these are the areas that really reflect that culminations of alternative 1 and 2. And I'm just going to read the definition that we have for areas of change. But they're areas where the city will focus efforts on addressing housing, services, connectivity, and/or infrastructure needs to make these complete neighborhoods. So these aren't necessarily areas where you could see an increased density of housing, but it could also mean an area of change or investment necessary, where there needs to be commercial uses, open space, or bike and ped infrastructure, really creating opportunities for people to shift modes of transportation. So it's encompassing all of those things. And we arrived at these, and I want to tell you how, really by first taking into consideration where currently our neighborhood centers are, and that was really based on feedback from the community, and then looking at those neighborhoods and those shopping centers that are identified with those neighborhoods. And then we worked with our economic sub-consultants to identify which of these neighborhood nodes are potentially viable as increased areas of growth. And so based on that and the level of investment needed for infrastructure or gaps in services, these are the areas that have been identified. And there may be some of these that don't currently have a neighborhood center, but are envisioned to be one. For instance, we have an annexation proposal off of Guerneville Road in the West Santa Rosa area, Lance Drive. So that is something that is anticipated. We're also anticipating the community center off of Hearn of creating an opportunity for a neighborhood or infrastructure needs in that area. And so these are all the things that we are hoping to get your feedback on, because we want to make sure that, one, we've identified the right areas of change, but two, did we get the boundaries right? Are these the right, are we missing some? Do we need to add some? Are these too many? And this would encompass about 24,000 units of development in total. And we also are showing these areas outside of the wildland urban interface. That was a key move that the community asked for. And as Beatrice noted, 80% of our survey respondents supported. And so there will be some questions related to that and how we should move forward. So I also want to note that this does include a potential new smart station on Bellevue Avenue, and then widening of Highway 12 in East Santa Rosa near Oakmont. And those were based on community conversations as well. So as much as this is based in what's feasible, this also includes a vision of what the community wants. So we know that Caltrans and SMART may not necessarily have these identified in their plans. And so that is a question of, do we want this plan to create the vision for the community that allows us to advocate for in the future, or do we want this to be really drilled down into what's feasible and what can be accomplished? Or is there potential to be in between those two things? So that's something we're looking for feedback on as well. And I just wanted to give you a little bit more input on what we heard through this engagement set on these areas of change. So we've had several people comment about the Southeast Greenway and creating an area of change around potentially the whole Greenway, but specifically the area that has been identified for housing, which is reflected in our existing general plan and is already zoned accordingly. We've also had comments around adding or expanding the area of change near the North Station Smart Station. And that one is a little bit difficult because there are a lot of constraints to be able to expand that particular area of change. We do have a specific plan in place that does look at the connectivity to the station and the uses around there. And specific plans could certainly be revisited based on how this general plan forms. And then we also heard that people in the South Park neighborhood they've lost a senior center, and they are very interested in having a community center or some kind of policy calling for a gathering place in that neighborhood to not just make up for the lack of that senior center, but to increase the opportunities for that neighborhood to come together. And then lastly, as Beatrice mentioned, we did receive quite a few comments from our bike and pedestrian community and general public about the need for increased bike infrastructure. And so we don't have that level of detail identified at this time in the preferred alternative. But that is something that we will add in the next phase. And we do have a recently adopted bike and pedestrian master plan, which will be something that we will focus on because that is something that we have been hearing consistently from the community. So with that, we can move on through the rest of the presentation and we can come back to this map for questions and discussion. So for now, I will, Beatrice, I'm hoping this is your opportunity to talk about our engagement. Thank you, Beatrice.
Thanks, Amy. In relationship to the engagement activities that we did to increase the awareness about general plan and also help people understand a little bit more the planning process that we have followed and talk about preferred alternative. And I'm mentioning these two other items before preferred alternative because we reached around 40% of people who had never heard about the general plan update. So for us, that was a really good thing. We did a fair amount of events that were pop-up booths, and we just showed up to different places where we knew people were going to be gathering. We did some of the bike events. We did some of youth events at Chopstein Club. We did some visits to Mitote and Mercadito and Roseland, and basically what we were trying to do was to catch people who either don't have the time to come to our events or workshops and provide an opportunity for them to see what the city is working on and also how this actually concerns their neighborhoods and the life that they can have in their neighborhoods. So we would say that this was an opportunity for us to also get people to get into our website and get some of them to answer online surveys. So we did a little bit of twist on how we did engagement for this part because it was a short period of engagement, but we wanted to focus on those communities who had not had the chance to participate before. If we can go to the next slide, please. For the formal part of how we presented to people who like to see posters in person and want to speak to planners who are there to hear their comments. We did 2 bilingual open houses, and they were held in person during October. And in here, we presented the same materials that we brought to the pop-up booths, but we did it a little bit different in terms of having actual physical space to record the opinions of people. We brought maps, the big map that you are looking at in City Council chamber. We also took it to all our engagement activities, so people could interact and see the different areas of change and figure out if their neighborhood was actually part of one of them and what they thought about it. If we can do the next slide, please. Just in relationship to the bilingual open houses, we extended the time, provided childcare, provided food, and provided transit passes for people who require them. So we were able to bring people who probably would not have been able to come because they were taking care of their kids, or they were not able to pay for their transportation. So we made all this extra efforts during our open houses to be inclusive of all the community members who might have barriers to access them. In terms of the tool that we used, we worked on an interactive online survey with our consultant team that included all the materials that were printed in physical for both the pop-ups and the open houses. And this included all the questions and presentations, but we gave the chance to people to provide thoughts and feedback about the preferred alternative on the map. And in here it says that over 380 people participated, but we actually got 620 till last week when we closed the survey. This was a very participative survey for us, more than our last stage of the general plan. And on this part, I would like to provide you some demographics, because I think it is important for us to know who are we engaging with this type of tools that we're using for the general plan update. And for us, it was 96% people who actually lived in Santa Rosa, 42% people who worked in the city too, and 11% people who were business owners, and 10% of people who actually study in Santa Rosa, who are students. So that was for us a really big shift, because we did not have young people in our previous engagement. And talking about what Claire was mentioning before, figuring out how to get those younger voices into the conversation, this was a shift that we did on the process on how we did engagement. For gender conversations, we got 61% of people responding were women, and 4% for LGBTQ plus communities, which for us was also a change. We actually wanted women to be participating in this conversation, since we have been excluded from the planning field for a while. So this was an important part for us in terms of intersectionality and who was engaged in this conversation. And in relationship to race and ethnicity, we got 71% of white people responding to the survey. We got 21% of Latino and Hispanic communities responding to the survey, 2% of Asian communities, 1% of African American communities responding in the survey. And finally, but not less important, in terms of age, 5% under 25, 10% from 25 to 34 years old, 28% from 35 to 49 years old, 24% from 50 to 64, and 33% of people 65 and over. So for us, this was a better distribution of age, and that was something that we were really looking forward to do. So we actually felt that this was a more targeted engagement for people who had not been participating in these conversations. And if we can go to the next slide. Talking about age, we just wanted to include this slide to talk about the Youth Voice Contest. We're actually going to be providing the prizes. This was part of the last engagement, but we also want to thank the Economic Development Division, as well as the Public Art Program, because they are going to be working with us on the next stage to talk about policy using art. So we'll keep you posted on how this activities are going to be worked on, but we're basically using this as an opportunity to connect with younger people and schools. So that was the only reason that we included this slide. If we can go to the next one, please. And just in terms of community feedback, as I mentioned before, it was a new process that we did, both mixing our online tools with our in-person engagement and talking to people using bilingual communication with our residents. And we got 40% of new respondents, people who had never been engaged with the general plan update or knew that this was happening. And 60% of people who engaged with us agreed or strongly agreed that the preferred alternative actually reflected their vision of the city of Santa Rosa. So this would be the last part that I will mention about engagement, and I'll give it back to Amy. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. Next slide, please. So as I noted earlier, our next step will actually get a lot more specific and will be a little bit faster pace. But the next step is really moving into drafting the general plan itself and the policies, programs, and also starting to work on our environmental impact report. So all of those things will be occurring starting as soon as tomorrow based on your direction today. And will be a lot more exciting, and we will be looking to have a lot more conversations on specific elements or issues that we've broached on this long range kind of big picture phase. Next slide, please. So this afternoon, we're really here to inform you on what we heard from the community and to get as much input and feedback from you all on what you'd like to see, and just to confirm our preferred alternatives so we can move forward to those next steps. So with that, I will also note that there is some late correspondence that's been included in your agenda package today. I believe that was uploaded this morning. And so we're happy to respond to any of those questions, comments. We have reviewed those and have incorporated that into the presentation today. And we look forward to answering any questions that you have. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, team. I'm going to kick it over to Chair Weeks if you want to walk through questions from the Planning Commission.
Sure. Do you want to do that before you take public comments, and then we'll come back for our final comments?
Yeah, let's do questions right now, then we'll do public comment, and then we'll do final discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, commissioners, questions? Questions? Commissioner Duggan.
Yeah, I think you touched a little bit on this, but I just wanted to clarify this. So in the areas where we're not wanting to encourage new residential building, like in the wildfire urban interface areas and within 500 feet of Highway 12 or Highway 101, is that going to be accomplished through zoning, like rezoning some of the empty parcels that have not been built on yet, so it's going to discourage people? So that was one of them. And then I think I had a couple other questions, but I can wait and see what anybody else says.
Great, thank you for that question. You did sound a little bit garbled, but I got your question. So in regards to the changes that may happen to land use and zoning, the answer is yes. So we, based on this phase, would actually propose different or changed land uses and zoning. I will say that we will most likely not be down zoning properties. So there is current capacity within the wildland urban interface areas along the highway system. And so we would not move to prevent those opportunities from developing, but we would not be increasing development opportunity beyond what is currently allowed. So you may still see projects in those areas. You may still see single family homes in our wildland urban interface or new subdivisions, but that is based on existing land use and zoning, which we would not be able to touch. We have broached some conversations with communities such as Oakmont about the potential for like managed retreat policies or other policy techniques where there may be an opportunity to transfer development rights out of areas, but we have not gotten into anything specific on that front.
Any other questions? Vice Chair Peterson.
Sure, I've got a couple. Just kind of a clarifying question, which is, what does urban agriculture mean? And sort of how that gets integrated into the planning. And then for the Bellevue station and that kind of aspirational stuff, I guess how likely is it? I mean, is it if you build it, they will come, or are there discussions that have actually occurred with SMART? Where are we at?
Thank you for that question. I'll answer your transportation question, then I'm going to ask Beatrice to respond to the urban agriculture question. So when it comes to identifying transportation improvements, it is a little bit of a balance because we do want to make sure that things are feasible. In the case of SMART, we have had some contact with SMART about the station. It is not right now within their planning or purview to explore that station, but that is something that we can continue to work on with them and explore. So we have nothing definitive at this point in time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Peterson, for the question about urban agriculture. And that was actually a question that we also heard from the community. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify it. We have not written down the policy, but we are working with the Food Alliance system to define what exactly we want the city to focus on in terms of urban agriculture. But we're not thinking about substituting spaces for housing for agriculture. We're thinking about including the process of cultivation, processing, and distribution of agricultural products in the city, but not changing the land use for them. It's just including them in community gardens, rooftop farms, hydroponic, or vertical production. So using the spaces that housing already has for these spaces, or using community spaces to have them, either schools or other areas in the city. Because right now, with our current code, we don't allow community gardens in a lot of zoning districts. So we wanted to change that, and also talk a little bit more about the exchange or the selling of products, because this is also limited to specific zoning districts. So we want to review what other cities have been doing and include policies that actually make sense for the city, but that will come in the part of policies and goals when we focus on that area. But thank you for the clarifying question.
Thank you. You read my mind.
Any other questions before I go into my list? Commissioner Okrepke.
Yeah, thank you. Under the new goals in economics and housing, you have facilitate future annexations and through a thoughtful strategy. Can you go a little bit more in depth on what that means to have a strategy? Does that mean that you're going to plan for certain areas to be annexed, like county islands or possible future developments, or is it just kind of thinking about it?
So this is really just kind of introducing the opportunity to have the conversation in the next phase of the project. We do have an annexation proposed within our urban growth boundary now, which is currently an unincorporated island. So that is incorporated into the preferred alternative. But beyond that, I'm wondering if Director Hartman, if you want to comment on annexation moving forward in the general plan update.
Thank you. Yes, that's a great question. Annexations need to be addressed in our general plan update. So in our next phase, as we start to get into policy making, directional policy making, then we need to inform the plan and our community on where the city is at with annexations, what's our priority areas for annexations, what are the circumstances upon which we would look to annex, in addition to all the infill opportunities that we have in the community. So that is the thoughtful process that will be undertaken with annexation conversations.
Okay, thank you. So you're not looking for feedback on what areas to prioritize for annexation that proposed. You're not looking for that now. That would be the next step. Is that correct?
You know, we'll take your feedback now on big picture ideas, frankly, but policy making will be in the next phase. But yeah, we are looking for feedback tonight. You know, areas of change, whether it's within our infill areas or looking outward. We will accept all the feedback that we get tonight.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Duggan?
Okay, I'll try this again. Hopefully it's not my internet that's got a problem. So I had two things. One, Vice Chair Peterson's question on the SMART station kind of made me think about the Highway 12 widening. I know there are a lot of people who want to see that. I don't know if it's on Caltrans's list, and I don't know if you've had any talks with Caltrans about, is that actually a future project for them? And if so, how is that going to affect the Sonoma Valley Trail, that is the separated Class 1 bike lane? So that's one question. And the second one is, I think it's on the economic and housing slide. This update is trying to plan for a maximum of 24,000 housing units and 8,500 jobs, I think were the two numbers. And how do those numbers, you know, with 24,000 residents, does that 8,500 jobs, does that presume so many residents are going to be commuting out of the area? Is it based on today's numbers? What percentage of people commute out of Santa Rosa for work? Or is that just, you know, the maximum number of jobs that could be realized by this plan update?
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me answer the first part of your question, and then I'm going to ask Andrea Howard of our consultant team to maybe talk through your second piece of the question. But in regards to Caltrans and their particular plans and what may be possible, that is why we hope in the next phase to expand our technical advisory committee to start having those conversations with our regional and state entities to make sure that, you know, is it feasible, and if it isn't, why, and if it is, how do we move forward? So there are feasibility studies that have been prepared for that trail, and we know the communities vocalized a lot of support for that trail, but we don't know where Caltrans stands on that issue. So that would be part of their exploration if we get the direction to pursue the potential of those things occurring. And then, so I'll turn it over to Andrea to talk about demographics and jobs.
Thanks, Amy. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Duggan. So this is actually a great opportunity to clarify some of the information here on the economics and housing slide. The information that we present with regards to economic development is really the potential that's related to the possibility of 24,000 additional rooftops. This is really thinking about and is related to an economics analysis from the team that did that part of the study for us, and tells us that if we were to bring in 24,000 new homes and the additional resident population with that, what are the additional demands for services, and what's the additional possibility to fill new jobs? So this isn't necessarily, you know, who we would like to be able to provide jobs for. This is strictly related to an analysis of this number of new rooftops. Typically, you can expect to be equated to this number of new commercial jobs, retail jobs, and so those are the numbers that you see there. And then also to clarify, the 24,000 rooftops total, that would be what's allowed citywide with the additions or the changes to existing zoning and maybe land use in the areas of change. So that's not necessarily what we would forecast out or expect to see over the plan's horizon through 2050. That would be the maximum capacity with no other changes over that time period.
Okay, so Does that answer your question, Commissioner Duggan? Okay. I have about 6 questions, so and then I'll swing back around to my fellow commissioners to see if any of them have any other questions. So you talked about the land use designation and the goals. Will that be coming back in like summer of 2023? So let me ask each question and then you can answer me. Otherwise, you're going to be writing all day long, Amy. So
that sounds great. Thanks, Chair Weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, so to your first question related to the goals. So these are just suggestions to start the conversation now based on what we heard during the alternatives phase. So yes, we will begin drafting goals, policies, programs as part of the next phase. And I will say at the staff level, we're hoping to slow things down a little bit to be able to have more direct conversations on individual issues because we did hear a lot of need around individual issues. So we do anticipate the schedule moving a bit, but we hopefully will be bringing forward a draft in the spring. And then moving through adoption in the summer. That is our tentative goal for right now, but it does depend on, moving through today and then working with our team to identify how we want to have these conversations over the next few months as we draft the policies.
Thank you. I noticed Farmers Lane Extension is shown on the map and wondered how that's factored in at all, if it is, if it isn't.
Yes, so that is identified in the map. You will see there's quite a few aspects of our existing general plan that are being carried forward. One thing we heard from the community is that there is a need and desire for more east-west and connections, and on the east side of town, more north-south connections. So that has been identified. There has been right-of-way dedicated along that route. So that potential still exists. So we have put that out to the community to see if this is the right move to continue with, and we are seeking your input on that as well. But so far, that has been part of our planning on this project.
Okay, thank you. The boundaries of the focus area. So how did you determine, or the priority areas? What's the proper term?
Areas of
areas.
Now I have to think about it too. We did work on this name quite a bit. Areas of change.
Areas of change. So the boundaries of areas of change. For example, I was looking at the one in Bennett Valley around Safeway and CVS. I wondered how you determined how to draw the circle around that and how big it was or how big it wasn't. Does that make sense?
Yes. So most of these areas of change, the boundaries have been identified based on public input, but also a mix of what came out of our market study research. But I'm wondering, Andrea, if you can speak to that as well, and give a little more context.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Bennett Valley in particular, I remember looking at this one. We did a pretty close look, the consultant team, of a street level view. So we were able to see satellite level and looked at existing parcels, what's on the ground today, and where do you actually have capacity for changes. If you have, existing beautiful homes and buildings that aren't likely to change over the horizon of this plan, unless they're smack dab in the middle of an area of change, we generally planned around those areas because we want to be realistic with where you're really going to be focusing these resources. So the boundaries and the outlines were really heavily driven by that, and then also wanting to make sure that we were still inclusive of existing commercial spaces and other things that we want to make sure that people have we have an opportunity with this process to focus on improving access to those locations.
Okay, thank you. Now, on page 6, let's see, it talks about the commercial space. 2 million square feet of regional demand supports up to 2 million square feet of new office and 1 million square feet of new industrial development. And I wondered if those numbers were determined prior to COVID, because anecdotally you hear that businesses aren't coming back, that they're doing things from, like we are right now, at least Planning Commission is, from Zoom and from home. And so are those numbers based upon pre-COVID or post-COVID?
Andrea, would you like to take that question?
Of course. These are post-COVID numbers. Of course, everything that we're basing these assumptions off of is still largely coming from a pre-COVID world. So there are a lot of things that are evolving with the projections and the inputs to the assumptions that we use to come up with these outputs. But short answer is that yes, these are recent projections in the last couple of months.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. So on page 8, it talks about one of the goals is carbon neutrality by 2030, which is a great aspiration. And you talked about aspirational versus realistic, and wondered how you came up with 2030.
So this was actually based on the council resolution for our climate emergency declaration. So that's where that number originally came from. And we've been asking the community at each point about this issue. And we've really had overwhelming support on that particular goal. And in the background, we also have consultants working on our greenhouse gas emission strategy and forecasting as part of our climate action plan update. And Andrea, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how our preferred alternative may intersect with this goal and any glimmers of what could what those forecasts could say.
Sure. I think, we have the involvement of our climate sustainability team who's working on the greenhouse gas reduction strategy that will be your new climate action plan for the community, integrated with the general plan. So they're a part of the PlaceWorks team, and we get to work with them closely throughout this process. And so we consulted with them directly about the goals that we might include here for the community's consideration. They haven't been engaged too much in the policy yet. We're going to see them be more heavily involved once we get to the process of coming up with the policies and actions. They did not balk at this number. So it seems like it may still be within the realm of possibility, and it's their job to help us chart a path to get there. So I think we'll have an opportunity before we get to the final policies for review in this next phase, or not final, but the policies for review in this next phase, to engage with them more closely with what they've found in their inventories and projections of what really is feasible and how what's feasible aligns with the community's will. There's a lot of interest in increasing and improving the community's access to walkable and bikeable alternatives to getting around. And so, there are ways that you can really move the needle significantly from where the city is today. And depending on how far we go through this plan's implementation and that, I think you might see a lot of opportunities to get closer there than at least we are today.
And Chair Weeks, if I may, I also just wanted to note that we are working with the Climate Action Subcommittee on this particular aspect of the plan. So we will be providing an update to the subcommittee in December on these efforts. And since we're here, I will say that the PlaceWorks team and a member of our planning team are in Baltimore this week at a climate adaptation conference to just help further our knowledge base on how we can write our general plan in a way that could achieve this goal of this is where your commission, council, and community wants to go.
Thank you. And the next two may be for Beatrice, but I'm not sure. On page 10 under resilience and safety, it says support the potential managed retreat from the highest fire risk areas. What does potential managed retreat mean? Or what does managed retreat mean, I guess?
I can take that question. So managed retreat is a concept in planning and land use policy world to consider hazard areas and consider ways to move populations away from those hazards. So a lot of these have been employed on the East Coast in areas that have repetitive flood loss due to hurricane or storm surge. On the West Coast, we've been seeing a lot of these policies around sea level rise, but now the conversations have started to move to areas that have high wildfire risk. And so it is something that we hope to explore, but it really would be setting up a program and policies to either transfer the development rights from one area to another, or to work with property owners so they would be willing to move out of these high risk areas. So there's a variety of different techniques on how that could occur, but that is something that we have been asking the community if we want to explore.
And Amy, if I could just add to that question, it's the retreat of people, but also the retreat of infrastructure and identifying not only properties, but spaces or services that can also be moved because they might be in danger if a wildfire or a different type of threat happens. So just to make clear, this would require identifying if we have any type of infrastructure that could damage the rest of the city, or that could damage additional services that are provided to the community, and relocate them and find strategies to do it. But yeah, I just wanted to add the infrastructure part and the housing part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just two more questions. So on page 12, there's under the goals, it's recognize and reconcile historic and existing land use patterns that perpetuate racial and socioeconomic segregation. So how would you, understand the recognize, but the reconciliation, what are you looking at there? I know it's still early and you don't have the policies developed, but can you give us an idea as to what it might be?
Thank you for that question, Chair Weeks. I think the recognition part of it is identifying the data that can provide us this information that you are actually looking at on the maps that we're showing. We tried to base this on data since we were not able to find the maps of redlining of the city. So part of the work that we're doing and that we are actually collaborating with the county is identifying covenants that actually prohibited communities to be part of certain areas in the city. And we're waiting for them to provide us, they're working on really interesting mapping parts. So we will know that I guess in a few months. But besides that, we already have identified the areas where segregation happened. We can see it clearly with Highway 101 in terms of how the concentration of people of color in terms of percentage is divided by Highway 101 and Highway 12. Reconciliation for us is something that actually we want to hear from the community. So as you were mentioning, the policy part is not still there. Part of the reconciliation for us is happening on how we do engagement. First of all, how do we provide services to people, and how do we hear and go to the community and find them where they are. That was our initial step, the engagement part. We will continue with what we hear from the community, and we can share more about this when we work on the environmental justice element. This is going to be a very specific scope of work that we're actually going to do with the public art team. So we'll get back to you with the details. This is something that we have to build together. We don't think that this is something that the staff has to define specifically. Each community wants to reconcile in a different way, and we're trying to do this work, hearing what the community wants from us.
Thank you. And then gaps in sidewalks and pedestrian networks. How are you meshing that with the CIP schedule? Or how will it be?
So we have not gotten into that level of detail by identifying those gaps. That is one thing that we did ask on the survey that we most recently closed, and allowed people to note on the map where there could be potential gaps or needs for that type of infrastructure. That is absolutely something that we will have to work on, but may actually be more of a program that will come out of the general plan, because the general plan will need to set up the structure, but that could be a program goal that comes out of that, and then that would allow us to seek grant funding or do that level of research to determine where those gaps are, and then work with our public works team on a plan to create to close those gaps.
Thank you. And that's all my questions. Thank you for letting me take so much airtime. Commissioner Cisco.
Yeah, I always forget to unmute. I'm going back in memory as to when the EIR was done for the Southeast Greenway, and it had to go back and look deeper at the Farmers Lane extension, because I believe all of what was done was anticipating that the Farmers Lane extension would go through, and obviously it hasn't, and so they redid it to do mitigations in case it didn't go through. It hadn't gone through at the time that the Southeast Greenway was being looked at. And so my question is, if we decide we're in support of making the Southeast Greenway area a new area of change, would that assist in taking a broader look at the Farmers Lane extension, as opposed to how it's just being brought forward from the former general plan or our existing general plan? I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but I'm just wondering if we supported that, would those two be looked at together?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And, you know, it was a hard decision on what was an area of change and what wasn't, and what was identified, and how do we really reflect what we heard from the community in a way that makes sense? Because these areas of change are not just density and housing or just commercial. So the comments that we received related to the Southeast Greenway, I believe, are looking for an area of change around that area where there is development proposed, and not necessarily the full infrastructure open space piece. The transportation infrastructure pieces that are identified as part of the areas of change are really looking at more of a mode shift to create more opportunities for bike and pedestrian opportunity, not so much automobile. So just my gut instinct right now would say that the Farmers Lane extension would not be identified as an area of change, because that really is one infrastructure piece that is automobile related. Of course, it could come with other aspects, but it is not an area that would be like a new community or a new or needing connections to make it more of a complete community. And I'll ask the team if they want to weigh in on that as well.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Any other questions?
That's good. Good answer.
Any other questions from my fellow commissioners? Okay, with that, then we'll turn it over to Mayor Rogers.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm going to go ahead and look to my colleagues to see if there are any additional questions before public comment. John, was that just a fun look, or did you have a question? Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. So this it was touched on by Chair Weeks as far as the aspirational and the feasible. So I have a couple of questions and some comments. Was the development community interviewed, or did the committee or the groups look to the development community to, in a sense, at least at this point or to this point, vet the recommendations? Were they pulled out for specific comment?
Thank you for that question. We have had some conversations, but not specific to our development community. we have talked to some different organizations and groups that have had the development community as part of their conversations and audience. But those are certainly things that we will get into as we get more specific in the next phase. My sentiment at this moment is that so far we have been very big picture with this general plan update. And now that we're actually getting into more specifics on how we can create areas of change, that may be a better time now to start engaging our development community. But that is something that we will work to do.
Thank you for that. I'm going to read one sentence out of your introduction that I think is really important. In the what is a general plan question, it says all future city decisions related to land use are required to be consistent with the adopted general plan, and all other city documents and reports, like the recently adopted downtown station area specific plan, are required to be consistent with the adopted general plan. That's a mouthful. And what concerns me, and why I asked about the development community, it's not going to be the general community, nor is it going to be staff or the council that builds the infrastructure into creating complete neighborhoods. It will be those individuals that decide to take a chance, which is always a risk to do development. And they are going to be the ones that will be asked to, in essence, in part, to complete or to create the complete neighborhoods. Lots of market forces involved that we have no idea about in 2022 what's going to happen closer, in the next 15 years, much less 2040 or 2050. So what I'm curious about is flexibility. And if we have too much flexibility in a plan, then the plan becomes useless. On the other hand, if we don't have enough flexibility baked into a plan, then we can find ourselves strangled by our own recommendations. So I'm curious, if flexibility is desired, how much? And how can we create an environment that is, how can we incentivize commercial development in some of those areas of change? So that we can actually, realistically expect a complete neighborhood. The days of the neighborhood groceries are virtually gone. The world of Safeway is here and will probably not be going away anytime soon. So it's one thing to build homes. It's another thing to build the infrastructure around those homes so that people can walk, which speaks to the VMTs, and in your equity and health number 4, the key features, it was stated very clearly that pedestrian-friendly environments are really important. So if you want to have a pedestrian-friendly environment, then those commercial developments around the housing that we build will be equally important. And indeed, do we know that there will be enough support for those new commercial developments inside those areas of change, so that we can attract developers to come in and build that commercial infrastructure? So I know it's a really broad question, and I'm pleased to hear that you're going to be drilling in to some conversations with the development community in your next steps. But I think it is elemental to the success of this plan that we do have some level, perhaps even more than we have had in the past, to have flexibility and nimbleness baked into the plan. So I think that's really what I'm hoping for in the future. I won't be around to see that happen, but I will be around in part to see the response to this plan. I have to say, it's an impressive body of work. I have kudos to everyone involved that created this plan. These are not easy to create, but they are easy to shelf. And so I'm hoping for great things. It is touching on issues that have yet to be touched on in past general plans and general plan updates. that I am concerned about the flexibility and making sure that where possible, that we are allowed to be allowed to pivot if necessary to create those complete neighborhoods that so many individuals aspire to and hope for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. I'm going to respond to your question, but I'm also going to ask Charlie Knox of our PlaceWorks team to talk a little bit about how this, how to frame this and how this could occur. But I will say you're getting to the crux of the issue of we create a vision of what the community wants, but then how do we create the policy structure so it actually happens? And over your tenure, you've seen our existing general plan and it being somewhat inflexible, and then creating documents and specific plans to create additional flexibility for the development community to accomplish what we need. So everything does have to be consistent with the general plan, so that will be that vision document that we hope will be feasible. And then the specific plans and zoning will come under that. And those two documents are really where we will be able to activate that vision and put it in context where that type of flexibility can exist in a way where the community can fulfill the desire and the vision. But I did want to ask Charlie to provide some context to this, because I know he has done this in many other jurisdictions.
Yeah, happy to, and thanks for having us here today. It's interesting because you guys both have, between the two of you, have covered really everything I think that needs to be said about this issue, but there's an irony here about flexibility, which is the current general plan has an overpromise for both housing at 36,000 units and retail, commercial and industrial at something like 10 times what is actually feasible, that you'll see the change to the new general plan. And it's interesting to have discussions with developers about Santa Rosa. You know, there's been some reluctance as you get away from the Bay to take risks in other communities. And I think it's actually the overpromise of the current general plan about the future and how many rooftops, how many people buying goods and, looking for goods and services have been out there for so long. I actually think that the kind of smaller umbrella of the next general plan will actually be reassuring to the development community, because it's much more realistic about what can happen. And one way to look at this is, we talk about 24,000 new homes, but 7,000 of those are already baked into the downtown specific plan, stationary specific plan. 11,500 are just on the ground. Commissioner Duggan asked about, could you actually go to places where entitlements exist and remove them? I mean, theoretically, through a transfer development rights program, including from the Wildland Urban Interface, sure, you could move units or potential for new housing or other services from, risk-prone areas into downtown. But in general, these are people with single-family homes or single-family lots. It's not really a kind of a convenient or feasible public process to tell them that they can't develop. So what's really left in these areas of change is less than 5,000 new housing units, which doesn't sound like a lot. But if you go to these neighborhoods like South Park or Bennett Valley, it doesn't take a lot of change to really make an existing thoroughfare into a real neighborhood main street. And you're right, Councilmember Sawyer, it's pretty subtle, and it only takes, but it takes a catalyst, right? So even on a neighborhood main street where you may have one-story buildings, just to go up to that second story, even if it's already allowed by zoning, requires somebody to take that risk and to build the building and to change from one use to another. So I think the answer to your question is this general plan will be highly flexible. It will allow people to pivot, but there is a marketing piece to this at the end of the process where you really you want to use the general plan to try to attract the type of development the community wants, that the council is willing to approve, that neighborhoods want to see, by letting people know that these neighborhoods are places that are open for change to benefit the community, and specifically by having a place nearby to walk to bike to wheel if you're in a wheelchair, because really, when you bring it up back to environmental justice and equity and climate change, just shortening those trip lengths that people need to take every day, getting things closer to where people already are, makes the hugest difference. I was a real skeptic over the last couple of years about whether this 15% VMT reduction statewide would really get us to these CARB targets of 1990 pollution levels by 2030, and it's working. I was just down in Los Angeles the other day, and I mean, you really can actually see people. It's pretty hard when you get off the freeway from stop and go traffic to think people are really driving less, but overall, we really are driving less and things having neighborhood kind of centered services where what you need on a daily basis is just closer to you, even if you're driving in a single occupant vehicle, is making a huge difference. And I think that the tenor of this general plan and the definition of these areas of change and the fact that the change within them is not drastic, but it's still significant, is really going to create that flexibility that you're looking for. And I think you're right. Ultimately, though, we do have to start reaching out to the development community and engaging them in getting excited about what can happen lot by lot, parcel by parcel, block by block in Santa Rosa. That's a good point.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I really do also appreciate all the planning commissioners. Really cut down my questions. Amy, you had said earlier out towards Oakmont, the widening of Highway 12. I can make some assumptions as to why the community members might want that, but could you give us some feedback as to why that was a priority for those community members?
Yes, thank you so much. It was overwhelmingly related to becoming a more resilient and safe community, especially for Oakmont, but also that whole Rincon Valley region. And so that was one part of the identification. And I will say the Farmers Lane extension was also one of those pieces that was carried forward in order to increase the opportunities for evacuation planning as well.
So with that, it ties into another undeveloped piece of property, the Sinead property that recently has been purchased, and there's no comment on that. So how would that undeveloped property, and again, I'm specifically thinking of expanding the roadways on Sinead for evacuation purposes, how does that play into this plan for a development that is in its very infant stages?
We have no foreseeable project related to the Sinead property. So at this time, the general plan is silent on that issue. And so that is something that if you all want to see a change there or something move forward, we can certainly incorporate it. But at this time, we are not identifying any change related to land use for that Sinead property. Because it is within a wildland urban interface, consistent with the community's vision, we are not, as part of this process, suggesting any increases in development potential there.
Okay, and then on slide 13, we talked about fortifying the community, and I get a lot of the ones about against wildfires. The questions I have is about earthquakes, and I saw on the map that there's this area called now a violent shaking zone. How is that defined, and what impact does that have on those that the existing buildings in that violent shaking zone and future developments? What impact would that have on any development in those areas?
Yes, thank you for that. I'm going to respond, but I'm going to have the team check me also, and please back me up. But so that violent shaking zone is not new. That is considered an Alquist Priola zone. So it is an area that surrounds a prominent fault zone, and that is our Rogers Creek Fault, which is projected to have a major earthquake. I'm forgetting the years, but in the next 30, I believe, of something 7.0 and larger. And so that stretch of Santa Rosa has been and is known to be within that area where it could have violent shaking. And we do have building codes in place for new development that does require very strict standards for development. And those have been in place for quite a while. But in these areas, there is potential for additional grant funds, programs, and opportunities to really look at the existing infrastructure, not just homes, but even city infrastructure as well. And I'm going to see if anyone else wants to add to my comments.
I would only just support that there's grant funding available for seismic retrofits, and often if there's a change in tenancy, even of one commercial use to another, sometimes the building code will require that to kick in based on the number of occupants, or if occupants are there day and night. So it's a little bit scattershot depending on what people want to do with their property, but in general, unreinforced masonry buildings have a path to getting funding and working with the city to do the retrofits. You've often seen the star bolts on the outsides of the buildings and X beams of steel inside. But it's a good point. I'm sure there are a number of buildings near the fault that probably could benefit from a program like that. And that certainly could be a policy in the general plan for the city to work with property owners to try to achieve those seismic retrofits.
Great, thank you. And then my last question, someone had mentioned it from the Planning Commission regarding the CIP project and prioritization. How do you see this plan, once it's adopted, intersecting with the development of council goals, future council goals?
Well, I will give you my opinion, but I'll ask Director Hartman to weigh in as well. But I will say the general plan is really a tool to show what is the community's vision and really review the prioritization of goals and funding for basically anything that you would like to see in the city. So it is your vehicle to be able to realize the city's vision and to use it in prioritization, not just with planning efforts, but all types of funding. So now that we're entering into the looking at environmental justice and equity and health, I see potential for looking at funding in a different way and maybe prioritizing funding or infrastructure needs within our communities that have been underserved. So there are a variety of different potential ways to go. Our existing general plan, as Charlie noted, is very cumbersome, so that it is very challenging for different departments to be able to decipher the vision out of the, I think we have like 700 policies or something. It's very large. And we do general plan consistency on the CIP projects. And individual departments are also required to do general plan consistency as well. So it is a goal internally that we create a succinct document that is more able to be utilized for prioritization for funding or for your goal setting in the future as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to add, if you won't mind, council members. So the way I look at the general plan versus the council goals is the general plan is, as Amy outlined, it's every action that the city takes shall be found consistent with the general plan. It's our long range vision comprehensively for the community. And in it, there's some competing policies at times, right? And so it is our framework for making decisions as a city. And it's long term. The big difference with council goals, as I understand them, those help us set priorities. So within all of that comprehensive plan, whether it's climate protection or housing or community engagement and equity, what are the priorities that the organization can pursue in the near term? And so it's not about consistency, it's about prioritization of work and allocation and making sort of key moves to move our general plan forward. Very specifically based on our representation through the council. So that's how I see them interplaying over time.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody who participated in the huge amount of work that went into bringing us to where we are today. My question is relatively, hopefully short and to the point, which is, did we take a look at how infrastructure has a nexus with economic sustainability and our equity goals in terms of the densification that's proposed herein? Did we look at, will it reap economic benefits in terms of reducing draws on infrastructure per person, per door, per household?
Let me ask you again. So you're asking about the infrastructure and its connection to equity, and if there is a economic driver to identifying certain components?
Right. Well, what I see here is a plan that proposes neighborhoods where one could meet most of their needs without necessarily getting in a car, or if they get in a car, without necessarily taking a very long trip. And what I'm curious to know if staff has weighed in and done an analysis if this will lead to a reduction in infrastructure costs over the long run, and if so, how we could reinvest those funds in upstream investments or providing just better infrastructure for our community.
I see. That's a great question. I'm going to see if Andrea or Charlie would be able to weigh in on there.
Sure, happy to. It's a really good question. It's actually several questions at once, but I think the balance is between the ability to save capital funds in the future by not having to recreate or expand infrastructure like major roadways or sewer lines or water lines, but in favor of creating equity in places where communities have been underserved, specifically like in the southwest corner of the city, sidewalks, right? Like around Roseland High School, we know kids have a hard time walking to school when it's hot. There aren't a lot of shade trees. The sidewalks aren't finished. They're not continuous. So I think in general, you're correct that the expenditures over time, even to create equity, will be smaller increments, smaller amounts of money. It costs less to build 4 or 5 blocks of sidewalk than it does to build a new 4-lane road or 6-lane road. So I think overall you're actually correct that by concentrating the growth and these kind of relatively small but hopefully building increments of growth in the neighborhoods and the investment in the neighborhoods will be much more efficient than trying to carry large amounts of traffic across the city in a more spread out pattern, because that kind of infrastructure will be much more expensive, especially roads and water and sewer lines. So overall, it gives you the flexibility and the power as a council to prioritize, as Director Hartman was saying, the places where you want to spend money. And I think you can spend money much more efficiently to create equity where it hasn't existed, as opposed to kind of serving this widespread kind of single occupant vehicle based infrastructure that's been much more the pattern in the last 20 or 30 years.
That sounds like a bright future.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank you guys for all the hard work that you put into making this. It looks pretty thorough. I just had a few questions, if you can help me. One would be the percentages that you gave as far as respondents were concerned. That was just based on the number of respondents we had, not necessarily looking at comparing it to our actual population. Do you understand my question?
Yes, that is correct. We were only using the data from the survey. We actually had papers where we requested data from people who we met in person, but we don't have the full responses because not everyone responded the demographics. So that's the most accurate information that we have, and where we actually got everyone from our pop-ups and where we directed our pop-ups and our events to go to. So yes, that is correct.
Okay, so when we say that the Asian population, I think you were at like 2,
yeah,
right? Yes.
Correct.
So
2%.
their overall population within our city is very low. So that could, in fact, be a good portion of our Asian residents, correct?
That is correct. And I think we have some communities that were not proportionally represented in the survey. The reason that I mentioned the demographics was to just share that we have been doing better than we did in the previous engagement set. And particularly, I think for the Latino community, it was 21%, while we know more than 33% of the community is Latino. So we could say that's disproportionate, as well as the Black or African American community, because we have 1% in the survey and 2% in the general population. Yeah, this was just the representation of what we the demographics of survey respondents.
And then also I would like to ask about the areas of change. That was based on community feedback. So if community members in a certain area did not give feedback, then that would not be reflective in the plan. Is that correct or no?
Correct. The areas of change did originate from the community and also our market study. And I will say we have had some comments and requests to have additional areas of change. I did note a few through the comments, and your late correspondence, there was also a request related to Oakwant. So I'll just use that for an example where a sector of that community is really interested in creating an area of change in Oakmont. And that was not identified in this preferred alternative because when we did our engagement work on the alternatives, we heard that the community was not wanting any increase in density in our wildland urban interface, and Oakmont is located in that area. So this is reflecting what we heard from the community. Based on this round of engagement, we are hearing some interest in creating that area of change in Oakmont. So that is a question. I think you'll hear from some folks from Oakmont today, and that will be something we'd like to hear from you all on if you'd like to entertain that. So, the community has shifted as we've gone along, but the preferred alternative before you is really representing what we heard in the alternatives phase. So, and then we'll be amending the preferred alternative based on the conclusion of today.
And lastly, the area around Corporate Center, Parkway, and North Point with the development of the VA, Kaiser, and the county offices, was that looked at for being more walkable and bikeable and having that alternative means of transportation safely due to the number of additional cars that will be coming in and out due to those developments?
I will say that did not come out through our last set of engagement, but that is certainly something that we can add based on your direction.
Thank you.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much to staff for all their work on this excellent presentation today. I think some of the stress that goes into doing a general plan is to make sure that we actually have all the information that we need to have in there, but the flexibility, as Councilmember Sawyer was saying, so that we can make changes as things come up in a community. And that to me is one of those things that I've seen in the last general plan when we were doing some building in the WUI. We didn't have the updated environmental impact reports based on the fires of 2017 and 2020. So is there a way that we can add language that if there's repeat natural disasters or issues in specific areas in the city of Santa Rosa, that we're able to adjust the general plan more nimbly? Because that was some of the concern we've had of recent around potential building, specifically in those WUI areas. So I'll start with that question to see if there's a way to have that flexibility added in the general plan.
Are you asking if there would be potential to decrease development opportunity in areas if later down the line that was the desire?
Sort of, yes. So I know that you say that you don't want to be able to do that, but the concern would be if things change. So if this general plan is 20 years old and in between all of that, we've had 2 or 3 different, let's just use fires as an example. Is there a way that we can go back and make sure that we're using updated EIRs as opposed to the old EIR, which was what we're currently using now?
Sure, and I just wanted to note that our existing general plan did have an environmental impact report prepared, and that report is still valid, and it did actually identify the wildfire risks. Our general plan does include a safety element that identifies wildfire, earthquake, flooding, all of the natural disasters that unfortunately we're prone to. And then we also have a hazard mitigation plan that was in place prior to the fires as well. So our planning has taken into account a lot of these risk factors in the past, and continue to be, the environmental impact report continues to be valid today. What we're doing is really checking in with the community to see what needs to be updated, what needs to be changed, and it is on top of mind now that we have been through some of these disasters, unfortunately. And does that change the perspective of how we develop or move forward in the future? And so the areas that are identified for development capacity under our existing general plan, existing land use, existing zoning, to remove that potential would actually be not desirable legally, because it would be considered taking someone's economic opportunity from that property. So there are some limitations on what we can do in the future as far as limiting development potential that may already exist, but we can look to see what could happen beyond what's already allowed. So we're really looking at that delta of what could occur and what the community wants to occur beyond what's already allowed. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but so there is a little bit of a limit on the type of flexibility we have to for an individual property owner, whether they can develop or not develop in the future.
Okay, thank you. So I know that Councilmember Schwedhelm mentioned evacuation routes and building in areas that potentially can bottleneck. So if we're using Highway 12 as an example or Shenate Road as an example, do you cite specifically some separate exit routes or additional exit routes in areas that have been impacted by a fire in this general plan? Or are you looking for feedback from council to add some specific areas that we may have heard of concern or see concern in?
We are happy to take input on anything related to these areas and specific to evacuation routes. We do have existing evacuation routes, and that is an area that we will be looking at as we update the circulation and safety elements of this plan. But we would love all input.
Thank you. And then my last question is really around zoning. So I understand that this general plan, it goes from here to then maybe policies and zoning. But if we were to consider around some of the downtown area, or I'm going to cite specifically Oakmont with having like a mixed use zoning opportunity in their downtown area, would it behoove us to add that language today or give you that direction? Or is that part of this iteration, or would that be the next one?
Yes, we would love that direction now, because then we could draft it appropriately for the next round.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. For myself, I'm looking at Roseland and how quickly it is growing, and I'm also thinking about Moreland. And actually, to Commissioner Opreki, thank you for bringing up the annexation topic. I do look forward to having that discussion. Going back to Roseland, the traffic, and you know, although District 1, my district, isn't or doesn't have the propensity for wildfires such as the eastern part of our city, but we do have definitely the concentration or the need for traffic viability and access to both Highway 12 and 101. And as the city continues to grow, as Roseland continues to grow, I'm hoping that that's being taken into account in the general plan of 2050.
Yes, thank you for that comment. It is of utmost importance that we are assessing the amount of growth in the infrastructure necessary to support that growth. So I would say for Roseland in particular, we do have a specific plan that was adopted a few years ago that does look at a lot more detail on how that can be implemented. But the areas of change identified as part of the general plan are looking a little bit closer to see what aspects of a complete community are necessary. And so I would be curious if you feel that we've identified the correct areas that are in the particular areas where we need greater investment for infrastructure. Because the one area that we've heard related to this from Roseland specifically is the gaps in sidewalks, the need for bike and pedestrian infrastructure. And those areas are, we think, identified, but we want to make sure that they're fully identified. And so the other piece of that is really moving people so they don't feel they need to have a car, and being able to use different modes to be able to circulate within their neighborhood.
I think I'll refer to the special zoning that's been applied to both West Hearn as well as Burbank, which is the urban zoning, which to my understanding doesn't require the sidewalks, and maybe looking at the growth of those areas and really the change of needs of the residents there. I guess my ultimate question would be, what conversations are being had with both Caltrans and Department of Transportation in regards to our plan of 2050?
That's a great question. So we do plan on working with Caltrans and other transportation entities moving forward. So that will be part of drafting the policies to make sure that what we're preparing is feasible.
Thank you. And I do want to applaud entire staff and as well as our planning commission for the great work that they're doing to having the vision of what the needs of Santa Rosa will be looking forward, or really the longevity lens that's being applied. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council and Planning Commission. We'll go ahead and go to public comment on this item. I do see a number of folks who are here in the chambers. We are running a little bit behind, so just while folks are doing public comment on this, as a little bit of context, we're probably another half hour on this item, then we're going to take a 10-15 minute break. Then we have the request for a look at the cruising ordinance. We're probably about, I don't know, 45 minutes out from that, which then puts us, if you're here for the consent calendar, at least an hour out. If you're here for the dog item, we're probably looking at an hour and a half. And if you're here for project labor agreements, we're probably looking at least 2.5 hours until we get to that item, just so folks can kind of plan a little bit. With that, let's see if there are any hands on Zoom. We'll start with Natalie. Did we lose Natalie?
No, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are.
They updated me as a panelist, which is new. Okay. My name's Natalie Balfour. I'm speaking on behalf of Airport Business Center today. So we just have one suggestion for the preferred alternative. In addition to the housing land use changes that staff has proposed, we suggest that a housing overlay be added to properties in business parks. We first became aware of this housing overlay concept during the county's airport area specific plan update when the consultants proposed one for the Airport Business Center business park. The idea is that a housing overlay allows property owners to retain their property's existing land use, but also gives them the flexibility to build housing in the future if they want to. This will promote the construction of live-work housing, which increases the walkability and bikeability of the area, reducing the environmental impact from vehicular travel and aiding in the achievement of carbon neutrality that was spoke of earlier today. Adding a housing overlay to business parks will help the city reach its housing goals without being prohibitive on the landowners. As this pertains directly to Airport Business Center, we are purchasing a piece of property in the North Point Corporate Center, and we're interested in developing it into housing. Adding a housing overlay to business parks will allow us to construct this housing while still allowing our neighbor properties to retain their business park land use designations. So today we are asking that the Planning Commission and Council give staff the direction to incorporate housing overlays for properties and business parks into the draft general plan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I don't see any other hands on Zoom. Is there anybody in the chamber who is here to give comment on our study session today? If you'd like to go ahead and approach the podium.
Mayor Rogers, City Council members and Planning Commissioners. I'm Jess Marzak, President of Oakmont's Board of Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to share Oakmont's long-term plans, and we hope that these plans are included in the general plan update. Development of Oakmont began in 1963 and was zoned as a planned development. Since that time, 59 years ago, the zoning designation has never changed. Oakmont is currently going through a long-term planning process to determine what our community will look like in 2030, I guess it's the same thing. And I'm sure the community will decide that certain of the buildings in our central area will need to be renovated, rebuilt, or torn down. In addition, commercial buildings in Oakmont have changed little in the last 20 years. And I am aware of several building owners who would like to update their properties. We are asking for an update of our zoning designation for Oakmont's central area, as well as the commercial buildings that surround that area. Oakmont has been working with Santa Rosa city planners for the last several months, and through these discussions, we believe it is time to change the zoning designation. The new zoning designation we are asking for is CN, or neighborhood commercial, and the general plan designation to mixed use to allow for our long-term continuing development. This zoning update will help streamline any future land use changes desired by Oakmont or our commercial property owners, saving us and the city time and precious resources. Oakmont is deeply concerned about evacuations during wildfires. We only have one exit, Route 12, which is 2 lanes in both directions. With 5,000 residents, it is not surprising that evacuation times in the 2017 Nuns Fire and the 2020 Glass Fire exceeded 2 hours. We only lost 8 houses thanks to the heroic effort of the fire teams. Had we faced the Tubbs Fire winds in 2020, it is easy to imagine that Skyhawk and Oakmont would have burned like Coffey Park, and Oakmont residents could have died in their cars on Route 12, as happened to residents of Paradise in the Camp Fire. We commend Amy Lyle and her team for taking the time to listen to Oakmont resident needs and for making evacuations a priority in the preferred alternatives. We ask the Planning Commission and City Council to recognize that Oakmont evacuation times have to be an important part of any approval now, as well as a critical part of the master plan. Station 7 is a critical element in the health of Oakmont and its thousands of elderly residents. We hope the new general plan strengthens availability of this important first responder team. Therefore, we hope a final element of the plan will be to include the fire department's deployment plan, adding a new fire station near Skyhawk.
Thank you so
for
much.
Your service and time.
Thank you. Go ahead. Do we have anyone else in the chamber who is providing comment? All right, do we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
Yes, we do have one pre-recorded voicemail. Not sure what's happening with the audio on that, but let me see if we can fix that. Thank you for your patience.
Hello, City Council. My name is June Keeper, and I want you to address these concerns. About the city growth plan soon to be approved. I am a long-line resident of Santa Rosa. I know what it's like to long for a home. What I don't know, nor I presume does the City Council know, is where we will get the water, electricity, and well-maintained roads for the thousands of new housing units. Members of the City Council, please address these problems and concerns and seek solutions. Thank you.
All right, and I'll look back to the chamber. Is there anybody else who would like to give public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back. Madam Chair, would you like to walk the Planning Commission through your final comments?
Sure. So let's go ahead and start with Commissioner Carter for any comments you might have.
Thank you, Chair Weeks. Thank you, staff, for the excellent work you've done here. I'll try to keep my comments brief. I think opportunity right here as we move into the phase to make more real the citizen of Santa Rosa. I would suggest using the plan by some of these implementations that we've talked about, and to clarify whether the area change is where the priority implementation elements is, or there are other that will continue to need infrastructure improvements. I do know that per public discussion today, there's a notable lack of symbols in the southeast quadrant of the map. Would like more that area of both Farmers Lane extension, the areas of change, sparse areas of change in that quadrant of the city. I think we need to look closely at that. I think we also need to look closely at the safety element, the all the discussion situation route. To me, that more than expand Highway 12 as we take on this up.
Commissioner Carter, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're cutting in and out, and I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I'm using a different my Zoom, and it's not picking me up. Let's see. Maybe move on. What do you suggest?
If you sit closer, I don't know if that helps. I know there was a problem a while back with that also, so I don't know what can help.
I think I'll what I've said so far.
Thank you. Commissioner Cisco?
I'm very, very impressed with the level of outreach and input that's been made to create the preferred alternative. And again, staff, as always, has done an amazing job. I'm very satisfied with the preferred alternative and the areas of change that have been promoted by the community. I think some of the other comments that we've gotten really have to do later with when the land use designations and the zoning things become more specific. So I don't think I would add anything to the areas of change. I don't think there's anything prohibiting the area of Oakmont being looked at without designating it an area of change, or the Southeast Greenway. So I'm satisfied with what's here. I'm definitely very happy to see that we aren't tinkering with the downtown station area plan, because I was very satisfied with that. And my biggest concern is Roberts Avenue, and I want that to happen. Though there's other specific things that I'll be looking for when we do have the general plan in its draft form coming forward that are specific to land use, particularly the things that have been brought up along the way on Planning Commission issues. So I look forward to seeing that, and good job, community, and good job, staff.
So,
thank you.
Really fast, Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and pause for a moment. It appears we have one more person who was trying to provide public comment but was outside because of the capacity limit of the chamber. So if the Planning Commission is okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring that person in, let them give comment before we continue to give direction and comments to staff. Hello there. It's all good. On your right-hand side, there's a remote for you to raise that up so we can hear you a little bit better in the microphone.
Is that correct?
Yeah, please give your comments.
And this is on the forward plan for the planning of the house?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. What is missing from this plan is the number 50,000. And that's how many new residents that 24,000 new housing units to be built by 2050 would bring to Santa Rosa. When I attended the April meeting at the Steele Community Center where 30,000 units were proposed, the consultants acknowledged that it would increase the population by about 70,000. So 6,000 less would bring in about 50,000. And that the resources for this population is not available. It was determined we may not have the money to increase sewer capabilities. We know about the water situation with the drought. Once a housing unit is built and connected, you can't shut it off unless they pay their bill. Public transit is part of your program, but the city transit is inadequate, partly because we live in a 20th century world where we're not merging our transit systems to get rid of overhead and put more buses on the street. So unless you're doing that, you're not going to have the buses to do what you want, especially downtown. Less administrative costs mean more buses on the street, and we see this playing out in the public education system with too many school districts. You're relying on SMART, and that's unfortunately a train system that seems to be running on fumes, and I say that sadly because they've done a good job of building it, but they don't have the money to finish it, and I don't see residents in the two counties voting to extend the sales tax in 2029 when it ends. So what do you do? Our political people in Sacramento are not delivering the money that we need here in the county. Recently, State Senator Nancy Skinner of Berkeley got $290 million allocated for Oakland to build the infrastructure for the new A's baseball stadium. And I've asked, why can't we get $40 million to finish the Windsor station? I'm told there's rules and regulations, but as we know, there's politics. A case of good politics is down in Santa Clara County, where they had another train going the BART to San Jose. Similar situation, sales tax could not build it. 2011, they got a check from the Obama administration for $760 million to finish the line. That would pay for the end of the line to Cloverdale. You want to go vertical and urban downtown? Good idea, except If you look at San Francisco, they did that. It brought in the tech sector, the biotech sector, great industries to grow, to meet your needs, except it drove up the cost of housing, not just lower, but middle-income earners, lost out.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Much appreciated.
Of course. I'll go ahead and bring it back, and Chair Weeks, go ahead if you want to keep working through it.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to circle back to Commissioner Carter. Since you're having problems with your audio, feel free to send in your comments to staff so that they have it for the record. Okay? And let's see, now we'll move on to Commissioner Duggan.
Okay, thank you. Also, I want to commend staff, as Commissioner Cisco did, for your outreach efforts. It's, I don't think we've ever heard anything that has been as robust on any of our specific plans or other plan updates as what you've outlined that you've done, and all the input you've gotten on the different surveys and pop-ups and stuff. So it's really wonderful to see how much you're getting the community involved. And also just the demographics on the age ranges was something that, it's hard to get the young people involved, even though they're the ones who are going to be living in the new developed world. I'm very much in favor of this new preferred alternative. I think it's kind of moving from a big town to a small city model, like San Francisco, that has a lot of different little neighborhood hubs with shops and restaurants and within walking distance of the outlying neighborhoods. And I think that that's a really positive step. And to Councilmember Sawyer's comment about the development community and the realities on the road. I've recently been to a couple of college towns and seen that Target in particular, as one big retailer, has adapted a model specific to college towns, which is a smaller store with daily necessities, no big outline parking lot. And I think if you have enough demand for something, the retailers will respond and have maybe a smaller footprint store model, grocery that can be serviced from the larger outlines grocery. So anyway, I'm very much in favor of the preferred alternative. I like the idea of updating and wrapping the climate action plan into this big general plan update. I think that's a very positive step. And also on the topic of connectivity, I think I'm a big pedestrian and bicyclist in the downtown area especially, and there's a lot of room for improvement in those two areas. And I would urge us to consider protected bike lanes, class 4 bike lanes, specifically on things like Mendocino, Santa Rosa Avenue, Sebastopol Road, multi-lane arterials and corridors where the difference in the speed of the moving car traffic is much higher than the moving bike traffic. And I think that'll bring people out to ride more bicycles and reduce their vehicle miles traveled. And otherwise, I think that's all my comments. And thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Krepke?
Thank you. I too am in favor of this. And I think it's a great job by staff. Thank you to the TAC, the CAC, and everybody who's participated in this. A couple of things for me, just macro level, my opinion, I want mostly feasible with a little bit of aspirational. It's good to have aspirational stuff because you never know what's going to happen, but we need to be grounded in reality and when making our decisions. I think that getting back to my point on the annexations, I think that this is the perfect time to kind of look at those, specifically, the county islands that exist, not to steal the Vice Mayor's thunder, but Moreland, that's been brought up a couple of times. And I think anybody that actually, any developer or builder that's had maybe a pre-application meeting about like, hey, I want to build this development, but have it annexed into the city or anything like that. I think those are conversations that we could have and get it done right now. I think that in terms of areas of change, I'd like to kind of add one to look at and see if you could come back. And that would be basically Bluebell and Coffee Lane, the northwest Bluebell and Coffee Lanes as they intersect twice, all the way down to West Steel. That's an area with a huge residential population that if you have areas there, it make it walkable. It'd be very advantageous, not just from a residential standpoint, but also an economic standpoint, but also from an equity standpoint. I'll throw it in there when you're having that conversation about the Bellevue Smart Station. Please also throw in the extending the bike path all the way to city limits north. And then one thing I'm sorry I didn't bring it up earlier, but I think would be kind of cool to incorporate in this would be in area of change number 18 in Roseland. If it would be possible to put in an overlay district in that area, which would limit the design standards to something that maybe the residents could determine what they want it to be like, that would also preserve the historical and cultural significance of that area, while at the same time kind of streamlining the ability to build and develop there. So kind of trade one for the other, so it's easier to build as long as you hit these design standards that reflect the community. I think that'd be something that would be beneficial, and I would like to see when you guys come back. I think that's everything for me.
Thank you. Vice Chair Peterson?
Thank you, Chair Weeks. Again, tremendous work by the staff and everyone else, including the public. This is really an incredibly heavy lift. It incorporates a lot of different perspectives, I think, very ably. As a general matter, Santa Rosa is a beautiful city, and it's a beautiful flat city with great weather that would be perfect for bikes and pedestrians. I think, especially as we're coming up on the day with the highest number of child fatalities caused by cars, which is Halloween, there's a number of benefits aside from the greenhouse gases to getting people out of their cars. And what we've heard from the public, what we hear tonight, Commissioner Duggan, we need those class 4 bike lanes. We need a way for people to get around the town safely. So let me just add my voice to that chorus. We really need class 4 bike lanes to get people out of their cars. I think in terms of aspirational versus sort of realistic, I would aim for aspirational. This is an agenda of abundance. We're going to have plenty of housing and jobs. We're going to get people out of their cars. And I think if we start to plan around that, we will get there. So in that sense, maybe there's issues with SMART that are out of our control, but if we plan for a station on Bellevue, it's much more likely to happen than if we don't. So that's my vote there. And then finally, just some odds and ends on the water issue. California's population has doubled since 1990, and its water usage has not. It's not the cities that are using the water. We have enough water for development. It's the vast majority is ag and industry. So I would caution community members, don't let the water issue get in the way of building the housing we so desperately need. Finally, maybe give with one hand and take with the other. Great to have all the input, but in the equity section, while I think it's important to have community input, what we've seen up and down the state is that community input can bog projects down that need to get built. So I think it's good to have, as long as it's not a sort of procedural check on projects happening. So just, I guess, my word of caution there from what we've seen in the past in California. But in general, absolutely fantastic work. I think it'll make, when we get there, it'll make Santa Rosa a much better city for everyone.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to just start off by thanking my fellow commissioners for their attendance here today and also their, as usual, thoughtful comments regarding this. And I'm going to be the sixth voice in saying thank you to staff for a great job on this so far, and I know the end product will be great. The community outreach has been phenomenal, and I can't remember, I think it might have been Commissioner Duggan talked about, involving young people, and I think that was great to have that kind of connection. I am anxious to see the policies and the land use designation. I think the areas of change are fine because a lot of the other things we were talking about will evolve when the land use designations come forward and come back to us. So I have no other comments, and so I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Rogers.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'll kick it over to Councilmember Rogers to start our comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep it short and sweet, hopefully. I, again, want to thank you guys for all the work that you have done. This is great. A little concerned, thinking that maybe my district didn't participate as much, because I do see that there are some things that we could address in my district. Mainly the sidewalks and the bikeable pathways that are protected. So, and I would like to say that I believe the community outreach was great, and you did a great job at that. But if we see something, I think we just need to address it, whether or not we have the community input to do so. If we see that something is not safe, or if something needs to be addressed, no matter where it is, I think that we should just address it. So that would just be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciated what Commissioner Cisco said around Oakmont and the zoning, but I still would like to be pretty clear about that I want to make sure that Oakmont has the opportunity to have a mixed-use zoning in their downtown and the surrounding areas. As the gentleman said, they'd been working on some of those, so if we can add that to this plan, I'd appreciate that. As well as a second exit out of Oakmont. As they stated, it's a safety issue. They were there for 2.5 hours trying to exit in the last fire, and so anything we can do to accomplish a second exit out of Oakmont would be great. I know you mentioned something about Caltrans, but I'd like it in the general plan if we could. The expansion of Highway 12, or in addition to that, potentially a bike lane along Highway 12 that might be a more protected use that could be widened potentially for the opportunity if cars needed to use it, or our safety vehicles needing to get into Oakmont for protection. So I think that might be an easier route than actually widening Highway 12. So I'd like to just have those added in there. And then we had a comment about housing overlay and mixed use zoning in our business parks area. And I think that that's a smart idea to add that in the general plan. And the reason I say it is anything that we can do to help promote the opportunity for additional housing or mixed use zoning, so that we can not only accomplish our housing goals, but making it easier to cut through some of that red tape that we find it so difficult for developers to be able to do in the city, I'm in favor of. So I'd like to add that in here as well. And I think that just about covers everything that I had on my list. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. And one thing I forgot to mention earlier is how fun it was to see this big map at the CHOPS Teen Center and to see the young people and their families really interacting with this and talking about video games and SimCity and so forth. So the outreach wasn't just, perfunctory. It was effective and engaging. And I don't think that there's much left to be said that hasn't already been said. I think Commissioners Duggan and the Vice Chair Peterson really encapsulated the majority of my comments, but what I want to speak to is the why we're doing this. We're doing this so that we have a community that works for our children as they grow up in a community that is financially feasible, equitable, and is carbon neutral, and one that we can afford. And this, if we are able to do this, if we're able, really what we're talking about is getting people out of their cars, into their bikes, into these 15-minute communities, into having complete streets, and having community groceries and no more food deserts. If we're able to do that, we're going to cut down on a lot of our overhead as a city, both as from what we expend on our infrastructure, but also what we as a broader community spend on dealing with challenges, social challenges that arise from not providing effectively for our population. And so to that end, I'm in full support of this, and I'm just looking forward to seeing it not be shelved. I know that it won't be under our strong administration. We are going to see this implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I won't be redundant. My expectation for this whole process was that it was fair and very inclusive, and you've been modeling that, all of city staff and the consultants that we've been employed, and all the questions from the Planning Commission and Council. I'm really appreciative of this. I also don't want us to rest on our laurels, continue with the outreach. This is another step in that process, so let's just continue and move forward. And if we do talk about the aspirational versus the reality check, I always tend to lean more towards the reality. What can we actually accomplish so the documents actually mean something? So that's the only feedback, but I really appreciate where we are and where we're going. Thanks.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the Planning Commission. You always bring an element of knowledge that is so important to this body. So thank you for weighing in. I really don't have too much more to add, or very little to add, other than I do appreciate the comments from the Airport Business Center's request for additional flexibility. I assume that will be taken care of during the discussions around zoning and land use designations. I look forward to the evolution of the areas of change. I think that it's one of those opportunities that I'm sure it will change. That map will adjust based on needs and realities. With the continued input of the Technical Advisory Committee and the community at large and the development community and future councils, this plan will take off and make Santa Rosa an even more attractive place, a city to live. So I'm looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'll wrap it up just by thanking staff as well and everybody who's participated in this process. I think if we're talking about where we lean on the realistic versus aspirational, I'm about as far to the aspirational side as you can get, which works very well with our council, having all of those perspectives represented. I did hear questions about, is the climate change 2030 goals realistic? The answer is yes. I also heard the premature demise of the SMART train, which was actually in my council member comments for later today, to report that Thursday and Friday of last week they hit both days their new post-COVID high in terms of ridership. So it is one of those, if you plan for what you need, people start to adjust and start to be able to utilize it. And what we know is whether it's protected bike lanes, whether it is secondary evacuation routes from Oakmont, we don't really have a choice. We have to plan for it and figure out how to make it happen. And so I'm very supportive of the comments around Oakmont as well. And I do, Councilmember Sawyer, agree, more flexibility for mixed use zoning sounds like a fantastic way for us to move some of this project forward. With that, I'll check with staff and see, did you get the input today that you need moving forward? If you could just reiterate to the public what the next steps are, that'd be great.
Of course, thank you so much. We really appreciate all your comments, and we will be moving this forward. So we will prepare a revised preferred alternative, and then our next phase will actually be having specific conversations on general plan policy. And you'll also see a meeting related to our environmental impact report. So those will be upcoming in this winter. So we will, thanks to your comments, be able to move forward to the next steps.
Okay. So council, with that, we're going to take a 10-ish minute break. I know we've been going since 2 o'clock. When we come back, if it works for the public with so many people here, I think we move straight to our consent calendar to have that discussion and then move into our report items. We can come back and do council member report outs and some of that issues a little bit later once the public's had a chance to review some of the items. With that, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and bring us back. Council members, make your way back to the dais, please. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll and reestablish our quorum?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay. Madam City Manager, let's go ahead and jump to our consent calendar. So items 12.
Thank you. Item 12.1 is a resolution, armored rescue vehicle purchase. Item 12.2 is a resolution, approval for fire department to purchase 5 Type 1 engines. Item 12.3 is a resolution, approval of agreement for election services. Item 12.4, a resolution, acceptance and appropriation of grant funds from the Byrne Discretionary Grants Program. Item 12.5 is a resolution, master agreement and program supplements for state-funded transit projects. Item 12.6 is a resolution, city bus modified holiday service. Item 12.7 is a resolution, waiver of bid and approval and issuance of a purchase order for 2 Ford F-150 police responder vehicles to Hansel Ford in Santa Rosa, California. Item 12.8 is a resolution, ratification of a side letter to the Memorandum of Understanding for Unit 2 establishing a city-sponsored wellness program for employees in Unit 2 firefighting. Item 12.9, ordinance adoption. Second reading, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 10 and adding Chapter 1026 to the Santa Rosa Municipal Code regarding reckless driving exhibitions, hereinafter referred to as sideshows. And that ends that is the end of our consent items. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam City Manager. Council, given the volume of questions that I received on item 12.1, I'm going to go ahead and pull that one off of consent and allow us to have a separate conversation with the chief about it before moving forward tonight. Items 12.2 through 12.9, does council have any additional items they'd like to remove from consent, or any questions about those items? Councilmember Schwedhelm.
I have a question on item 12.8. For whoever would be the appropriate one. My question is, I'm a big fan of the wellness programs, and one of the metrics it says to reduce absenteeism, and I'm wondering if we have a system in place to capture that desired result, because is that the right amount of funding to achieve those type of results? I just want, or I hope that something is in place so that we are capturing that data to see if this is a great investment or if we need more for this type of effort.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwedhelm. I will either punt this to HR Director or the Fire Chief, if either are on the line.
Promoting the Fire Chief now. Chief Cregan, are you on?
That's Westrope, Chief Westrope.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, he's being promoted now.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of council. Scott Westrope, Fire Chief for the City of Santa Rosa. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Schwedhelm. So we obviously monitor all of our statistics very closely in our data sets related to absenteeism and how our personnel are functioning and doing. So not only do we monitor it in telestaff, we monitor on a daily basis through risk management as well. So we can really keep close track of how long our employees are off, what they're off for, whether it's for physical injury or behavioral health emergency or injury, whatever the case may be. So we do have the systems in place to monitor that for the fire department. We will continue to monitor that. And as I've said before, any solution that we can apply, if it affects one person or changes one person's outcome within the fire department, we'll make that investment. This is no different. So we really think this is going to be a good benefit. We will continue to monitor our data sets as far as personnel and absenteeism and why they're absent on an ongoing basis throughout this process.
Great, thanks for that information.
Any additional questions from council members? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually for item 12.9, the sideshow for Chief Cregan.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you doing?
Doing well. Hopefully you're doing the same. My question for you is, and we spoke about this last time in regards to restorative justice as being one of the options for enforcement. And afterwards I went home and I thought about, well, who's driving these vehicles? And it's not going to be really a 12-year-old or a 16-year-old. And I'm wondering what restorative justice options are there for a 25-year-old, a 26-year-old, would be my first question to you, sir.
So it's one of the things we are exploring. So right now we talked about, we have the pilot program through Seneca. That's with juvenile probation in Seneca, and that's just for juveniles. We are still working through a process with another group called Restorative Justice, and that's a program that we've been able to do a little bit more holistic approach for juveniles, for low-level nonviolent offenders. We don't have one in existence, and we've never had one for Sonoma County, but actually I have had discussions with our public defender, Brian Morris, and our DA-elect, Carla Rodriguez, about looking at the possibility of that for the young youth, of our young adults from 18 to 25 for low-level offenses. But to be really clear, that's just been conversations, and we're going to start that with DA-elect Carla Rodriguez when she takes office in January. It's something I'm definitely interested in exploring. At this point, what options we have as officers can give written warnings to people, and we may do that in some cases, each situation by their own, on a first case scenario. So we have some options like that of getting a written warning. But frankly, it comes up to officer discretion based on the facts of each one of the unique circumstances and the involvement of the suspect in that case.
Absolutely, I do appreciate that. And specifically, I'm speaking of a spectator more than I am of a driver or even a sponsor or organizer. So I'm hoping that there is that type of discretion being used by our police officers, which I do appreciate, Chief. And my second question is for City Attorney. We've heard a lot about, you know, the freedom of expression or even the comment that could be made online, social media. If I tell my friend, hey, you know that there's going to be a sideshow on Sebastopol Road, for example, how would that be classified as a violation or a crime being committed? As in essence, you are kind of promoting the sideshow by informing another that there's going to be a sideshow. Has there been any conversation in regards to any infringements on any freedom of speech, as an example?
I am not concerned about violations of freedom of speech. It's going to very much depend on the circumstances, on what was said. There's going to be, it's not going to be a straightforward analysis, and I don't know if the chief wants to weigh in as well.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks.
Yes, Vice Mayor. I think each one, it's important that, especially for spectators, and then when you're talking about the promoting, organizing, that officers and ultimately our city attorney, our district attorney are going to look at the totality of the circumstances. So just making a comment about, oh, there's one right here is a big difference than actually promoting, encouraging, and gathering people there. So that's a big difference, I think, is what the intent of that communication and the intent of the promoting, whether it be through social media or some other means. And so I think that's one where hopefully that we'll see our officers having discretion, but then ultimately there's an independent lens that looks at it before they file those decisions. In all cases, in a criminal case, will proceed to a judge to be able to ultimately make that decision. So there's multiple layers of review in there to make sure that just an innocent comment on social media is not being criminally charged.
I appreciate that, and I'll have you know, my mother will be very happy to hear such a thing. Her business is actually located on the corner of Sebastopol Road and West Avenue, and she texts me, Eddie, there's another sideshow. So I'm happy to hear that she will be criminalized for such a text. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Rogers?
Thank you. I just had a question about 12.8, and I wanted to say that I think mental health and wellness is important for all of our employees. So my question is, did all of the units have the ability to negotiate this within their contract, but some decided not to do so?
Councilmember Rogers, yes, all the other units were able to have this in their contract, or actually it was negotiated in their contract. This was the last unit that we needed to complete. And Amy Reeves, our HR director, is on the line if she has anything else to add.
No, I don't. City Manager, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, I've got one more question for you, and that's on, well, for now, that's on item 12.7. So Cotati's cut the ribbon on their electric Tesla. Why aren't we yet able to electrify our police fleet, I guess is the question.
It's something that we'll certainly look at and exploring. We have a much larger city geographically with our 42 square miles in the small city of Cotati. So that's one thing to consider, but we'll continue to explore that. Right now, these two vehicles were for trucks. And right now, I know Ford is working on some trucks, but they're still a ways down the road. So we have an immediate need for some of our operational needs to get the two pickups. But we'll continue to look at the opportunities of electrifying our fleet as the capacity builds not only for the charging stations here in the city, but of building patrol vehicles that can withstand a 12 to 15-hour shift driving across our large city.
All right, thank you so much, Chief. Let's go ahead and go to public comment on items 12.2 through 12.9. And I know that with our pre-recorded voicemails, we might get some for 12.1, so we'll listen to them now, but then we'll also open it back up for public comment on 12.1 after from live comments. So if you have a comment on the consent calendar with 12.1 polled, I see nobody rising in the chambers. We do have a hand. All right, let's go to our pre-recorded voicemails.
Hi, my name is Allegra Wilson, and I live in Santa Rosa. I am calling on item 12.1, and I asked the City Council not to approve the purchase of the armored rescue vehicle. We've already, I think many of us, shared our opposition to SRPD being given more military equipment, or to even be keeping the military equipment that they already have. Military equipment should not be used in our citizenry, as it is whenever they deem fit. And the city has already had to pay out millions in lawsuits because of the misuse of force on the part of the SRPD. Many of us still remember just a couple of years ago when teens were pepper sprayed, when all types of barricade rounds and other so-called less lethal rounds were used against the public. And this is just another case of the police department asking for more equipment that they may or may not even be trained how to use. I strongly oppose this. I oppose it also because the proposed method of payment is via civil asset forfeiture, which is basically a way of taking resources from the community and putting it into the police coffers. Please do not approve this. We don't need it. The police do not need it. And if they are worried that they do need it, then they should perhaps learn better tactics for how to deal with the public. Thank you very much.
So, Mayor, some of these may be for 12.1, but there was no way to separate them out without knowing which item you were going to pull. So do you want us to go ahead and continue?
Yeah, let's go ahead and listen to all of the pre-recorded voicemails right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for taking my call. My name is Alan Wolves, and I am a Santa Rosa resident. I'm calling to speak on agenda item 12.1 and to raise my objection to the proposed purchase of a Bearcat armored vehicle, which is being billed as a rescue vehicle, even though it has additional gun ports on the purchase order. Santa Rosa's official policy of usage of this type of vehicle states that it shall not generally be used in times of civil unrest or protest, and then details scenarios which it can be used during those times, including shots fired, suspected violence with firearms, and the word etc. That last etc. clause is the same type of clause that Attorney General Bonta's office used in determining that his office will not investigate the killing of David Pelaez Chavez, calling him armed when he had a rock, when a rock falls nowhere near the list of weapons that are clearly defined in AB 1506. The legislative findings of AB 451 show that military equipment does not improve public safety, which seems like it would be a no-brainer because weapons of war have no place alongside the word safety. And the Posse Comitatus Act prevents military personnel from carrying out domestic law enforcement actions. Given the logic behind that act, it would make absolute sense to extend that ban to weapons of war as well. Also very concerning is the usage of civil asset forfeiture funds in order to pay for this vehicle. Police can and do seize assets from civilians, and if they say it was part of the drug war, the civilians have little recourse to get their property back. There's no protection of the judicial system behind this, and they don't get the right to a trial. Just last year, we discovered that the head of the Roanoke Park Public Safety Department pled guilty to conspiracy to commit extortion for seizing $3.6 million between the years of 2013 and 2018 under the civil asset forfeiture provisions. We found out in this case how much was illegally seized, but we have no idea how much more is out there just unreported. It would be absolutely immoral to use the money from this to fund military equipment that would be then used against our civilian populace. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Michael Stone. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, and I'm commenting on item number 12.1, the purchase of the military rescue vehicle. I would like to ask you to not purchase this armored rescue vehicle as it's being built. Law enforcement agencies around the country have a decades-long history of asking for more military equipment. They tend to play to the public's fears by considering only worst-case scenarios, which in this case is an active shooter situation, and don't consider the detrimental impacts and overall public well-being. Military equipment is harmful to the community, erodes public trust in police. Look at the legislative findings supporting AB 481, which show that militarized gear does not improve public safety. Rather, it results in increased risk of civilian deaths, risk to civil rights and liberties, and physical and psychological harm to community members. Many of the upgrades on this vehicle, such as gun ports, are clearly meant to be used for violence and not strictly for rescue. While this purchase is being billed for active shooter situations, we should remember that sometimes toy guns are misidentified, as what happened when a sheriff's deputy killed Andy Lopez. That wasn't SRPD, but it could happen with SRPD. Militarized equipment may also be used in crowd dispersal, like we saw with George Floyd protesters. And while the city's use policy states that the vehicles should not generally be used for crowd control, I feel that this policy is not very specific. It's a bit vague. It says that it can be used when violence is merely threatened. And it's far safer for law enforcement to not have the option to misuse this equipment than to rely on using this on the policy use alone for protection. And it's upsetting to me that this is being used through civil asset forfeiture funds, which I believe aren't constitutional, and it is essentially property that's taken from the community without due process. And this is going to be used to further harm civil liberties. So please remember that the desire for police accountability still exists in this community, and I ask that you deny this purchase. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carl Tenenbaum, and I'm a resident of Sebastopol. Although I may not live in Santa Rosa, I have family and friends there, and I conduct a fair amount of business and social activities in Santa Rosa. I am speaking out to express my strong opposition to consent item 12.1, the resolution to purchase an armored rescue vehicle. There is no compelling need or rational basis for the possession or use and possible misuse of such a piece of equipment. Santa Rosa and Sonoma County are not war zones. They are peaceful communities with primarily law-abiding citizens. During a period of time when law enforcement is trying to improve their image and tactics nationwide, using community policing as the model, it makes no sense to want to arm the Santa Rosa Police Department with this type of military hardware. To state that the equipment will help in the preservation of life during violent or potentially violent encounters and enhance community safety is a bit disingenuous and a reach, considering the warlike nature of this vehicle. In arguing for the purchase of the armored rescue vehicle, the police department attempts to justify the purchase by stating that with 61 confirmed active shooter incidents in the United States last year, an armored rescue vehicle is an invaluable tool that can be used to rescue victims, get them to a position of safety, assist in providing immediate medical assistance, provide officers protection, and allow safer and additional options to deal with any potential threat. What the police department fails to include in that statement is how many of those active shooter incidents were terminated by the use of an armored rescue vehicle. This would have greatly bolstered their argument if the numbers support this rationale. We are 2 years removed from the horrible damage that was inflicted upon residents, citizens, and protesters during the George Floyd protests at the hands of the Santa Rosa Police Department. Several people were maimed, and the counties paid out in excess of $2 million to settle claims. This was due to poor supervision and management of officers using dangerous weapons improperly. My question is this: when will we learn our lesson? Santa Rosa does not need to spend $300,000 on an armored vehicle. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Persico, calling in reference to item 12.2. I am saddened to hear that the police department wants to purchase an armored rescue vehicle. I am saddened that we are so scared of each other in Sonoma County to think that an ARV is necessary. The saying goes that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. If police officers and the rest of the general public do not want to live in fear of our potentially violent neighbors, then please use the money proposed for the ARV to fund school guidance counselors, mentor programs for young men and women, and neighborhood community centers where young people can spend time without having to spend money while in the company of adults who can actually relate to them. I understand officers may fear for their own safety on occasion, but is there not any alternative to this vehicle? There must be. Ultimately, any money spent on an armored vehicle does absolutely nothing to reduce crime or prevent crime. Do we want more community, or do we want to look like we are at war on our own streets? Please consider the possibility that you, council members, could be the visionaries seeking an actual long-term solution to Sonoma County's problems. And please bear in mind, police officers' often reasonable fears will not magically disappear just because they can serve a warrant from behind an armored shield. In the 21st century, we now know how to keep young people from going down the wrong path. Thank you.
That ends the recorded public comments.
Okay. I will check one more time to see if there's any additional comments on items 12.2 through 12.9. All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move items 12.2 through 12.9 with the exception of 12.1 as instructed by you, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Okay, and then we have item 12.1 that we pulled off consent. Chief, do you want to give an overview of the item? And I know you've received a number of different questions, and so if you could help us to answer some of those before council members ask questions, and we'll do council member questions, public comment, and then discussion.
Absolutely. So thank you, Mayor Rogers and council. My name is John Cregan. I'm the chief of police here in the city of Santa Rosa. And I absolutely understand some of the community concerns regarding the use of an armored vehicle. But I think we have to slow down and get some of the realistic understanding of what this vehicle is, how we can use it for some of the safety and protection of our community, and very importantly, the safety and protection of the police officers here for the city of Santa Rosa who go out and serve every day. And some of the things, as we learn and our city is growing, this year it's been a busy year for the Santa Rosa Police Department. And I was just reviewing some of the statistics comparing last year to this year. And for the first 9 months of this year, we saw 291 shootings reported in the city of Santa Rosa. And those aren't separate incidents from multiple different people. Those are 291 specific incidents where our dispatchers received information, calls regarding shots fired, and officers responded to those calls and found evidence related to there was some type of a shooting that occurred here in the city of Santa Rosa. And we've seen just as for in the first 9 months of this year that we've seen an increase of firearms seized in the city of Santa Rosa. We've seized 189 firearms just this year in the first 9 months of this year, and that's an 80% increase from 2021, the first 9 months. We've seen ghost guns. 63 of those 189 guns were ghost guns. It's 117% increase. So without a doubt, we're seeing more firearms than I've ever seen in my 23 years here locally here in the city of Santa Rosa. Then we're starting to compare what can we do when we see active shooter situations across our country. And as the chief of police, I step into the role and saying, what are we doing to make sure that we have the tools to be able to safely respond, whether it be an active shooter situation, whether it be a high-risk search warrant or a barricaded subject, or whether it be some of the preparation for natural disasters that our city faces on a regular basis. What are some of the tools that we may need to be able to safely carry out those duties? And this is where we're seeing the best practices, and we're seeing across the country, is to have this armored rescue vehicle. And the armored rescue vehicle, when it comes down to it, is what I would describe most importantly as like an armored transport vehicle or an armored ambulance, even going into some of these active shooter scenes, and where an officer and even our fire paramedics can be able to go into an active shooter scene, and if there's down students, teachers, community members, to be able to put them in this vehicle and extract them to that scene to a casualty collecting point where they can be safely evaluated by our medical staff and be able to receive life-saving treatment. We also see many times where we've made changes with the Santa Rosa Police Department's SWAT practices where we're slowing things down and we're using more de-escalation. And one of those is when we're serving a high-risk search warrant, instead of making a dynamic entry into that residence and going down and busting down the front door and entering that residence, we're using the armored rescue vehicle to pull up there in front of the house for our staff members to be able, with a position of safety, be able to call out and use our PA or our LRAD system to be able to connect with people in the residence, clearly identify ourselves as Santa Rosa police officers, and have them safely exit the residence to be able to be contacted by our officers. And we're seeing that it decreases our chance of uses of force in those situations, and that's really important to us. And we're seeing also in times where we have subjects who are barricaded in those residences, and maybe it's a domestic violence situation, maybe it's someone who has family members that they're holding and they're armed with a firearm, and we're able to have our hostage negotiators be able to safely interact with those individuals who are at a point of crisis in their life. Often we see narcotics and alcohol being introduced to those scenarios, and it's important for us to be able to have those conversations for the safety of our staff and for the safety of those inside that residence. So for us, it's important that we have this. It's also really important to understand that this is not a tank. This is the Linco G3 is what we're proposing to order, is not designed for the military. It's actually designed specifically for civilian law enforcement agencies. And it's basically a Ford F-550 chassis. So like the structure of a big Ford pickup truck with armored walls that we can go into these scenes where we won't be able to have our staff injured by rounds that can be coming at them, whether it be at an active shooter scene or some type of a barricaded subject. So I just want to kind of lay the foundation for that, but at the same time acknowledge some of the community concerns of this and say this is something that I feel is critically important to be able to respond to an active shooter, respond to high-risk search warrants, and be prepared for our community and for the officers in our department to be able to safely do their job. This is something that we're going to use very cautiously with our community, though. Before we deploy this tool, we're going to have special training for our officers. It requires a lieutenant or higher's authorization to activate or to use this tool out in our community, and it's something that we're going to be very cautious about, and we're really going to work to not lose the trust in our community about it. And I know that we did lose some trust over the last couple of years, and that lays heavy on my heart as the chief of police to make sure that our policies, our procedures, our training, that we don't lose that trust of our community with this important tool. So that's just a brief highlight, and I would love to hear any specific questions from our council.
All right, thank you so much, Chief. I'll start with questions from council members. Council members, anybody? Councilmember Rogers, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Chief. Thank you for being here. Can we talk a little bit about where the funds are coming from and what those funds can actually be used for? First question.
Absolutely. So when we started weighing the prospect about the need for this vehicle, and obviously it is expensive for everything with shipping, tax, all the vehicle, it comes out to approximately $387,000. So that is a large ticket price. So we started evaluating some of the things, and one of it is these asset forfeiture funds. And there were questions raised about that. And to be clear, there's been some dramatic changes in the law with how asset forfeiture is collected in the state of California. And actually, it's Senate Bill 443, and Governor Brown passed that and went into law in January of 2017. And it greatly restricts how funds can be taken, and it talks about the judicial process that is part of that. So if it's under $40,000, you're required to have a conviction related to narcotic sales or human trafficking. If it's over $40,000, it goes through another process where either the individual does a legal disclaimer for that property, or it's a court order that goes before a judge articulating the specific facts of that case before those funds can be taken. And it has, again, have that nexus to narcotic trafficking or sales or human trafficking. It has to have that nexus that you're able to articulate before an independent judge to seize those funds. So that's what this money has been collected of over the years of narcotic-related activity primarily, but there are that checks and balances. Those funds, there's a lot of restrictions from both the federal and the state on this, but the funds primarily have to be used for narcotic-related enforcement or education of our officers. And this tool will be used for serving high-risk search warrants. Some of those are related to weapons and narcotics, so that'll be one of the possible tools for this armored rescue vehicle. But as we talked about, there are a host of opportunities, and it's laid heavy on my heart as the chief of police to make sure that we don't wait until after we have some type of catastrophic incident on our streets of Santa Rosa where we have not the ability to safely go in and rescue and extract down community members that have been injured, or one of our police officers gets injured on a tragic scene. So it's important for me to have this tool to be able to make sure that we can respond appropriately and safely for all.
So it is my understanding that we have currently access to an armored vehicle. My question is that a correct understanding, and how often have we used that armored vehicle? And in the past 5 years, in what situations did we have to use that vehicle, Santa Rosa Police Department?
So our council, when we did our AB 481, the police militarization presentation in June of this year, council did approve us to use the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department's armored rescue vehicle, which is the only actually like Linco G3 Bearcat that we have in existence in the county of Sonoma. So we do have access, but that access is limited. So the access is we have to make a call from the Sheriff's Department. We don't have the keys to that vehicle. We have to call there, get their supervisor, get someone from the SWAT team notified, get one of their trained deputies who will drive to the scene. And their agreement that we have with the Sheriff's Department is our staff doesn't utilize the vehicle, that they'll send sheriff deputies to be able to use that vehicle and join us in our operation. So there's a significant delay in that. There's also some complexities when you have an outside agency involved with our tactical teams and our patrol teams. So those are some of the complexities with it. We don't currently have a very clear understanding of how many times we've used that vehicle over the last years. Going forward now with AB 481, we will record now, and that's one of the requirements, that we would record every time we use an armored rescue vehicle, and we report out in a community meeting and report out in our annual report to our city council and our community. So we'll have an accurate, it does say in the staff report that we've had, and this was through July when we were preparing the staff report, July and August, that we've had 13 deployments of our SWAT team, or Special Weapons and Tactics team, here in the city of Santa Rosa. So the ARV is a tool that many times on these SWAT deployments is at least accessed and is available in case this were turned into some type of a shooting scene, or whether we need one of our officers rescued on there. But the clear answer is we have access, but it's limited, and I strongly believe it doesn't meet the needs of our department at this time.
So just listening to the steps that you just told us about, if you can guesstimate, how long do you think it would take for us to actually go through those steps and have the vehicle on a scene if we need the vehicle?
I would say oftentimes it could be in excess of an hour. By time an officer, our sergeant, is making that request, we make a call, we get a supervisor at the Sheriff's Department, we get someone who's trained and has the expertise to drive it, then they respond to the scene. And an hour when you have an officer laying in a backyard bleeding out from a handgun round or a rifle round is a really long time. The same thing with a community member. My goal is that we would have this vehicle here at the Santa Rosa Police Department with our staff trained and having the expertise to be able to deploy this vehicle in an emergency, dramatically cut down the time frame. And also, I think there's strong advantages to having Santa Rosa police officers interacting with other Santa Rosa police officers on one of these operations. And I believe it's really a tremendous safety aspect of having that.
All right, if you guys bear with me, I think I have 2 more questions. One of my questions is, why do we need a vertical gun port upgrade, and what exactly is that used for?
That's a really good question, and honestly, that's poor wording by Linco to put that on the thing. The gun port sounds very militaristic and sounds like potentially that you would be putting a long gun out of this gun port window, but in reality that's just like a jargon term in there that really isn't necessarily appropriate. The gun port isn't trained by our staff to take shots from inside the vehicle. And reality is, if you look on the side of the vehicle, they're all armored, but it has like a little sliding, like little window basically that opens. And what we would use that for is for communication with someone standing outside the vehicle. So like an example to illustrate is that you have the armored vehicle in front of a house where there's an armed or barricaded suspect inside. The SWAT operator could be standing on the opposite side of the vehicle away from the threat and could be communicating with some of the SWAT operators inside of the armored response vehicle. They could also pass equipment to each other through that, but it's not designed to be able to point a firearm, so certainly shoot a firearm. That's not what our staff would be trained to do on it. And another thing to be really clear, this vehicle has no weapons in it. All it is a transport vehicle. So there's no weapons attached to the vehicle. There's no weapons designed to be fired from the vehicle. All it is literally an armored transport vehicle for bringing our staff safely to a scene, being able to negotiate with an armed suspect, or be able to extract community members or downed officers away from a scene to receive life-saving medical care.
And lastly, Chief, I'm not sure if you have these numbers, but I wanted to know if we had this vehicle during the George Floyd protests, would it have been used? If yes, how many of our officers were hurt during the protest, and how many civilians were hurt during the protest to make us deploy this vehicle if we did have it? And your answer would be yes to the question.
It absolutely would not be deployed for a crowd control device or for certainly peaceful demonstrations or First Amendment protected, as it states in the policy. The only time that we could ever interpret it being used in a protest situation is a violent protest where firearms are actively being used in the protest, and that's for the protection of the protesters there and the community members, and for officers at the scene, are for explosives. Those are the only two where you have live explosives being detonated in a protest such a situation. It's not going to be used, and our policy specifically talks about it, and as the chief of police, I can ensure that we will not be using it as a crowd control method, funneling crowds or any type of other things, and I think that doesn't meet the expectations of our community, and certainly doesn't meet the expectations of me as chief of police.
Thank you very much for taking the time to answer all my questions, Chief.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Council Member. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, fireworks, are those considered to be explosive devices that would require this vehicle to make its presence? And a little bit of context, the protests that we had here in Santa Rosa, I believe there were fireworks being used.
Yes, I don't believe that would fit into the spirit of the policy to say that having Roman candles or some type of other fireworks being displayed, that we would utilize an armored response vehicle. And the vehicle is not going to be, it's not designed for its primary use for coming out for crowd control. I think the three primary uses when I look at it is negotiating with armed suspects who are barricaded or on high-risk search warrants, evacuating community members or officers from harm in an active shooter scene, and lastly, in natural disasters, whether it be floods, which we've used it here in the city of Santa Rosa for our flooding on Yulupa Avenue last year, mudslides, fires, and earthquakes. Those are the three primary uses, and the crowd control situation, certainly not with fireworks, would not be one of those uses.
And you also stated that no weapons would be discharged from within the vehicle. Would that also include gas weapons or tools that we have in our possession? And I guess I'm looking at how to justify asking my community that we are taking on another military grade weapon or vehicle, and you're stating that you will not use this for the freedom of expression or protest, as long as, and correctly stated, as long as there aren't active shooters or fire weapons being discharged. So when I go back to my community, I want to tell them that we've received 291 calls of service in regards to weapons. We've collected 189 guns, some of them being ghost guns. And I'm wondering, how can this vehicle diminish those numbers? But this is more a reactive vehicle than it is a proactive approach to community policing. So ultimately, I'm looking at what happened in the protest last times, where we have trained officers who used the wrong type of ammunition, who made choices that could have been better. And what I'm hearing from you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that this vehicle is going to be used in the situations to transport, extradite those who are injured. This vehicle will not be used to deter our public's right to democracy, if I could take it to that level.
Absolutely. I can say emphatically that it's not going to be used to diminish people's First Amendment rights to peacefully protest. Under no circumstances will it be used in those incidents. But I think it's just really important, as I weigh the public safety of our community, to make sure that we don't wait until we have an active shooter and we're not able to respond to a school or to a business here in the city of Santa Rosa, and that we don't have the means to safely extract or bring patients who are wounded and are dying there on those facilities, to bring them to a triage point. I think it's critical that we have this tool, and this is the safest way for our staff to be able to go and do that. And I think it's really important for me when we talk about, this year we've had so far 10 homicides in the city of Santa Rosa just in the first 10 months of this year. 6 of those 10 homicides involved a firearm. So those are the realities of what Santa Rosa officers are facing, and these are the realities as the leader of this organization that I need to prepare our staff to be able to handle. So I will take on the responsibility and will be held responsible if our staff misuses this equipment, and I'm going to ensure that we have the proper training protocols and procedures, that we do use this properly and we use it with restraint in our community, and we continue to build back the trust in our community here in Santa Rosa.
Just a little bit ago, we had a discussion about our general plan of 2050, looking into the future. And I understand your commitment to really protecting all community members of Santa Rosa. The person that follows you, our future chief, what guarantees can there be that he or she will not use this vehicle in a form that you would have never intended for? What guarantee can we give the public that that's not what this vehicle is for, now, today, or tomorrow?
That's a great question. And some of the things that we have accountability comes with the state legislation on AB 481, that this will be part of the AB 481 package and ordinance that we have, but we're going to be doing by law with AB 481, do at least one community meeting a year where we publicly talk with our community about the police militarization equipment that we have that falls under the legislation. We talk about the deployment, and then we'll also come publicly before City Council and report out on every time that we use this armored response vehicle. And I'll be responsible to talk about that we used it appropriately and publicly get questions about that. We're going to talk about each one of the police military equipment items that we have. So those are two things that our community and our council can hold me and our department accountable, that we're properly using this equipment. And if we're not properly using this equipment, those are one of the options to be able to remove that from our tools.
Chief, I appreciate the transparency that you give not only council but the city of Santa Rosa, and your commitment to protecting us sometimes from ourselves. So I do appreciate your strategy, your methodology in protecting and serving, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief. So what I'm also hearing from some of the comments or questions from the public and council members is perhaps this would be a good study session item for the Public Safety Subcommittee to walk through what the parameters are and just make sure that everybody is comfortable as well moving forward, or just to check in from time to time on it. And so perhaps we can have that conversation with the chair as well. Let me see if we have any additional public comment on item 12.1. Eric, do you want to get started?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Eric Frazier, and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, head up a neighborhood group. First and foremost, the safety and security of our law enforcement officers is at the top of the list. So when we sort of set our priorities of things, that really is at the top of the list. And especially when you are considering an armored vehicle to keep them safe in the case of an active shooter, then that's pretty important. Now, having said that, though, I have my reservations. They come from, number one, as much as I'd like to believe the information that's offered forward by the chief, I don't. And that's because whenever we go to audit this information that comes from the police department or code enforcement, it's always not right. It's just not right. It's usually exaggerated. It's all bent out of shape. And unfortunately, I saw that same exaggeration when he was talking about the vehicle that's already located in the city of Santa Rosa at the Sheriff's Department, where he claims that it takes an hour to mobilize that. I really don't believe that would be the case. And so that's unfortunate that my thoughts contribute to the skepticism that we have about competent policing in the city. And to me, this just sort of adds to our worry. It doesn't detract from it. It creates a situation where you wonder if this vehicle is really meant to be like a parade piece or something, or when we already have a vehicle in the city limits, located in the city limits with trained operators, and the expense that went into that, I'm not sure why we need that duplicate vehicle. There just isn't enough data that comes forward as to how the vehicle that the Sheriff's Department has already used on occasion in the city for the city Santa Rosa Police Department. It's perhaps my memory is failing me, but I believe that vehicle was in fact utilized during the George Floyd demonstrations by the county up by the JC. And it was used to quell First Amendment rights and the meeting of people and so on and so forth. So, as much as I'd like to have complete faith in our city administration and our police chief, I have some lingering doubts, unfortunately. But keep in mind, though, that the protection of our law enforcement officers I carry deep within my heart, and I want to be sure that that is, in fact, our first priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Are there any other comments in the chamber? All right, let's go to public comment on Zoom. We'll start with Will.
Will, you have an outdated version of Zoom. We're going to need you to update that so we can give you permission to speak.
Or we could also, Will, if you want to call in, we also can have you give comments on the phone. Let's go to Susan.
Susan, you also have an outdated version of Zoom. So as the mayor said, you too can call in or update your Zoom.
All right, let's try Margaret.
Margaret, you too have an outdated version of Zoom. Feel free to call in. You can hit *9 to raise your hand, or you can update your Zoom.
All right, let's pause for a couple of moments here and give them a chance to call in. Okay, looks like Susan's ready.
Okay, I didn't do anything with my Zoom either.
Interesting.
In the 1930s, Susan Lamont, Santa Rosa. In the 1930s, my great-grandfather worked to keep guns out of the hands of law enforcement officers. He rightly predicted that they would be used to kill unarmed people. I'm sure if a police chief had been asked, do you intend to kill unarmed people with these guns, he would have said no. A number of years ago in Petaluma, one of these vehicles was used to serve a subpoena in the middle of the night. The father of the person being subpoenaed was terrified, tried to defend his home, and the vehicle set the house on fire. And during the George Floyd protests, as has been mentioned, Santa Rosa police mistakenly used projectiles that were not intended to be used on humans, causing great harm. So what could possibly go wrong here? You claim it's not a military vehicle, but that's the look of it. And militarization of law enforcement does not protect people or prevent crime. It often has the consequence of making the people the enemy. So if a vehicle is needed to get into areas during natural disasters, then buy something specifically for that. And why has crime increased? Because of increased social and economic precarity. If money is to be spent, it should be spent to alleviate that suffering. That should be the focus. Mr. Persico, who called in earlier, his ideas were excellent about what we can do for young people so that their futures are better and that they know how to deal with them better. So if you have any spare cash lying around, please use it to uplift people. This is the best way to prevent crime. And thank you for having created the In Response program, but this new effort is a step backward. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We had the other two join.
Resident 5180, if that is you, Will, can you dial *9 to raise your hand if you wish to speak? I don't see any other raised hands.
All right, we'll give it just one more minute to see if we can get those two back. I want to give them an opportunity to speak if they would like.
And just for the record, for any other callers that are in Zoom, I was just informed that Zoom did just do an update yesterday, so you may have to update your version of Zoom. There's Will.
Okay, let's go to Will.
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, hi. I would like to say that I am deeply opposed to the militarization of all the police departments, and especially that within Santa Rosa. If this was truly a rescue vehicle, then we would not need to buy surplus military equipment. We could contact one of the many local contractors that are available to do this, and we could design a vehicle that was built specifically for a purpose of rescuing people. When the chief of police was speaking, he spoke repeatedly of not breaking down doors, but waiting outside with this armored vehicle, and that the entire purpose of this vehicle was to essentially wait out and draw the fire of those who might be inside of a building. He also wanted to comment that he wanted to protect police officers by waiting to respond to events until he was properly equipped to do so. And he specifically mentioned that school shootings were a part of this. So I'm just curious here, are we going to have another Uvalde in Santa Rosa as we wait for an armored vehicle to make the way? Or are we expecting our police officers to respond to individual civilians and protect those individual civilians? Or is the life of a police officer worth more than the civilians that they swear to protect? If we were really interested in protecting people, we could buy the armored vehicles from the post office. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if you look at the doors of a post office vehicle, those little go-karts that drive around, those doors are about 1.5 inches thick and armored. So if the chief of police would like to have an armored vehicle, I don't understand why we can't go to the post office and buy one of their vehicles. I'm sure that they would be happy to oblige with their budget crisis. Additionally, the amount of training that it would take to have these police officers doesn't seem commensurate with what the chief of police is stating by saying a simple lieutenant can authorize the use of this vehicle. And I understand that there are going to be some sort of policies and procedures, but I'm not necessarily sure that a lieutenant is going to be fully up to date on all of these policies and procedures, nor is that lieutenant going to be held responsible in any sort of manner because of the immunity that police officers naturally receive. So I'm just very, very curious here. Why does the chief of police want a vehicle that he doesn't actually need and will provoke the exact response that he is trying to avoid? Thank you.
Thank you. And then did we see our third person pop back up? All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back. Chief, did you want to answer any of the questions from public comment or respond to anything that you heard?
Mayor, I can just very clear, one thing to clarify is this is not a surplus military equipment. As we said, it's not designed for the military. It's designed specifically for civilian law enforcement. So certainly not, we don't participate at the Santa Rosa Police Department in the 1033 program and get any surplus military equipment here. So I think that's one very important distinction to make, that it's not part of that. And what we'll continue to do is build in the trust with our community. And I think we'll have those accountabilities of annually reporting back to our city council, annually at least one time holding also a community meeting to get feedback and continue to talk through whether it be forums through the City Council Public Safety Subcommittee or other things that we can do to continue to engage our community and how we're utilizing this tool and how we can continue to make improvements to our policies and procedures.
All right, thanks, Chief. Any additional comments or questions from the council? All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move item 12.1 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Can I clarify that was Councilmember McDonald making the second?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
I make this aye with great reservation. Chief, I hold you to your words that this will not be used against the public in their expression and the right to express themselves. So that is an aye.
And Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Okay. It's well beyond 5 o'clock, so we'll go to our public comment for non-agenda items. If you have a comment that is within the jurisdiction for the City of Santa Rosa but is not on tonight's agenda, go ahead and either approach the podium or hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom. Go ahead, Eric. We'll give you a second here for the projector to kick on.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Eric Frazier again, thank you for allowing me to speak at tonight's City Council meeting. I wanted to give, as I usually do, an update on short-term rentals. So there's a few things on today's list. One is, of course, there's a survey out from the City of Santa Rosa about short-term rentals. It's another one of these half-baked leading surveys. It's not real actual scholarly research, but there it is, available for you to participate in. An update on the STR permits in process. Over the last month, there's only been 9 additional ones issued. So there continues to be 113 in plan review, the oldest one going back to November of last year. Basically, you're playing with these STR permit applications. You're setting them up for failure through this permitting process. It's really quite embarrassing, actually, that you go to the extent to do this. But you know, that's where we're at in this thing. Furthermore, as I noticed before, that people are getting citations from code enforcement files over frivolous matters, and then code enforcement sends those notifications out to essentially the wrong address. They don't send it to the business address, they send it to the situs address. And of course, most of these trumped up complaints are against non-hosted rentals. Now, just to be clear, some of the complaints are STRs that are operating without the benefit of a permit or in the permitting process. Certainly there can be some understanding of somebody who's waiting 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 months for their permit that they paid for up front and the check was cashed. This is just an example of how, again, people are being abused, taxpayers are being abused by the STR urgency ordinance. Lastly, I wanted to bring up if you go back to the original urgency ordinance, I know there's been 2 of them now, so the original 15 pages of urgency ordinance, we had a chance to sort of process some of that information. We've been in touch with the researchers that were behind the marketing sciences article that was called out as a whereas in the urgency ordinance. And first they were sort of amused and honored that the city of Santa Rosa would use their research, but then they were appalled because clearly the city did not even read the research. They did not even understand the need to have facts that underpin STR policy. So it's just sort of, now they're interested in studying how STRs played a role in emergency response, how they play a role in economic development, and how they're not really a problem. So I can't wait until we mature out of this sort of political mode we're in STRs, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide comment in the chambers? All right, let's go to Zoom with Michael.
Hi everyone, this is Michael Tatone. I'm disappointed by the previous vote, but I also just want to draw some attention to current use of SRPD and how it's conducting itself in our community. About 2 weeks ago, several residents of the Corporate Center Parkway living in their RVs had their RVs towed, and they lost everything that they own. I don't think that it's going to be possible for them to get their possessions back. And I know, just personally, like I've worked with people to try to get their belongings out of tow, and it's extremely difficult. And I believe that this is an intentional tactic that's used to try to, force people out of certain areas at the risk of losing all your belongings. I would love to see some of the money that does exist go to helping people get their RVs registered rather than towing them, because that's a far more humane use of resources. And I believe that having an unregistered vehicle is not such a drastic crime that, it deserves the amount of punishment that is currently inflicted on people. That's my current comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have any pre-recorded public comments?
No, we don't.
Okay. I just saw a hand pop up. We'll go to Raquel.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Raquel Sanchez, and I would like to bring up the no cruising ordinance. I am a member of the Sonoma County Loretta Council, and I don't believe it was on the agenda today, but I just wanted to bring that to light to talk about that, if possible, in further meetings. I feel that it was created to divide us as a community. We are a diverse group of people from all areas, professionally and personally, who only want to be accepted in our community, our Sonoma County. We do various things for our community, And I think that if this could be removed, that would help us greatly, because we are family oriented and only want to do positive things. And I would like to change the light on that. And this has been passed in Sacramento and San Jose. So that's something that I would like to bring more light on. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much, Raquel. And we actually do have that a little bit later in the agenda. We put it off towards the end because we have other items, but we'll remember those comments when it comes up a little bit later. And I saw 2 hands disappear, so I imagine they were probably speaking on the same thing. Let's go ahead and bring it back. And Madam City Manager, let's go on to item 14.1, please.
Item 14.1 is a report amendment to Chapter 7-04 of the Santa Rosa City Code, expanding the definition of vicious dogs. Assistant City Attorney Adam Abel will lead the discussion. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So as you know, my name is Adam Abel, Assistant City Attorney. As one of the city's litigators, the issue before you is one I know well, having tried roughly 36 of these vicious dog-related cases to verdict, with many more having settled out of court. As a brief roadmap of my presentation, the aim of my proposed amendments to Chapter 7 of the Santa Rosa City Code is to enhance public safety, plain and simple. And with that brief intro, let's proceed to slide 2. So in 2006, the City Council adopted Ordinance 3796, Section 4, establishing a program for the control of potentially dangerous and vicious animals that incorporated Chapter 9 of Division 14 of the Food and Ag Code. Next slide, please. In 1989, the California legislature adopted Food and Ag Code Chapter 9 after concluding that, 1, potentially dangerous and vicious dogs had become a serious and widespread threat to the safety and welfare of the citizens of the state. 2, the number and severity of these attacks were attributed to the failure of owners to properly register, confine, and control their aggressive dogs. And 3rd, the regulation and control of aggressive dogs was necessary as the then existing laws were inadequate to deal with the threat to public health and safety posed by these animals. Next slide, please. The Food and Ag Code statutes, which are incorporated into our city code by reference, define what constitutes a potentially dangerous or vicious dog, address the disposition of these dogs once the animal has been properly designated as either potentially dangerous or vicious, provide a model provision for municipalities to follow, and finally, and relevant here, permit a city to adopt its own program for the control of potentially dangerous and vicious dogs that may incorporate all, part, or none of this chapter. In other words, the city can tailor its ordinance as council deems fit and necessary. Thus, the proposed amendments are consistent with state law. Next slide, please. Over the years, the city has seen a surge in the number and severity of attacks by dogs against individuals and or their domestic animals due to owners' failure to confine and control their aggressive dogs. Again, as I said in my intro, I know this firsthand, having prosecuted many dozens of these cases on behalf of the city for over 7 years now, and the number of cases I receive from Sonoma County Animal Services have been increasing year by year. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments to the Santa Rosa City Code would redefine potentially dangerous and vicious animals to give the city attorney discretion to seek a vicious designation on a dog that, when unprovoked, kills one or more domestic animals. Let me give you some context here. Under our city code as currently constituted, a dog can, for example, escape from its home and go on a rampage, and no matter how many neighborhood pets it kills, the consequences are limited to a potentially dangerous designation and the dog's immediate return to its owner. Over the years, most of those who have lost a pet at the hands of an aggressive dog have requested from me that we strengthen our ordinance and hold the dog owner more accountable. They also want some form of justice for their loss. Here, the proposed amendments would enhance public safety and place greater accountability on owners who fail to properly confine and control their aggressive animals. Next slide, please. The proposed revisions include redefining potentially dangerous and vicious animals, giving the city attorney discretion to seek a vicious designation on a dog that, when unprovoked, kills a domestic animal. With the ability to seek a vicious designation, for example, the dog can then be seized and impounded immediately, pending the outcome of a hearing, and potentially removed permanently from its home or even euthanized in the right circumstance, thereby enhancing public safety. I have also proposed broadening and amending the enclosure definition to ensure a dog deemed potentially dangerous or vicious is properly confined at all times when on the owner's premises in order to prevent the animal from escaping. Notably absent from our code as it is currently written is an enclosure definition for a dog deemed potentially dangerous. Having a clear definition will make prosecution of these cases easier, again, enhancing public safety. Next slide, please. It is recommended by the City Attorney's Office that the City Council introduce an ordinance to amend City Code Chapter 7-04, Section 7-04.010, to give City Attorney discretion to seek a vicious designation on an animal that, when unprovoked, kills another domestic animal, and to broaden the definition of a secure enclosure, again, to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Next slide, please. That's all I have, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Adam. I'll look to the council to see if anybody has questions on the item. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious about whether or not the words vicious or kills or maims another domesticated animal, or whether that would tend to dilute the language.
Council member, I'm not sure I understand your question. Right now, the way the code is written, if a dog gets loose and kills another domestic animal, it can only rise to potentially dangerous. So what we are recommending is that we be given the discretion. So if another dog gets loose, kills one or more domestic animals, depending on the circumstances, we have the ability to go into court and, in the right circumstance, seek a vicious designation, which would then immediately remove the dog pending the outcome of the hearing, which will lead to greater public safety. I'm not sure if that addresses your question or not, Council Member.
Well, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I guess that for as a former dog owner, if one of these dogs got loose and basically maimed my dog and forced the vet to remove one of its legs, didn't kill it, but maimed it, how could we have that rise to the same level of severity as the dog that was killed? Because that's like the final, the final is killing it, but what about maiming it?
We certainly could. The way I have proposed the amendments, it would only potentially go to vicious if the dog, using your hypothetical, severely maimed your dog, for example, didn't kill it, but it sustained a severe injury. I mean, it's certainly council's discretion if they would like to give my office authority where a dog is severely injured to rise to the level of vicious, just like in a situation under our code. If a human being is severely injured, that rises to vicious. If it's a minor injury, that rises to potentially dangerous. So we certainly can include a severe injury or the maiming of a domestic animal to rise to vicious, if that's what council desires.
Thank you for that. And I would assume that there would be a veterinarian that would be called upon for that proceeding to state emphatically that a particular animal was maimed to a degree that would rise to the level of severity that would create this designation for the culprit.
Yes, council member, and we would probably want to include in our code a definition, a generic definition of what is a severe injury to a domestic animal, because we have exactly that language where it relates to a human, what is considered severe versus less than severe. So we would want to include some type of definition. But yes, ultimately a vet may need to make a determination if in fact it rose to a severe injury to another animal.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Abel, and thank you for your work in the community and the city attorney's office. You know, tremendous amount of work and outreach has gone into this. I think to Councilmember Sawyer's point, it might be helpful if you could talk about the definition of what kind of injury against even a human being could be sustained without an animal currently being deemed vicious.
So under, thank you, council member. Under our code, as it relates to a human and what distinguishes between when I prosecute a dog owner under a potentially dangerous definition or designation versus a vicious, generally speaking, under our code, anything greater than 3 stitches or any significant scarring, something that would constitute multiple doctor's visits would constitute a severe injury, as opposed to a few scrapes or bruises that may have resulted in a single doctor visit, but certainly didn't relate to any type of surgical procedure or sutures or stitches. So, I mean, I need to do some analysis, probably talk to even the county vet and determine what he or she feels rises to the level of a severe injury to another domestic animal. But that's certainly something I could easily research.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to get you to explain that it's not something mild. It's pretty serious.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council? So, Mr. Abel, as you may or may not know, I can't remember if we've talked about this, my wife fosters dogs, typically ones that have been abused, and I'd be sleeping on the couch tonight if I didn't ask you to explain to the public what further consequences there are on the dog owner who may have mistreated the dog, may have led to some of the behavioral issues. Is the only repercussion that they get that they lose their dog?
Yes, generally speaking, and depending on the circumstance, depending on how severe it is, under our city code, I can request that the owner of the dog, if I see misbehavior from the dog owner, I can request that the dog owner be precluded from owning any type of animal for 3 years. If in fact there's any evidence of animal abuse, I have the ability to prosecute that as a misdemeanor in criminal court. In fact, I have a case right now during the heat spell where a dog was in a car where the temperature registered was 140 degrees, and I'm going after him for animal abuse. So yeah, depending on the circumstance, I could go after him or her on a misdemeanor. But other than that, yes, the consequence is that he or she or they may lose their dog. Potentially, the dog may be euthanized, and like I said, they may be precluded from ever owning another animal for at least 3 years.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's go to public comment on this item. If you'd like to provide comment, go ahead and please approach the podium. And if you're on Zoom, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature, and we'll come to you once we're done here in the chamber.
Hello, my name is Matthew Malik. This happens all the time in Santa Rosa. These are the words etched in my mind when I think of the killing of our family member Dale, our cat, in his own backyard earlier this year. Our neighbor's cat, Belle, was also slaughtered that same evening while in its own backyard. This happens all the time in Santa Rosa. These were the words spoken to me over the phone when we returned home from watching Dale die at the vet. This is a quote from an experienced animal control officer, a professional representing this city after that awful nightmarish event. To me, the city of Santa Rosa was telling me, this happens all the time here, get used to it. That was the tone I heard on the phone. I'm here today to state to you council members that these killings do not have to happen all the time in Santa Rosa. You have the power to bring constructive change to our animal code by voting yes for the proposed amendment described in this item 14.1 of tonight's agenda. This amendment will begin a process to address a public safety issue that has plagued Santa Rosa apparently for many years. It will not be the cure-all solution to these attacks, but it will certainly help target and address problem animals in our community before more damage is done to other families and their furry family members from these predators. I personally hope to work with our council member Fleming, Supervisor Gore, and with animal control on future ideas to improve safety, licensing, and response procedures. I believe animal control to be woefully underfunded, and this should be of great concern to both the city and the county. With expected growth in our population, we can only assume our pet population to increase as well. In my opinion, the current animal code and licensing procedures are not equipped to protect the safety of our human and pet populations. Please start the ball rolling this evening by voting yes to approve this amendment and to keep deaths like Dale's and Belle's from happening all the time in Santa Rosa. The city deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Eric?
Yes, thank you. Bello and I are here to also recommend that you support this. When I first read it, it just seemed to be just a few minor rule changes that didn't really have a lot of substance. With Councilmember Sawyer's suggestion now, I feel a little bit safer that this will have, this law will have some real teeth, no pun intended. But just the same, I don't think it goes far enough. The enforcement issue is huge. Here was a great opportunity to really understand the issue and train residents on what to do in a vicious dog attack, how to protect themselves, how to protect their pet. And it really fell short of that, unfortunately. So even though I, of course, support you passing this today, and I know Bello does too, I'm a little sad that it just didn't really go far enough and that we're still all at risk. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Are there any other comments in the chamber? I see no hands on Zoom. Did we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
There are no pre-recorded voicemails for this item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back. Councilmember Fleming, this is your item.
Yes. Thank you. It is my true honor to bring forward an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Santa Rosa City Code Title 7, Animals, Chapter 7-04, to give city attorney discretion to seek a vicious designation on an animal that, when unprovoked, kills another domestic animal, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Fleming and a second from Councilmember Rogers. Comments? Councilmember Sawyer?
Mayor, does that include my addition?
I'm happy to add that when unprovoked kills or maims another domestic animal.
Thank you.
And wait for the reading of the text.
Second still stands.
Okay. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to recognize, Mr. Abel, your passion in this area. You're a wonderful representative of the city and the city attorney's office, and your passion bringing this forward is very much appreciated by not only the whole council, but the entire community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that.
Any other comments? Councilmember Fleming?
Yes, Mr. Abel, you know, rarely in this position do you hear so many positive comments about the dedication, outreach, empathy, and just going above and beyond. I mean, all of our staff go above and beyond all the time, but to make such an impression that I heard from so many constituents really says so much about your dedication, as well as your technical knowledge of the law, the sheer number of cases that you prosecuted. You know, I hope that you take to heart what a sincere thank you the community has expressed to me and that I'm passing on to you. You know, your body of professional knowledge on this well exceeds what would normally be asked of a city attorney. So thank you for very, very much.
I appreciate that, Councilmember. I'm just trying to follow all of your leads. I love this city, so I love doing my little part.
Councilmember Rogers?
I just wanted to take the opportunity to also thank Mr. Abel, and for me, I will be voting yes, and I would like to do it in remembrance of Dale. I was able to speak to his owners, and it really touched my heart, and it also touches my heart to know that you are not the only one. So for anyone else that has lost their pet or has gone through something like this, I am very sorry. I'm sorry that it has taken us this long, but I'm also very proud of this council that we're addressing the issue now.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I want to express my thanks to and condolences for folks who have gone through tragedy to bring this to this council, and I'm glad that we'll be, sounds like, passing this tonight. I also want to thank Councilmember Fleming for her leadership on the issue, and Adam, I just can't say enough about what I've heard from the public on your dedication on the issue and item as well. With that, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good to see Bella. Yeah. Madam City Manager, let's go on to item 14.2.
Item 14.2 is extension of City Bus Unlimited Rides for Youth Pilot Program and participation in a countywide program. And I see our transit planner already on the screen. Yuri, I did. There you go.
Thank you. City Manager. Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Mayor and Council, I'm Yuri Kozlin, Transit Planner in the Transit Division in Transportation and Public Works. I'm here to present on a funding plan to extend City Bus's Unlimited Rides, Your Free Youth Program. Next slide. Thank you. The program was adopted by Council, as you might remember, and initiated began in July 2021 as an 18-month pilot. The benefits of the program have been attested to by school administrators, youth advocates, and youth themselves, which we'll see later on in the presentation. The benefits include increased riders. This program has increased youth ridership by 150% in the last 6 months alone. Reducing household expenses for families by making the fare free. We've had qualitative evidence about how it has improved school attendance from students themselves. The City Bus has increased its profile within the community by changing, by being involved in by being involved in how the students make their way to school and extracurricular activities. And equity is improved by providing low-income families with an unlimited access to a mode of transportation. These benefits are possible through collaborations with the school districts, and youth advocates. These collaborations have occurred in the initiation of the program, and that's how students became aware of the program, was through school, by communicating through schools. In the implementation of the program, we've worked with schools to ensure students have had their IDs, which they get their school IDs, working through some behavioral issues that are bound to come up when we have a whole bunch of young people congregated in one location, and then working through overcrowding on the buses or bell time related issues. We've coordinated all this with the schools, and then as well working with schools on in the evaluation of the program, getting the surveys out to the students and families themselves. Next slide. So staff has looked into ways for how the program works. We've looked into ways to remove barriers to getting students on board. You do not need to live in Sonoma County. You just need any students can ride, so they can ride anywhere at any time that City Bus operates. So youth 9th through 12th grade need to show an ID. This requirement is simply to make it so that drivers, in high school, it may be difficult for drivers to know that they are youth. So we ask for an ID for 9th through 12th grade. But again, it doesn't have to be students that live in Santa Rosa. It just needs to be a high school ID. But youth grades 8th grade and under, do not need to show an ID at all. We do have drivers will say, what grade are you in, or what school do you go to? But essentially, the students 8th grade and younger just get on and ride. The program is financed for the lost fare revenue through the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. They have a transportation fund for clean air grant that council has directed us to use for this program. Next slide. So here's our exciting ridership. Your free program is, you see the gray slide there, the pre-pandemic youth ridership. It was about 200,000 is what we estimated, and 18-19 was just under 200,000. And then in the first full year of the program, which is what we're able to look at now, starting in July 21 through the end of 22, we almost had 250,000 rides, so 50,000 more rides. And you can see there the blue line is kind of shows how that ridership has grown since coming back from the pandemic. The highest ridership month in 2021.
Yuri, if we can get you to lean in a little bit, it's kind of hard to hear you when you fall back.
Great, I will do. As you can see, in May of 21, we had over 30,000 rides in that month. And here in August, and we now have ridership for September of 22, we've exceeded that ridership from last May, and so we're just above that as a monthly high. So essentially, like I said earlier, ridership for the program, in the first 3 months of the program, our ridership exceeded the pre-pandemic levels, so a big jump. And then in the last 6 months, we have an average of 150% of the pre-pandemic level ridership. So the program has really taken off, and it's something that we're really proud of. Next slide. So as part of our commitment to benchmarking this program and understanding its value. You know, we had youth surveys that we held. As I said, we worked with the schools to make sure that that got in the hands of the students and the family. We had significant input. 6 school sites shared the surveys directly with their students, along with the Santa Rosa City Schools, and the libraries also made it available to students when they were visiting libraries. Messages went out digitally, as well as we held in-person opportunities for students to fill out their surveys. So just to recap, for the ridership in 21-22, it's almost 250,000. For the surveys, we had about 745 surveys. As you can see, 159 of those were in Spanish. And the surveys also showed us that before the program, we have about 26% never rode city bus. And now, since the program has come in place, about 34% of the respondents ride 5 or more days a week. And about 31 said they would ride more if their route had more frequency. We also know that from the surveys that 50% of those students use the bus, 50% use it to go to school, 50% of the trips are for school, and 50% of the trips are for extracurricular activities, after school activities, sports activities, going to locations with their friends. So we can see that this program is not just exclusively for getting to school, but it's very much of providing some freedom for the youth to be able to move around and engage in our community. And some of the stats that really stood out for us were around improving attendance. Those who completed a survey, 73% said that the You Are Free program allowed them to improve their attendance. And then the goal of the funding is to improve air quality, and the families and students that responded to the survey, 78% of them thought that the program helped their families to reduce car trips. All very important qualitative and quantitative data for how this program is impacting our community. Next slide, please. It's amazing how it's impacted our community and all the comments that were received in the survey. Here are just a few of the comments, but there were many students and families that had a lot of very wonderful things to say about the program. So just to read from the slide, one student said, "If the bus wasn't free, I don't know how to get to school or see my family." Another student said, "It's great. It helps a lot when my parents can't get me." Another student said, "I'm a teen mom and I appreciate this program very deeply. It allows me to still continue school. It increases my motivation to go and makes things a lot easier." That one was particularly poignant. And then the last one that we'll share is a student said, "Keep the buses free. Kids need it. I need it. Times are hard and the bus helps me get to school." And then we have some other students that gave us handouts. All feel good stuff. Next slide, please. So the proposed next steps, and that's why we're here tonight. Short term, we're seeking council's direction to extend City Bus's You Are Free pilot program for 6 months. Right now, it expires at the end of December, so it'd be from January through June, using approximately $135,000 in additional funds from the Transportation Fund for Clean Air grant, which has funded the last 18 months of the program. And then shifting into a longer term plan, because this is the type of program that we'd like to see what kind of tools we can use to maintain it. We've identified a path to making the program permanent. One is and hot off the presses, the Sonoma County was able to review at their session a proposal to use the Sonoma County Climate Resiliency Fund to extend this program for a 2-year pilot in fiscal year 24 and 25. So that was heard today and moved forward by the Sonoma County supervisors and commissioners. So that's great news, and that's an opportunity that we're asking council tonight to support our application as part of that for the Sonoma County Climate Resiliency Fund. There is an opportunity to go beyond that funding using Go Sonoma sales taxes beginning in fiscal year 26. So we're keeping an eye on that. But at this time, we are looking for council to extend for the 6-month period and then support the Climate Resiliency Fund for additional 2 years after that. Next slide. So what is the Sonoma County Climate Resiliency Fund? It was established in 2021 by the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors as part of the PG&E settlement. Through Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Future Transit Process, a joint proposal of a 2-year pilot providing free transit for youth on City Bus, Sonoma County Transit, and Petaluma Transit would begin in July 1st, 2023 and run through June of 25. There's a couple new components to it. One would be essentially allowing adults to ride with the youth for the first 3 weeks of each semester. So, for students that it might be the first time they're riding, or students that maybe parents that are unsure about what it's like riding on the bus, they want to see it with their students. So this would kind of allow students and adults to ride for the first 3 weeks of a semester. So the Climate Resiliency Funds would basically serve as a bridge to the 2026 Measure DD Go Sonoma funds, which may allow us to continue the program. The application for the Climate Resiliency Fund was approximately $900,000 and is projected to provide 1.3 million rides over 2 years. As part of this proposal, City Bus, as part of the Climate Resiliency Fund, was matching funds, and as part of the application for the 3 operators, City Bus was proposed to use our Transportation for Clean Air funds as a match, as part of the match to make the proposal to the supervisors meet their criteria. Next slide. So it's a bit of a moot point that we want to make sure that we can continue this program with council direction, and so we've identified some other potential funding. We could continue to use the Transportation Clean Air if we didn't use the Climate Resiliency funds, but a lot of these programs that we have are critical for other programs, including our electric bus purchases. But these type of programs, we'll continue to look for other partnerships that may be available into the future. But these are kind of the pieces that we know at this point can carry this program through. Next slide, please. So to conclude, is recommended by the Transportation and Public Works Department that council by resolution extend the unlimited rides youth, the year-free pilot program for TK through 12th grade youth through June 30th, 2023, and approve the city's participation in the county-wide unlimited ride for youth program for a 2-year period beginning July 1st, 2023, if awarded funding from the Sonoma County Climate Resiliency Fund. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you so much, Yuri, and Rachel as well. Thank you so much for the data. It's really helpful for us to see the impact that these programs are having, and I know every time I talk at SCTA, I get to kind of brag about what we're seeing as a result. Let me see if there's any questions from council members. Councilmember Rogers?
I did have a quick question, and thank you, Yuri and Rachel, and to your team for your out-of-the-box thinking and going to get money that we really need to help our community. My question was, how long will the lost fare revenue be reimbursed by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District if we are not to get the funding from the County of Sonoma?
Yeah, I might jump in on this one, Yuri, if you don't mind. I think because I know Yuri's not quite as familiar with that funding source as I am. So, you know, we have had Board of Supervisor action today to approve the allocation of climate resiliency funds to this countywide fare-free program for youth. So it looks like that will move forward. If that was not the case, we would have that we've identified so far about another half a year worth of TFCA funds, which is basically equivalent to what we've put forward as match for the CRF funds proposal to the county. The other TFCA funds we currently have are dedicated as local match for our electrification projects that are federally funded. So, you know, there's two different polls on those funds. If something went sideways with the CRF funds, you know, I think we could take a second look at how we want to prioritize those TFCA funds. I think our interest and has been and continues to be how to establish continuity with this program. We also could look at our low carbon transit operations program funds from the state as a potential way to continue this program if we were short of funds. Again, those funds are funds we're allocating towards electric bus purchases, so we have to really think about the prioritization there, but those are two options we could have to continue. But again, as Yuri discussed, it looks like the CRF funds have been approved and we will have the ability to move forward with that 2-year pilot program countywide.
Thank you. It looks like there's multiple ways for us to move forward with this program, and I know with your team, you guys will find a way because it's a great program. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember McDonald, the question?
Well, more of a couple of comments. We know that when children have busing to school that they're less likely to be late, and so we know tardiness is also a way for them to lose those instructional minutes, which are critical for them making up. Specifically over the last couple of years with the new test results that just came out recently in the newspaper, we know that children have a lot to recover from, so I feel pretty strongly that if the city can help in any way to support parents and kids getting to school, and that's the other big component of this is, you know, when kids have a way to get to school, parents can get to work on time, and so it helps our entire system. And so I just want to thank staff for making sure that this has been able to continue to look for that funding source. I would like to look at a longer term plan so that we are able to continue this because we have seen it. And then any statistics that we see from the school on their ADA increase would be helpful, I think, for data and us in the future so that we can be aware. And that's something that we can look for funding from the legislature, specifically at the state, when they're looking at busing and transportation and any money that could come in, and partnerships to me are the way to go on something like this. So many schools have lost their school transportation, they've had to cut it from their budgets, but when they can work with the city, there's sometimes ways that we can find funding. So I would be interested in looking at that. And I also want to point out that I like the allowance of the adult to ride with the children to school for the first 3 weeks of each of the semester. So I think that there's a comfort that we can create when parents have the opportunity. And then I think you also have an opportunity to show parents how easy it is to ride our buses, because there is a level of comfort there. And as we grow in Santa Rosa, I think this is a way for us to promote a better green use of kids riding to school on a public transportation as opposed to getting their own cars. So thank you again for the presentation and for your creativity in finding resources for us to continue the program.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to public comment on the item. If anybody in the chamber would like to provide comment, go ahead and approach the podium. And I see we have one hand on Zoom. Let's go to Cal. I don't think Ken's hand was up. I think we're going to Callum. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and council members. I'm actually here today in my
my personal capacity as a resident of the JC neighborhood, really to express my strongest support for this program. While I suspect there'll be very little to probably no opposition, I still feel compelled to speak today to the value of programs like this. I mean, at the end of the day, these types of programs, they're equity, they're climate, and they're most certainly in absolute alignment with the community that we are envisioning in the preferred alternative for the city's general plan update. There's a lot of value in these types of programs, and I'd just like to say I really appreciate Councilmember McDonald's comments. I think, letting the parents, join the kids as well is a really great opportunity to drive more traffic into our public transit and really help, I think, support, building out kind of that spine, that backbone that we've created with the SMART train. So I would really just take the opportunity tonight to strongly encourage each and every one of the council members to please support the 6-month extension. And when the time comes, certainly please also support the 2-year extension as well. And with that, I'd just like to thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being here, and have a wonderful evening.
Thanks, Cal. So I'll go ahead and bring it back. Councilmember Schwedhelm, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the extension of City Bus Unlimited Rides Youth You Are Free pilot program and participation in a countywide program, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Schwedhelm and a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any additional comments, Councilmember?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would just like to add that I'm very appreciative of this coming forward, and because I think it really is establishing and changing habits that will really lead us well into the future. For a lot of the youth who never saw this as an option, we've removed barriers, and I think that will pay it forward for decades to come. So I'm very excited that this is coming before us. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
I just want to say something that was not mentioned is that the schools are able to utilize this program to take the children on field trips that they otherwise would not be able to afford due to the lack of funds for transportation. So this is going far beyond just people being able to get to school, but it's a matter of enriching their experience by going into our community and learning what we have in our community. So thank you.
All the good stuff has been said. What I gotta say is thank you to the bus operators for your willingness to deal with increased volumes of teenagers. I'm sure it's the highlight of your morning and evening, and your commitment on a that was funny, I know, but on a serious note, your commitment really does build the future that we are trying to achieve here. And you may not know how much we appreciate each and every one of you, but your service is noted. Thank you.
All right, Madam City Clerk, let's call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for item 14.3.
holding on tight. Sticking around. There. between the two of ours. All right, welcome back, everybody. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, Mr. Assistant City Manager, item 14.3, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to be joined by our City Attorney, Sue Gallagher, and virtually by our Assistant City Attorney, Jessica Mullen. The three of us will be providing you with information to talk about project labor agreements and where we've come from, what we're intending to do. The recommendation, next slide, please. The recommendation that we have, and I just want to point this straight up front, is we want to adopt a policy tonight. That's the key. Get a policy in place. We want to be able to have the city manager with delegated authority to make adjustments to the draft template agreement that we have, that's part of Exhibit B, and also provide the city manager with the opportunity to make amendments to the policy moving forward in an effort to expedite change that's to the benefit and within the spirit of council's intent, and we'll talk more about that as we go through this. And so those are the primary pieces. It will help ensure that we are investing our capital improvement program dollars wisely with the benefit of reinvestment in our community. Next slide, please. So when we came to you back in July, we had and got council concurrence on three primary objectives for why we would institute a project labor agreement policy for Santa Rosa. One was to really focus on enhancing the highly skilled employees within this community and helping to grow that highly skilled workforce with the benefit of providing a more diverse, equitable community throughout, giving more opportunity to a broader range of individuals and companies within our sphere of influence. And it was also to reduce the carbon footprint, meaning we want to keep local. We don't want to start importing employees, importing folks from out of the area, because that increases the carbon footprint that we put utilizing our capital improvement dollars. And in the end, the whole purpose is to reinvest capital improvement dollars back into our community with a positive investment. And that helps us grow our local workforce, but at the same time grow our economy by reinvesting locally. Next slide. In July, through the course of the study session, staff asked council a series of questions after we gave you quite a big, long presentation. With that, council provided us directed feedback individually on what you felt your position would be on a number of items, and these items are listed in front of you. Generally speaking, the majority of the council informed us that when it came to the scope of the PLA policy, we should be looking inclusive. It should include all projects. We shouldn't be looking on a project-by-project basis, but more of a blanket style approach. We also heard from a majority of the council that we should be looking to establish and set a $5 million threshold for where a project labor agreement would apply. We heard from council that it was okay to consider and incorporate some level of exemption to define a project type that may be to the benefit of the city or the community, depending upon the various conditions of that project. And we'll get into more detail on some of these items as we go a little deeper. It also defined local labor and said that local is going to be consistent with individuals and companies that occur or exist in Sonoma, Marin, Napa, Mendocino, and Lake counties. It's those 5 counties. We had generally identified that that was about an hour of commute in order to bring that in, and that seemed like a reasonable distance to consider local, and that is the workforce that we want to focus in on. It was also, as a part of that, an indication from council that the primary focus was going to be on craft labor and that there was going to be a professional component that we could consider as part of an exempt organizational structure within the PLA agreement. Again, we'll talk more about that moving forward. We did present an idea on local hire percentage, and we talked about that being the community workforce agreement. Generally speaking, council indicated an approval for moving forward with some form of community workforce agreement. Staff had presented a 30% at that point, and in general, we heard that that was an okay starting spot, but we may want to make adjustments as we learn more about how project labor agreements are working in our community over the course of time. And then we discussed the concept of some of the other things that could happen if we get into a negotiation relating to a specific PLA agreement. If something didn't work out, would we have the authority to make adjustments or make conditions within the city's purview? And that is one of the delegations that we're looking for toward the end, relating to if negotiations fail and we don't want to stall a project because negotiations failed, that we got general concurrence that was okay for us to contemplate what that might look like. And then lastly, when we talked about what a policy return or revisit date could look like, staff presented 3 years, predominantly for the basis that it was the window that we were looking at from a project perspective. Council had concerns and expressed interest in having that be a 5-year return and revisit date. It's not a sunset date, with the idea that by that time we might have more data to be able to present. So those were the pieces of feedback that staff heard back in July. And between July and today, we've been working hard communicating with various labor groups, communicating with contractors, with other subcontractors, with other labor and union associations, to try to come up with the best possible policy that fit within what we presented, the feedback that we received from council, and the feedback that we received from each of those organizations in the meantime. So please, next slide. So the question then is, where did we land and what is being presented? So in the staff report and in the policy, we did take all of the feedback into consideration, and we landed on a series of recommendations. One is that the scope of the PLA would in fact be all projects, not project by project. It would include both vertical and horizontal, and it would not specify or isolate either of those two project types. From a threshold perspective, we heard quite a range. Now again, what we heard from a majority of council was a $5 million threshold. We heard originally from the North Bay Trades Council that they were requesting a $1 million. They have since changed that to a request at a $500,000. And we heard from And so we tried to do our best by meeting somewhere in the middle. And middle for us was a $3 million threshold. That's what's being presented to you, but that was staff's attempt to take the direction that we received, or the majority direction we received from council, the feedback and comments that we received from the North Bay Trades Council, and the communication that we received from other entities that are involved in project labor agreements and the delivery of projects. And we felt that this was a fair and reasonable place to land given all of that feedback. When we started talking about project types, we did end up on a few different places. We decided that it was definitely going to be a focus on craft trade. Our policy says it's craft trade, and it's consistent with collective bargaining agreements that those craft trade workers are aligned with. That this project labor agreement would not alter or enhance or adjust an existing collective bargaining agreement that exists. That's not the intent. The intent was to provide a space for unionized and signatory companies to provide that high quality, high level skill set to our projects. We also started looking at a series of other exemptions. And I know exemptions can be a scary thing, but there's sometimes reason why we want to contemplate that. One is there are certain project types, such as slurry seal, such as sewer linings, where there is no unionized density in our local definition. In fact, most of those come from Central Valley, and it seems inappropriate for us to identify not only a local workforce hire component, but also to require that those companies coming from out of our area be signatory or union affiliated. We've identified a series of project types that fit that, and so that is really going to be one of our focus, and you'll see a little bit more as we get deeper into the policy itself. But and you'll see in the policy we outline a few specifics, and those two being some of the key ones. We also looked at whether special conditions. Special conditions could be emergency situation. In an emergency, we want a contractor to arrive. I don't want to worry about whether or not that contractor has signatory affiliation. It'd be great if they did. But at this point, it's about mobilizing our community to get the communities back in shape and to manage the emergency and disaster that we're currently working through. There are also opportunities where funding is prohibitive for us to go through the process of identifying and approving a project labor agreement. And with some of those funding opportunities, we want the ability to be able to bypass or exempt that project from a project labor agreement. For example, right now the Federal Transit Administration does not recognize project labor agreements as a reasonable delivery product. They like us to go with a more traditional model. If we had a project that fit the needs or fit the criteria of a project labor agreement, meaning above $3 million, staff would be making the recommendation that that project would be exempted, or we potentially forfeit the funding from the Federal Transit Administration. This is an area that the county realized when they were doing their runways, when they were doing their airport projects. FAA also does not recognize project labor agreements as a primary method of delivery. And so we want to be cognizant that at this point there are specific funding entities, and there may be in the future that limit our ability to utilize that delivery method, and we want council's approval to identify those as an exemption should those funding issues arise. And then lastly, there are certain categories of workers and work types that we believe are inconsistent for our particular area. One of those areas relates to trucking. In our particular community, as we've had discussions, the predominant number of vehicles out on the street that provide delivery of raw materials to and from a site is non-signatory, as non-union affiliated. And therefore, given the feedback and information we've heard from the community here in Sonoma County, as well as counties adjacent to us, we are recommending that some of those specific work types be exempted from the policy itself. Next slide, please. We're sticking with the local labor definition relating to the 5 counties immediately, including Sonoma, immediately adjacent to Sonoma. We're also sticking with the community workforce agreement concept of local hire percentage at 30%. We feel that's a reasonable starting spot for us to get into a project labor agreement and determine, when we're utilizing that agreement, how we can benefit our local employees. We would like to incorporate an escalation factor onto the threshold. As our world continues to increase through inflation, we would certainly like to see our threshold remain the same, and the same would be relating to some index. And we would like to revisit that, but we would like to get an approval to move forward by indexing that threshold. And then the last suggestion relates to the project labor agreement term and revisit date. The intent right now is to start the program on January 1st, 2024, and utilize a 3-year. Now, the question this is one of the areas we've deviated from council's recommendation, or at least the majority of the council. Again, looking at our outlook, we've looked 3 years into the future. We know that we have approximately 10 projects that fit within the threshold, and actually moving to 3 million, that increases. We believe that we'll have fairly significant data within that 3-year period to be able to provide council with updated information that could give council an opportunity to revise the policy to best fit the feedback and information that we're seeing. I don't have a strong opinion on this particular one, and so I'd be happy to have further discussion about that. Next slide. So I mentioned earlier that one of the areas of concern is if we reach somewhat of an impasse as we're negotiating a specific agreement. And there may be a number of other reasons why, relating, as you see here, whether it's emergency or exigent circumstances, or we've got that funding source that could be an issue. But this is an area that we think there's reason for council to give authority to the city manager to exempt a specific project. There are just potential ramifications if we don't provide that exemption that could create either significant delay in a project, and we may not want that. Delays have a tendency to come with increased cost. Or if it results in, as I mentioned earlier, if we're looking at a particular funding source that doesn't approve of the use of project labor agreements, we could lose it. We could potentially lose that funding source and that opportunity. Next slide, please. So the recommendation of a $3 million threshold with a 30% local workforce beginning on January the 1st, 2024, we believe, based on the descriptions that you see in the Exhibit A, which is the policy, the draft policy document, we believe that that would provide us with the greatest ability to utilize signatory and unionized labor to be able to enhance our local workforce by reinvesting a significant amount of capital improvement program funds into that workforce, with the benefit that that local workforce will help us by purchasing local and reinvesting those dollars locally. That it's part of that circular economy. We are substantially requesting that there be exclusions for trucking, hauling, CM, and inspection, some of the professional managerial work in certain project categories, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide. We also want to make sure that rather than needing to come to council for any potential amendment or adjustment, we're recommending that you delegate authority to the city manager to make those adjustments and amendments. We think that would expedite our ability to be able to be flexible, especially in this first period of time, to best utilize project labor agreements to the benefit of our skilled labor workforce, as well as to ensure that our projects are being delivered in a timely way with the best possible product on the back end. That's what we're looking for, right, is we want to deliver high quality projects to our community. And we believe that there could be areas along the next couple of years that the city manager may want to make adjustments in an effort to streamline some of those activities. There is nothing in the works today. This is purely an opportunity rather than returning to council prematurely in advance of the return date where we might not have enough data or information to warrant any change to the policy itself. Next slide, please. So I'll return back to the recommendations. We would like council to consider adopting the policy and utilizing the Santa Rosa School District agreement as the base agreement for us to begin negotiating with the entities such as North Bay Trades Council. We'd like the opportunity to delegate to the city manager the ability to negotiate that agreement. And we'd like the opportunity to have the city manager have delegated authority to make amendments for operational purposes moving forward. Before I conclude, I'd like to see if Assistant City Attorney Mullen has anything to add, or if there's something she would like to incorporate into the discussion. Jessica, you're muted.
All right, thank you. I apologize. Good evening, council. Thank you, Assistant City Manager. I think one thing that I just did want to clarify briefly is that the intent here is that we would adopt the council policy on the project labor agreements. Changes to that policy would come back to council for amendment. The delegated authority that we're seeking for the city manager here is really directed at the kind of in the weeds operational elements of this particular program. So with respect to the details of the project labor agreement itself, and then also any operational policies and procedures that we develop to be able to kind of incorporate this into our existing CIP program, which is pretty document heavy as is. So I just wanted to make clear that the policy piece that is Exhibit A to your staff report is really, that's kind of the council umbrella document, and that further changes to that would require us to come back.
Thank you, Jessica. I will say, council, the Assistant City Attorney has worked extremely hard to try to craft this in a way that we think fits all needs, and I've been very pleased to work with her on this project. She's developed a very good program. And next slide. And we are all here to answer questions.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Assistant City Manager. I'm going to see if there's any questions from the council. Councilmember Rogers.
City Manager, or Assistant City Manager Nutt, I do have a quick question. It's on slide 7, bullet 4. Can you give me another example of a negative impact on project delivery?
Yeah, I think this goes back to the concept of if we reached impasse with the particular unions that we were negotiating with, and we're not able to come to an agreement or an arrangement that then turned into a delay in a project that could put into jeopardy funding sources or could put into jeopardy other tangential community needs. That would be an example. Assistant City Attorney Mullen, do you have any additional comments?
No, I think, thank you, Assistant City Manager and Councilmember Rogers. I think it's a good question because I think what we're not trying to do here is create exceptions or opportunities for staff to manipulate the process or not be able to not use project labor agreements as broadly as we get council direction to do. I think when I'm thinking about negative impacts, I'm specifically thinking about, if there's situations where there's a change order or some element of a particular project that we'd be able to kind of piggyback on existing work that's happening, and it would happen to involve kind of a one of these categories of work, like the slurry seal or the pipelining that Assistant City Manager Nutt was talking about, where we don't necessarily have an excellent union density kind of here locally. That would be something where it would then lead to potentially the budget issues or the delay issues that would, we want to be able to have some flexibility at the staff level to be able to make decisions that would keep the project on track. So I think that that's intended to just provide a little bit of that flexibility in that particular circumstance, for example.
And I'm sorry, you said staff level. So who on the staff other than the city manager would be able to make that determination?
So the way that go ahead, Assistant City Manager. I didn't mean to jump in there.
No, please proceed.
Okay. So the way that I crafted the policy is that it delegates the authority in terms of some of the exceptions to the Director of Transportation and Public Works or designee. That tracks with kind of the City Council's policy on change orders in some instances. However, that was sort of my initial draft on this particular policy. Another way to potentially slice it, should you feel so inclined or feel like more council oversight is necessary, is to divide that authority between kind of major projects, which come to you for review and approval, and minor projects, which are done at this staff level. So, but for the time being, when you look at Exhibit A, those decisions are made by the authorities delegated to the Director of Transportation and Public Works.
Would it be out of the normal realm to have the city manager review those projects and not come to council initially?
Review the projects, the exceptions, or the projects themselves?
Ones that we believe would be a negative impact on project delivery.
So I think that I think in that, it's a good question. So I'm taking a second to just sort of digest it, because the way that our current structure is for project approvals, there's that division between major projects, which you all approve at the city council level, and then minor projects, which are approved at the staff level, like city manager or designee. Now, I think that it would not necessarily be unusual for the city manager to decide on a case-by-case basis about these kind of more project-specific items with respect to an issue like a project labor agreement, because that's kind of an aspect of the project rather than approval of kind of a dollar value of the contract. I'm not sure if I'm answering that clear. I think that you could do it either way. And I think that either way is consistent with authority that I think city managers typically have.
And I'll just jump in, Councilmember Rogers, that I think, as you're hearing from Assistant City Attorney Mullen, either would be reasonable under this. Our concern would be more if we had to bring to council every time to make that call and that decision to utilize the exemption. But that would be a suggestion. If the city manager had been delegated that authority, they would hear directly from the Director of Transportation and Public Works. That would come with a recommendation, and then they would make the call at that point.
And as Assistant City Manager Nutt was speaking, it also made me think about a waiver of competitive bidding is another kind of element that we have in our code with respect to purchasing. And that actually tracks. So the entity that approves the contract is the entity that then approves the waiver of competitive bidding. So that is kind of a different philosophical approach than what I'm proposing here in the policy. So basically you have to kind of go back to the entity that approves the contract to get the approval. So that is another way to structure the use of the exemptions as well.
The way it's worded, I'll just say the reason behind my questioning is negative impact on project delivery could mean anything. And I could say anything is a negative impact on project delivery. That is the reason for my questioning, and I don't want someone to have the sole discretion other than the city manager and the council to say that something has a negative impact on project delivery.
Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. On it's slide 17, we haven't seen it, but the online version, there's a slide that showed example projects over $5 million, July 23 through July 26. Do we have an updated one with example projects over $3 million now that that number has changed?
Council member, unfortunately, I do not have an updated one at that point, and so the list that you have there and Ms. Williams, it would be the last slide in the deck.
We'll bring it up.
So while she's, did you have something you want to say, Madam City Attorney? Or?
I think when we bring up that chart, I do believe that it has the category of 3 million to 5 million and then 5 million and above.
The project list only identifies projects that are greater than 5 million. There is a slide prior to that. I added these to the slide deck for a conversation if we needed to, but I didn't feel they needed to be part of the presentation. The slide here, this particular slide shows all of the projects that we identified in July as being projects greater than the $5 million. If we go one slide prior, you'll see this was also a slide we showed back in July. If you look on the right-hand side at the gray wedge, there are additional projects that we would anticipate that exist between that 3 and 5 million, albeit we would expect them to be small. Given the type of projects that we have coming forward and the rate of inflation that actually may be increasing as we move forward. And so this right now is a calculated inflation from the prior program that we had, the 2015 to 2020. We went through and created an inflationary and projected the type of projects that we would have coming forward based on prior project types. And so that's how we came up with this. But I couldn't tell you with any detail what additional projects specifically could be added to the list that you see at that last slide.
And then can you share with me how this would work? Because I know a lot of times we get an estimate, city estimate. We estimate it's going to be, let's say, $3 million. And then a lot of times we'll have all the applications. Some are below and some are above. For those borderline cases, how do we resolve that? Or how would we deal with those type of cases?
We would base the decision to move forward with a project labor agreement based on the engineer's estimate. And so if the engineer's estimate comes in above the threshold determined by the policy, then that's the product that we would use through the project. If in some cases we see a bid come in below the engineer's estimate, that would be then below the threshold. Our intent would be to continue to move forward with a project labor agreement because that's the way we would have set up the RFP.
So again, doing the worst case scenario, and this may go within the purview of the city manager authority. Let's say it's a 2.5 million engineer estimate, but all the bids come in over 3 million. What happens?
We would proceed with a project labor agreement. We'd be negotiating with the lowest bidder after or as a part of the award.
So you'd have to almost start the process over?
We wouldn't start the process over. It's all part of the negotiations relating to the agreement itself. And I see Assistant City Attorney Mullen wants to chime in.
I think that I did want to just quickly chime in because I think that I just wanted to bring it back to what Assistant City Manager Nutt had mentioned, which is it's the engineer's estimate that drives whether or not the PLA is used. So if the engineer's estimate is 2.5 and then the bids all come in, as some of them do, way over $3 million, then that one would be below the project threshold. So there would not be a PLA included in that particular project is the way that this is currently drafted. Now, in the hopeful circumstance where the engineer's estimate is, 3.6 million, and then they all come in wonderfully at 2.5 million, that would have a project labor agreement by it because it's all driven and tied to that engineer's estimate.
Great. That's helpful, using that baseline. And then
I think it's good.
Jason, you had mentioned the Federal Transit Administration, they don't recognize PLAs, and you mentioned some other entities. I hadn't heard that the first presentation. What's interesting, do we apply for grants from some of those entities, and does it have an impact on our competitiveness if we're looking for grants from some of these agencies that don't recognize PLAs?
Yeah, this is one that we put in there only because we know it exists. It doesn't mean that we actually have received any funds or that we've applied for any funds at that level that would create a problem. It is potentially feasible for us to apply for federal transit assistance for a capital improvement project to rebuild the transit mall, for example. If that exceeded $3 million, we would want to exercise this exclusion because as it stands right now, the FTA does not recognize project labor agreements. I'm not aware of any other grants that we've submitted for that have that difficulty. In fact, most other grants actually identify that project labor agreements are a reasonable and appropriate method of delivering projects. So there are very few areas that we run into this challenge, and the two that I'm most keenly aware of right now are the FTA and the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration and the Federal Transit Administration.
Okay, thanks, that's helpful. And then I might have asked this the first time in July, the accountability aspect of the local hire 30%, because I believe the presentation mentioned some cities, the local hire was, if they're going for 30%, it was only 10%. Tell us how would the city of Santa Rosa deal with that?
Jessica, do you want to give that a shot?
Sure. And I think that the way that we're structuring the policy is to set the overall threshold, right? And so I think we want to use 30% as a target because we've talked to contractors, we've talked to contractor groups, we've talked to North Bay Trades Council, and all of them have been extremely helpful in telling us that that threshold is correct. Now, when we think about the PLA agreement itself and what provisions we put in there in terms of enforceability, there are different ways to approach that. So you can approach it where the city takes a very aggressive lead role in monitoring compliance with that particular 30% threshold, or you can also frame the 30% threshold as more of a best effort. We reached out to these particular union halls, or they were not able to provide it. So I think that the enforcement element will be an aspect of the PLA agreement itself. And I think that the reason why, from my perspective, I've kind of reserved it in crafting this particular staff report and item for that particular area is because I think it will probably vary a little bit with respect to staff capacity to be able to monitor that either independently or hire a third-party consultant to assist with that particular monitoring. But I think the other element of this that is going to be an easy win for us at the staff level is the prevailing wage documentation and kind of the data we get from that. In terms of kind of payroll and where people are located. I think that we will be able to at least do kind of a cursory monitoring of how closely we're hitting those targets and whether 30% is truly the sweet spot. And if it's not, then that 30% is an element of the policy that we need to return to council to address and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, Councilmember, I will say as we communicated with others in the area, we didn't feel that 30% was going to be a difficult threshold to achieve. And so we felt comfortable putting that in there as a starting spot.
So it's more than a suggestion. Our expectation is it'll be at least 30% is what I'm hearing. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is about, and it may have been covered in your responses to Councilmember Schwedholm, but you said that the FAA has an issue using project labor agreements and the FTA as well. Has that changed since the Biden administration has come in and issued their pro-project labor agreement executive order?
Yeah, Councilmember Fleming, great question. And this is one of the weird nuances at this point of project labor agreements. Both the Obama and Biden administrations have issued executive orders stating that project labor agreements should be used for projects as a reasonable way of delivering them. FTA and FAA, my understanding in talking to entities that have tried to go through this is that the executive order didn't adjust or amend their actual policy document that guides the distribution and the award of the projects, and therefore, since their governing document was not amended, that they're not going to assume that the executive order supersedes their policy. So that's the feedback that can change with a policy redirection with either of those two agencies.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the other question was about with whom the potential to slow things down by not vesting the exemption policy with the city manager. What would it look like if it were to, say, come to the city council on a consent calendar on a regular basis? What's the worst case scenario that you see in terms of slowing down a project by having some level of council review?
I'll say I would hope it's a 6-week delay, right? It takes us that long to get onto a typical council agenda, and my hope is that would be the predominant delay in this. It just reduces a little bit of the nimbleness that we think we could see by having the city manager be delegated that authority.
Okay. Are there other ways that you think that it could be achieved, like having the city manager and the city attorney both sign off on it or something like that to make sure that it complies with the spirit of whatever ordinance may be passed?
I think our recommend. I see the assistant city attorney looking to respond. I'll let her go first.
Thanks, Assistant City Manager Nutt. So I think that that dual role is appropriate, and for exemptions we take from competitive bidding at the staff level, it's usually a staff level recommendation, and then our office reviews it for compliance with the policy itself. And I think from my perspective, when I think about I certainly am extremely sensitive to the issue that Councilmember Rogers raised about not having an exemption so big that you could drive a truck through it, which I realize is one of the exemptions. But the idea here being that if you do a solicitation and you determine that it is going to, because no one bids or there's some issue where it is going to cause a big delay to the particular project, then if you have to go back to council and get a waiver of that particular PLA requirement, then you have to rebid it without the PLA. I think that's where I get a little bit nervous about delays that could also be at the edge of the construction season. So
thank you so much, and tell him Evie says hello and it's time to go to bed.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer, did you have one question? Okay. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions here. On item 4.3.1, the language says specifically be inconsistent with state, federal, and other public funding source requirements. If that language was left in there, wouldn't that preclude us from having any issues with the federal transit program money? I'm just curious if that would cover that.
So I think that the goal would be that would allow for a situation where if there's a change in administrations and the philosophy around PLAs changes, because we are in kind of a 3-year term here where there could be an election one way or the other, then yes, that would address that federal issue. And then the other regional issue is just I think about like MTC or, some of the regional transit agencies that we get funding from. So that's intended to capture that.
So just by having that in there, we wouldn't have to worry about staff having to do any type of waivers on anything because that language is included in the ordinance and it wouldn't preclude us from receiving that funding, correct?
That's exactly right. And that's the goal.
Great. And then under 4.3.2, is there a reason specifically that language was used in this ordinance? If you could tell me, it specifically says there's an emergency, other urgent need to protect health, safety, and welfare, or other, how do you say that word? That's a good legal word, I'm sure.
Oh, is it exigent in that particular one?
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
One I can't pronounce yet. Thanks for that. And circumstances.
No.
Thanks for spotlighting my
Thanks.
dyslexia tonight. I appreciate it.
I apologize for that.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Can you tell me why that language was used specifically?
So that language is used specifically just because we do occasionally have, and Assistant City Manager Nutt will probably be able to give you a very concrete example that I would not be able to give. But the idea here is that if there's like a pipe main break or there's work that just has to be done now because it's, you know, flooding Highway 12 or something, we do have some on-call contracts and on-call work that we don't necessarily want to have the PLA be an overlay on that particular work. We want to be able to just do it quickly. So that's why that's incorporated there. Whether or not that's something we can make work in the future, I think is something we're certainly open to. But I think for now, we would feel more comfortable if that was excluded or we had the authority at the staff level to exclude.
Great. Then I have a couple more questions. If we added language somewhere in the policy that said if we want projects over a certain amount, right? If we choose a specific amount, and that goes out in all of our RFPs, say, if any project over X amount based on what we agreed to tonight with the PLA, would we have to come back and bring that item back to staff or anyone, or that's a blanketed, we can include that in our RFPs, that if your bid comes back at X amount of dollars, you will be subject to be part of a PLA. Isn't there a way to do that? So that we don't have to worry about, oh, it's over this amount. It's just our blanketed policy. If you're bidding on a project and it comes in over $500,000, you're going to be part of a PLA. Because it seems like there's confusion around it should come back to staff, it should go to city manager. So just a clean, we're going to put it in our RFPs, we're going to put it in this policy.
Councilmember, we're happy to go ahead and make some statement that says any project that exceeds the threshold, whether as part of an engineer's estimate or following the award, associated with the award of bid, then, you know, if it exceeds that threshold, a project labor agreement will be associated with it.
I feel like that might be able to clean up some of this who goes to what just based on our language, because if it's just part of that RFP, that might be helpful. And if it's part of this ordinance tonight, and I'm not sure where that could potentially be inserted, but I'd be interested in that just for clarification. And then as far as our own agendas goes, you know, if something had to come back to us, if the item's already been seen, this is more of a clarification. I know that it typically does take us 6 weeks, but if there was a reason that we were just revisiting an item, wouldn't we have the authority to say this is going back on based on just how we Brown Act and notify our meetings? I mean, if there was really something that was timely and use of money so we didn't delay projects, is there a reason we have to go through? I mean, I feel like sometimes it's our own process. We're our own bosses on this, other than just letting the public know.
Well, there are two pieces to that. One is our open government ordinance, which requires the preliminary agenda, being on the preliminary agenda and then the final agenda. And there is an exception for if there are urgent circumstances that arise, you know, after the prelim agenda was published. So we can work with that. But the other thing is just practical. Our timelines, in order to get something onto the agenda, goes through quite a process. So the staff has to prepare the materials, and then it goes through and gets approvals from our office, from finance, from environmental review, and that does take some time. So can we turn something around quicker than 6 weeks? In exceptional circumstances, we can, but the 6 weeks is the usual minimum required. So
I appreciate that clarification on that. And then that's it for my questions.
Councilmember Rogers?
I just had one additional question. It's 4.3.1B, have a substantially negative impact on public works project delivery, including the ability to deliver such public works projects on time and on budget, for instance, due to time-sensitive funding requirements or permits or entitlements. what differs from us having a PLA to not having a PLA that would interfere with that? And it seems some of those would only be discoverable during a project after we've already stated who would, whose bid would, I don't know what's the correct terminology, but that seems kind of inconsistent whether or not we have a PLA.
Well, I'll just say that, Councilmember, we would hope that we wouldn't have this instant. We would hope that during the course of a negotiation with a particular contractor, we would be able to sail right through. It caused us to delay completion of the project that impacted our summer programs, where we could not utilize a project labor agreement and have that start earlier because of the negotiation period. Again, I mean, I don't know if that's going to be an issue. All I'm saying is that is a potential scenario where if we see something coming, or if we see that there's a particular time threshold that we have to accomplish something by, or if we believe that the particular contractors that could be moving forward and bidding on that project couldn't deliver in a timely way to meet the needs of that particular funding source, then this would give the opportunity for us to, through the city manager, make a recommendation that we might pull that particular project off of the list for utilization of a project labor agreement. Jessica, did I do okay?
I think that that's an excellent summary and a very specific example. There's just two additional things that I will add. So one is that as we so what we're looking to balance here as we sort of develop this, in addition to the three key policy objectives that council has laid out, is a lower threshold and broad coverage of projects, right? We want the threshold to be a little bit lower at 3, and we want to try and cover every city project as we can, not do this on a project by project basis, which means that the exceptions you see in 4.3.1 end up being a little bit broader, just to be sure that we're not being imprecise and we have a little bit of wiggle room to ensure that this will work well with our capital improvement program. The other thing I will just share as an option or an opportunity here is, I know that with respect to contracts or even sometimes sole source waivers, staff that has the discretion to do that at the staff level can sometimes come back to council on a quarterly or an annual basis and report out on how often the exemption has been used, just to make sure that council has a feel for, is staff appropriately calibrating their interpretation of the project, or this particular exception section, making sure it's harmonious with the other sections that clearly state that we want broad application of PLAs. Like, these exceptions have to be read in that context, that our default setting is to try to use the PLA.
Lastly, I would say that I would hope that our staff, if there is a time limitation to certain projects or funds needed to be used, that we would get on it right away instead of waiting when we are in that time crunch where we would not be able to use the PLA as the council would wish. So that would be my only.
Any additional questions from council? All right, let's go to public comment then. I've got a list of folks who are in the chambers. If you haven't had a chance to sign up with Julie Guzzi up at the top, please do so, just so that we have it in order. We're going to start with John, followed by Michael Allen.
Assuming that's John Medina.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. How are you? Okay. I'll try to talk loud and close. All right.
Yeah, get right up against the microphone, everybody.
Is this good? Can you hear me fine?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. It's been a pleasure working with all of you on this process. I've got a stack of notes here, and they just kind of changed every 2 minutes over the last, I don't know, hour here, but I just wanted to explain who I was first of all. My name's John Medina. I'm a business agent with Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483, and I'm also the president of North Bay Building Construction Trades Council. With me tonight are several others that are within the building trades representing their members. Some of them are online, some of them are here. This is a long time standing that we've been working over talking about this PLA. This is something we've done with several cities, jurisdictions, school districts, even the Santa Rosa City Schools. We've done this with Santa Rosa Junior College. Maybe it's late and I've been doing a lot of meetings the last 2 nights, but I seem to be a little confused on this process. I was hoping that we were in a process of negotiating this PLA, which I believe we're close, but sometimes it feels like it's just we're far away. Some of these matters seem to be pretty distinctive as far as this threshold. We've asked for all the projects list for a while now. We never did receive all of the projects from the last 10 years or the upcoming. We did receive these 9 projects over the next 3 years that are over $5 million, and obviously there's one of them that I believe that's an actual building. This is not enough for attention for people like Jocelyn, who you'll hopefully hear from tonight, that's in the crowd that's trying to find a career in the building trades and started with the TIP program. It's not enough for my guys that are at home. There's 900 jobs, I believe. We'll hear some numbers that we've done our own reports just from pulling from the past 10 years. To have 9 jobs to come in the next 3 years is not a work retention. It almost seems like a waste of everybody's time. I hate to say that, but I know we're working hard to come to a great agreement, something we can all agree on, something that works for the city and this community. We need the retention. We need ways and pathways for young people to come into these careers. We need to have people working here and not commuting to San Francisco and further. We need to have these retention and these jobs done right by skilled and trained workforce. We're there. We're very close. I think the council's close. I think, working with Jason and Jessica, we've been very close. I want to continue this process. I think we just need to iron out a few more things, and we're going to get there. And I can't wait to show this opportunity to this council and the future councils and to this community of what this is going to do for this community with this PLA. So thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll go to Michael Allen, followed by Jocelyn.
Bring it down, John. Right there. Thank you. Michael Allen, President Emeritus of the North Bay Labor Council, and of course, Secretary Treasurer for the North Bay Trades. It's hard to cover what needs to be done, where staff was given 15, 20 minutes, with 2 minutes being given here, or 3 minutes. So I'm going to go through this very rapidly, but basically, we've been proposing the threshold of somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000 going in, which was what we ended up with the City of Santa Rosa schools. After some deliberation and talking with management and representatives, we did come to a place where maybe we could agree to something in the $500,000 range, maybe up to $1 million, but we did not have the information we needed. So what we did is we did our research over what has been done for the last 10 years for Santa Rosa. And what we discovered is that more than half of the city's projects were under $500,000. And below the threshold. So essentially, there were very few projects over $2 million, $3 million, over a 10-year period, maybe 6 or 9. If we were going to have a labor agreement for community workforce agreement for 5 years, there might be 1 or 2 projects, which is not really enough to reach our goals for training, for the apprenticeship program, for pre-apprentice, to basically raise up people from into the middle class by getting high-paying jobs and good-paying jobs in a skilled workforce. The last time I came to you, I announced to you that we trained 92% of the successful apprentices in California. Well, guess what? Now we're at 94%. 94% of all the people trained in the skilled trades come out of the AFL-CIO. And that takes work from employers who understand that the higher your threshold, the more you're diminishing the opportunity for those who need that rope to the ladder to the middle class. So when you start talking about $3 million thresholds, $2 million thresholds, you're really foreclosing opportunity for a large number of your community, and it's really not the way we're going to go or to agree with. I would point out to you that we were ready to meet on multiple occasions, and the city attorney's office, there was family issues, illness, and so we didn't have as many discussions. I can tell you that the only exclusion to craft work that makes sense is where you have a manufacturer's warranties. Those kind of exclusions we're willing to do. Here's something I've learned doing labor relations for 45 years. Labor relations for 45 years. We want to negotiate a relationship with you of trust and respect where it works for our community. We share that bond between us. You at the dais, city staff, ourselves, we want something that's going to be effective and works for everybody, because those are the best agreements. And I will close with this. I was made an honorary lowrider member tonight, and I'm very grateful.
Thank you, Michael. We'll go to Jocelyn, followed by Frank.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Perez. I am a Santa Rosa resident. I currently hold a leadership position at an automotive shop as an automotive technician. I am asking for increased access to apprenticeship programs to help people like me and those that will come after me. Growing up in a low-income household has caused me to think wisely about my career choice. College was not a viable option for me. I had to help raise my siblings while my parents were away at work, working long hours to put food on the table. I've also had to endure long shifts to help support us all. So in 2020, I began exploring a career in the trades. Last year, I graduated from North Bay TIP, which is a free apprenticeship program which introduced me to the many trades in the building and construction industry. It also gave me many vital certificates and skills that are beneficial when applying to such programs. It's worth mentioning that most apprenticeships lead to a six-figure income and are tuition free. Here I got to know many others in my community who are pursuing a similar path. After graduating, I applied to the Elevator Constructors Union in San Francisco, and I am currently number 43 on the wait list out of 750 people who applied. This is a life-changing opportunity, and it would put me in a position to do things that no one in my family has had the freedom to do, such as buy a home or end the cycle of living paycheck to paycheck. On top of the many benefits that come with these apprenticeship jobs, I take any opportunity to engage in outreach to educate the youth, women, minorities, and other disadvantaged people that such careers exist. Skilled tradesmen and women are valuable members in our community, but we need more apprenticeship job openings, particularly here in Santa Rosa and neighboring counties, to help people like me and many others. I know firsthand the many doors that can be opened with programs like these, and that is why I am incredibly passionate about this topic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jocelyn. We'll go to Frank, followed by Jack Buckhorn.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for your time. My name is Frank Cuneo. I'm the director of the North Bay Trades Introduction Program. I was born in Santa Rosa and worked most of my career in the trades and later in apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is an awesome way to train skilled workers. It's just an awesome way. And in a state registered apprenticeship, a new apprentice starts with a contract laying out how they will be trained over the course of their apprenticeship from day one until they become a journey person. And because they don't pay tuition for people that come from challenging means, it is a great way to forge a path to a sustainable career. North Bay TIP seeks to introduce and prepare disadvantaged local people for the apprenticeship of their choice. In our first 3 cohorts this year, we graduated over 30% women, and we have high numbers in other disadvantaged groups. The state is pushing to increase job opportunities for apprentices. You, at this moment, have a great opportunity to also do this in Santa Rosa. Jocelyn Perez, who just spoke to you, is a Santa Rosa North Bay TIP graduate, now ranked at about 95% of the other applicants that she competed with for the elevator constructor's apprenticeship. This program is very competitive, but she scored high. Your action on this policy could make the difference to make Jocelyn an apprentice soon. I urge you to take this opportunity to help generate as many apprentice jobs in Santa Rosa as you can. And this means considering some of the items that Michael Allen mentioned, and also John. In closing, I want to thank Jocelyn, who is also a Santa Rosa JC student, trying to get ahead and be even better prepared for her apprenticeship. She took time to come here today between work and school. She's not getting paid for it, and I wish her all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Let's go to Jack, followed by Maddie.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor Rogers, council members and staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn, Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council and resident of Santa Rosa. Today, you have the opportunity to shape and design a project labor agreement policy that will leverage Santa Rosa's capital improvement dollars to help meet the city's goals of enhancing our highly skilled workforce. Please consider amending the staff recommendation of a $3 million threshold and vote to support a much lower threshold. By supporting a low POA project threshold, local disadvantaged communities will have more opportunities to start middle-class careers in successful union joint apprenticeship programs. Union apprenticeship programs create pathways to the American dream, and they do it with a proven track record of diversity, equity, and broader inclusion in the workforce. According to the California Labor Workforce Agency, a cabinet-level agency to coordinate workforce programs, adopting a POA policy is a best practice. They recently published a report called Advancing Apprenticeship in California, a 5-point action plan. The action plan seeks to grow and expand access to traditional construction apprenticeships for women and disadvantaged communities. One of the action steps is to, quote, leverage and educate stakeholders on project labor agreements, a mechanism that supports workforce diversity in publicly funded projects, emphasis added. You might have read a misguided editorial on POAs in today's PD. The editor opines that POAs create an unlevel playing field for contractors, with the basic premise that POAs discriminate. You have heard these arguments before from anti-POA forces such as the ABC or the CFEC. We unfortunately see this type of misinformation in many forms in today's public discourse on important topics. We have all learned that spreading misinformation in public is not against the law, but if you do so in a court of law, there are real consequences. Here is what the ABC told the California Supreme Court with regard to this discrimination argument in the landmark San Francisco Airport case that decided the legality of public sector POAs. ABC expressly acknowledges that PSAs, by its terms, exclude no contractor, union or non-union, from bidding on the airport project. Further, the PSA exacts from contractors no commitment towards the union on other projects, has no effect on contractors, parent companies, subsidies, or affiliates, and does not apply to a contractor's managerial, supervisory, educational, or clerical staff. In conclusion, I would ask that you support a robust POA policy to move society forward with equality, equity, and taxpayer accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. We'll go to Maddie, followed by Chris.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I wrote this saying one thing that tends to get overlooked is the discussion of the way PLAs help minorities and women, but we heard a lot about that tonight, so I'm glad to see that. 2/3 of apprentices are people of color. Joint apprenticeships train 94% of female construction workers. The Joint PLA provides opportunities for minorities, women, and also veterans. 68% of the overall membership of the building trades affiliated locals are minorities. In Sonoma County, that number's even closer to 70. Our North Bay TIP program, the Trades Introduction Program, has placed a heavy focus on recruiting women and minorities, specifically minority females, into the apprenticeship program and prioritizes grant funding that they may need along the way, specifically those that are single mothers and are focusing on transitioning to another career. You heard from Jocelyn tonight, she's a good example. Partnerships between the joint apprenticeship programs and the community college districts, including SRJC, mean that apprentices are dual enrolled and their apprenticeship classes count towards college credits. Many graduate the apprenticeship programs not only debt-free, but with pension and health care for themselves and their families. So I guess I'm advocating that you lower that threshold. That $3 million threshold is going to cut out a lot of those people, a lot of those underserved areas, women, veterans, people of color from getting apprenticeships. So please consider doing that, and this is just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. We'll go to Chris, followed by John McIntaggart.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. I am here tonight as a parent of 2 children in Santa Rosa and would like to talk about the opportunities that are in this PLA for apprentices. I personally know about the apprenticeship opportunities for our local youth that don't choose to go to college. And that checks a box for me as a dad, because not everyone has that ability. Additionally, working locally is another concern. I want my kids to live close, to raise their families close, so I can be the best grandpa I can be to their families. I don't want them to have to leave California to find a job, or just to have a living wage, or just to be able to afford to live. Also, we know that having health care for your whole family is also a part of the apprenticeship programs, and that is a huge bonus for me. Far too often, health care hardships come from employers who don't provide for their workers and their families. The joint apprenticeship programs take care of that. Now the bad news. You need to lower the threshold. Too high of a threshold is too few jobs, period. The project needs to be 5 years, not 3, and it needs to start as soon as possible. Thank you, Council. Congratulations, Jocelyn. Great news. And go Phillies. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. We'll go to John, followed by Jared. And it's taken everything in me not to respond.
Good afternoon, good evening, Council. Thanks for the time, thanks for the opportunity to come speak before you. My name is John McIntaggart. I am very fortunate that I am lucky enough to serve the men and women of IBEW Local 551 as their business manager. That makes me very special, right? I'm an inside wireman, an electrician, a journeyman wireman, and so what does that mean? Well, it means that I have an opportunity to feed my family, to buy a home here locally, to have health care, to have a pension. How did I get that? How did I get so lucky? Well, a long time ago, when I was working 2 jobs, I had an opportunity to get into an apprenticeship program in January of 1996. That opportunity fell in my lap because I did a little work to get to where I got take a test, interviewed, and then I got a job working for a local contractor. And I still didn't realize what I had when I had it. Now I do, of course. You know, a couple of years into my apprenticeship, we realized that my middle son had a terminal illness, and it knocked our family flat. We realized too then that healthcare was going to be critical to us moving forward. We've been very lucky to have healthcare throughout my career. I mean, again, what makes me special? That I have healthcare, that I have a pension plan, that I have a wage that allows me to live here in Sonoma County comfortably instead of working 2 or 3 jobs, or not having healthcare and still working 2 or 3 jobs. And I'll answer that question for you. Nothing. There's nothing special about me. I got lucky. All we want is for everyone to have what we have. That's all we want. We don't want to exclude anybody. All you have to do is apply, take and pass a test, and if there's opportunity, you've heard it here already, if there's opportunity, we will put you to work. And then there's nothing stopping you to getting to 62. Our motto is, you get you to 60, or 22, we'll get you to 62. We have a plan in place, a structured plan in place that takes you from 0 to 62. It's an apprenticeship program. What comes with the apprenticeship program is opportunity. The superintendent of schools for Sonoma County said recently at a WIB meeting, a Workforce Investment Board meeting, he said that 70% of the kids graduating this year and next year, that was last year by the way, so that was last year's seniors and this year's seniors, 70% of them do not see a future for themselves here in Sonoma County. There is no opportunity they see. So what is already in play is not working. Something drastic needs to happen. Something drastic needs to change. You can't keep going saying status quo is working. It's not. When the superintendent of schools says that 70% of the kids are moving or do not see a future for themselves here, it's on us, all of us, you especially as elected officials, to act. You have to step up and do something that nobody has ever done before. This is your moment. This is your time. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Let's go to Jared.
Hello. Hey there. Hey, thank you for the opportunity to come and speak tonight. My name is Jared Mumm. I'm an inside journeyman wireman with IBW Local 551. I'm a Santa Rosa resident, Windsor High graduate, apprenticeship graduate. What John just said there, you know, a vast majority of young people not seeing a future here in Sonoma County, that is a very large part of my experience. A lot of people that I graduated with do not live here anymore. They live anyplace else. They live in Sacramento. They live in Oregon. They fled, you know, because it takes a lot to make it. I am another person that got insanely lucky in that I was able to earn a position in an apprenticeship program. Because of the apprenticeship program, I was able to earn a fair wage. I had health care. I graduated that program when I was like 25, 26 years old. I graduated that program with more in my retirement than most grown adults, you know, people in their 50s have in America today. And honestly, that just knowing that frightens me for the country. I was able to stay. I'm able to support my wife. I'm able to support my daughter, right? And when I look around at my coworkers, I feel proud because I know that they have that same thing. I haven't heard it yet tonight. I'm sure that at some point in the future I'll be hearing it. I keep hearing people talk about PLAs and how they're a solution looking for a problem, right? I talk to a lot of electricians. I talk to a lot of people on job sites. I'm talking to kids on job sites who aren't trainees, aren't apprentices, aren't journeymen. They're not being supervised, no health care. I'm telling him, hey dude, you forgot to turn the screw righty-tighty. Your stuff's falling apart. Fix that before somebody catches it. And I'm a taxpayer and I help fund that project. I don't feel good about that. This is good for our community. I think you can see that when you look around and you see, you know, the percentage of people in the room that actually showed up here tonight support it. Most of us didn't have to drive too far to get here, and that's the whole point. It's all about local work, local workers, right? I spent a lot of my career driving past big projects, wondering, why is that Sacramento doing that project? Why not me? Why not my classmates? And I gotta tell you, people have asked me, hey, like, how long do you spend on a project as an electrician? Yeah, sure, some of them are big. Some of them are multi-million, $3, $5, $10 million projects. A lot of them, you're there for 2 hours. A lot of them, you're there for a couple days. You're in, you're out, you make the magic happen, and you go home, and that's it. So again, my name is Jared. I support this PLA. I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Is there anybody else in the chambers who'd like to speak? All right, let's go to Zoom. We'll start with Ken, followed by Joe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Ken Miller, business agent, organizer for Ironworkers Local 378. I've got some tough things for you to hear. There's a lot of disinformation in the charts that you presented tonight. You know, for one, you're talking about a timeline you want to start in 2024, but the list of jobs you presented was 23 to 26. So if we started in 24, how many of those jobs would actually be available for local workers? In your presentation, you talk about a more skilled and trained local workforce. You talk about more diverse, equitable workforce. You talk about lower greenhouse gas emissions by having local workers work locally. None of that is going to happen when you take away jobs from the potential list. You know, if you lower that threshold to $3, you'd have a much more equitable job pool to try this out with. By putting it at $3 million, if you look at the historical relevance of the projects that you've had over the last 10 years, that excludes 90 to 95% of the projects. So how are you going to get a good look at a PLA and how it works when you exclude all these projects? You talked about, hold on, let me look at my notes here. You talked about negative impacts of a PLA. Let's look at the negative impacts without a PLA. The sole purpose of a PLA is worker protection. One of the biggest problems in the construction industry is wage theft. When you have a PLA, you know, people say, oh, it's not equitable because less contractors will bid it. Well, that's because those contractors steal from the workers. Let's stop that. Put a PLA in place and protect those workers. That's all we're asking. Give them a chance. Let local workers work locally. Sorry, I get worked up about this because I hear all the lies all the time, and it's so disconcerting and so disparaging. It's too much misinformation out there. If you give it a chance, it would work wonders. You'd have great projects built by great people from the local community. We're talking about living wage jobs with benefits, and not benefits for the worker, but benefits for their whole family. How many people get that this day and age? Not many. But if you get into a union, you can do it. And a lot of people say it's too hard to get into a union. But let me tell you, my union apprenticeship is open year-round, Monday through Friday. Anybody can come down and sign up and get started. I will personally walk them through the process, find a contractor for them to go to work for, and help them get started. The only requirement we have is you have to be 18 years old, state law. I can't get around that. Come down and sign up. We'll help you get started. Get that job that you always wanted. Pay for your family, have benefits for your family. That's all we're asking. Thank you for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you, Ken. We'll go to Joe, followed by Nicole.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, yeah. Hello, my name is Joe Lubis. I am a policy analyst with Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California chapter. I am just here today. I mean, I've heard a lot of, abstract things about, PLAs do this, do that, but I'm just here to present some facts about how PLAs have costed the community. We look here in the North Bay, there's the Marin Community College District. They had their new Miwok Center, the Indian Valley campus. It was originally contracted for $23.3 million. There were several change orders which raised the cost to $36.2 million, and also increased the completion date from August 27th, 2021 to December 15th, 2021. Here, locally in Sonoma County, there was the Lindley Center for STEM Education project at the Santa Rosa Junior College. There were some architectural issues, structural design, for failed tie downs and an anchor failure, which caused an increase in architectural costs. But also, we were told that this helps local workers. Well, I find that interesting because there's across the bay, the Contra Costa Community College District, the Physical Education and Kinesiology Complex Renovation and Addition was contracted to Thompson Builders located in Novato, which is not an East Bay local contractor. So Contra Costa Community College lost their local work. Furthermore, there were various change orders that increased the price that increased the price to $31.2 million when it was estimated at $22.5. That means it cost $8.7 million more than the estimate, also 38%. In short, PLAs cost the community, they cost local workers. I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We'll go to Nicole, followed by Rob.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Santa Rosa City Council. Nicole Gehring with Associated Builders and Contractors. I've been advocating for fair and open competition for workers for 16 years. I want to thank you for taking a look fairly at this project labor agreement, but it is a little bit disturbing about how this agreement applies to the craft workforce. Well, the craft workforce in Santa Rosa is over 80% non-union. So in determining this verbiage, I hope that you have reached out to the local contractors and their workers and asked them what they thought about being excluded from being able to work in their community. I know they've built many quality projects over many years. They as well do not want to commute over the bridge in order to go to work. They want to work at home. They want to feed their families as well. And, you know, a public works project or a local government such as yours should give everybody the opportunity. All of the taxpayers should have the opportunity to work on these projects. I would suggest that you increase that threshold. Most general contractors based there can do $7 to $10 million jobs. So you should increase that or exempt them from the PLA so they can continue to work and build their community. Another option for your policy is to have a 3 bidders per trade. If you don't get 3 bidders per trade, you should bid that trade without the PLA. You need to make sure that your local community is working on your projects. And I'm not sure where you got the 30% number. If you did a local survey of your local community to see who's actually working on your projects, I would assume that would be much higher. You should have a local hire of 80%. You should also look to see how many people are in the union hiring halls. Are there enough workers there in order to complete your jobs? Finally, the apprentices, many of our state and federally approved apprentices came to our program because they weren't able to get into the union pipelines. And so I think what we need to do is be talking about how we can increase more pipelines and add more apprenticeship programs so more people can have opportunities. We should not limit this to just one program only, which are the joint unions. There are other people as well who are trying to make a living and a career for themselves in a pathway. So I would urge you to increase the threshold, change the policy to add 3 bidders per trade or bid without the PLA, and also allow all of the company's workers to use their workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. We'll go to Rob, followed by William.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, well, my name is Rob Barcy, and I'm the training director and administrator of the Local 551 Electrical Union Apprenticeship Program, which is located right here in Santa Rosa. I'm also a graduate of the program. Our program has been training and graduating electrical apprentices for over 70 years. I'm here tonight to speak for our current and future apprentices. Our program currently has a diverse and inclusive population of 88 students. We are proud to be able to say that our student population is about 50% minority and 50% non-minority. And I would like to point out that a good number of our students have graduated from the Santa Rosa School District. Additionally, all of our apprentices are registered SRJC students and earn college credits towards a college degree. Now, that number of 88 local apprentices directly translates 88 local apprenticeship families. We would like to be able to offer apprenticeship opportunities to twice that number of local residents and their families, and local project labor agreements can help us to move towards that goal. Apprentices and graduates of our program earn a living wage and are able to live in the area, purchase homes here, start families here, and send their kids to schools here, and someday to retire here comfortably. More local projects covered under a project labor agreement with local hire and local apprenticeship language increase the local job opportunities and in turn increase the number of local apprenticeship opportunities we may be able to offer to apprenticeship applicants in our community. We constantly strive to be able to offer the most apprenticeship opportunities to our local residents as possible. PLAs will help us with that. Local project labor agreements ensure a level playing field for all contractors in the bidding process, ensuring that all of those working on the project earn a living wage and benefits and help provide work for local residents. I thank you for the time to speak tonight. Good night.
Thank you, Rob. We'll go to William, followed by Wade.
Hello.
Go ahead, William.
Hi, my name is William with local Sprinkler Fitters 43. I'm just here to talk about the PLA. I was hearing a lot of things going on with the PLA, and I've been part of this project with the PLAs for a few years now, and hearing how they're going to put it into effect. And what I'm catching out of this is that the threshold's so high that we can't really get into PLAs. We're realizing, and what I was hearing is that most of these projects for the PLAs to kick in are really high. And if we could create a threshold where we can have it low enough where we can actually have an opportunity to apply the PLA, like they were talking about earlier, so we can have a chance to use apprenticeships and have more local hire, I think that'd be great. And that's something we should really consider. Because I myself worked here in Santa Rosa, but for a non-signatory company, and I had to leave because it wasn't a living wage, wasn't a way of life for me. Just constantly not having benefits or traveling so far that it was costing me more out of my own pocket to travel and live than it was living wage. And so, yeah, I just would hope that the council would consider this PLA because it's a really good way of protecting the and helping people with families and or just individuals in the community. I'm a local, born and raised here in Santa Rosa, graduated from Montgomery. A little bit about my background: I come from an immigrant family, and now I'm a father of 4, a great provider because of what the PLAs have brought. And like I said, just please consider wording it so that way we can have a better chance of using these apprenticeships and making Santa Rosa and Sonoma County just an all-around better place. I've worked when there is no PLAs, and I can firsthand tell you that the only person winning is everyone but the worker or laborer. With no PLA, the worker they'll never really benefit from the job. They'll just work and more than likely get hurt because I up until now I do a lot of precaution and pre-tasking and all things that prevent incidents, and we take safety very seriously. So because the main priority is to have a safe workplace, be efficient, and give our customer what they want best, quality service and great. Anyways, I just hope you guys would consider this PLA because it's a great thing and it's helping a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Let's go to Wade, followed by Max. Did we lose Wade? All right, let's go to Max and see if Wade pops back up.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Max Bell-Elper. I'm the Executive Director of North Bay Jobs with Justice. We're a coalition of over 30 community and labor organizations in Sonoma County. And, you know, just want to, for us, it's really important we believe that PLAs can be really helpful for our community, especially when they can cover as many of the projects as possible. And, you know, and for us as an organization, we do a lot of work with farm workers who are working on the front lines of wildfires. And so that means that we have a lot of connections with immigrant and indigenous migrant workers. And, you know, we really see a need in our community to create more good local jobs that can benefit BIPOC workers and especially workers who have been excluded from good jobs in the past. And so, you know, we've seen other people in our community, like the Santa Rosa schools, have done, you know, really good things in terms of making sure that as projects get built there, they get built with PLAs. And so we just want to make sure that it's heard loud and clear how important it is in the community, and especially for creating opportunities for workers who have been excluded in the past. And so we hope that you make this this PLA as expansive as possible and cover as many of the projects as possible. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much, Max. Let's try Wade again. I saw his name pop back up.
Okay, are you there?
There we go.
Okay, I figured it out. Sorry, that was a little complicated. So I'm Wade, local 483, and you know, I worked for a non-union company for 11 years, doing prevailing wage work primarily, and you know, all over the Bay Area, but hardly ever in Santa Rosa. And so, long story short is, I ended up going union out of all the PLA and PSA agreements that we had. And now my son has joined the union in the apprenticeship program. And I have a 17-year-old son as well that's going to be joining the union when he turns 18 next year. And so you can probably imagine how heartfelt I am with having this pass through. And with a lower threshold, I would really like it to be a lower dollar amount, because, you know, we want to work close to home. And, you know, and even with the non-union companies that are going to come into play with this, is they have the opportunity to even be able to, you know, use union labor to maintain their thresholds of timelines and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is now that I'm union, of course I'm gonna be pro-union all the way. And with my kids going union and my son being in the apprenticeship program, and having him be in the apprenticeship program close to home would be fantastic, instead of driving to Mountain View at the Google building. Thank you.
Thank you, Wade. We'll go to Natalie, followed by Miko.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and council members. My name is Natalie Higley. I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and I'm a proud member of IBW Local 551. Much of what I would like to address has been brought up by others this evening, and I appreciate the time that you're all spending tonight listening to us, so I'll try to be brief. As others have mentioned, a $3 million threshold is far too high to benefit our community. The presentation here today shows that amount to be the smallest slice of the pie. As a working mother, to me, a higher threshold means less opportunity for my family. I would not be able to provide for my family without the benefits of my union job. I am privileged because of my union job to know that when my daughter is sick at 2 a.m, I have insurance that allows me to get care for her immediately. I do not have to question if I can afford to have her seen. I have a retirement plan that allows me to retire with dignity and without being a burden to my child when I'm too old to care for myself. When I look at our community and I see the many families that are struggling to survive here, living paycheck to paycheck, barely covering their rent, and knowing that they'll likely never be able to afford a home here, I struggle to understand why we cannot offer them more opportunities. This PLA is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to use public money to help uplift our community. It's an opportunity to provide infrastructure improvements while paying a thriving wage with health care for our neighbors. It can be an opportunity for our local students to enter an apprenticeship program and start a lifelong career that allows them to provide for their future families without taking on any debt. It allows women the opportunity to have financial freedom and stability on their own. I would encourage you to consider these families, these women, and these young people as you move forward. And I would encourage you to do this by amending Exhibit A to lower the threshold in a way that affords the most opportunity possible to our community, not the least. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Let's go to Miko, followed by JT.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? So I'm Jose Miko Quiroz. I'm actually here to chime in on another topic, but I want to chime in on this one. So I'm from Local 324. I'm a Santa Rosa resident, born and raised. I grew up in the Roseland and South Park area. I was gang impacted, in and out of juvenile hall, in and out of prison. At a point when I got released in 2009, and I decided to get my life together. I was spinning my wheels for all these non-union jobs, just working and getting nowhere fast. At the point that I really needed it, the unions were there and they caught me. I bought a house in 2020, in December 2020. I got medical benefits for me and all my kids. I got a pension. And, you know, I feel strongly about the unions. And I think that, you know, that the threshold is way too high. I think we need to lower that. You know, I got to wake up at 4 a.m. I got to go to work in Redwood City tomorrow. And, you know, I'm not happy about that. But, you know, I do what I got to do. I'm a foreman today. I run work for my company. And, yeah, I feel very strongly about the unions. I think we need to take another look at that. And, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to JT, followed by Jonathan.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic. My name is Joe Tremaine, and I'm a business representative for the IBEW Local 551 electrical workers in Santa Rosa. First of all, I'd like to clarify a few myths that are being sold by opponents to project labor agreements. Myth number 1, PLA projects cost more. This is false. Look, it's a real simple formula. Projects costs have two major components, one being materials and the other being labor. Now, on the materials, it's the same for all the bidders. They're going to go to ABC Wholesale House and get their parts. When it comes to labor, the second component, under a prevailing wage platform, labor costs are the same whether it's a union contractor or a non-union contractor. So that brings me to myth number 2. PLAs limit contractor participation. Again, this is false. In fact, last week, on 10/18, which is October 18th, there was a PLA-supported Santa Rosa City Schools project that had a mandatory job walk. In all, 17 different contractors attended and were plan holders for this PLA project. That doesn't sound like limited participation to me. That sounds like very reasonable, if not fantastic participation. Number 3, myth number 3, A PLA with a high dollar threshold is as good as a low dollar threshold PLA, and that is completely false. In fact, the lower the threshold for the PLA, the more local skilled and trained workforce can be placed on that particular job. On that subject, a $3 million PLA does far less for our local workforce than perhaps a $500,000 PLA. Significantly less local participation on the higher threshold PLAs is a formula that has always been. Please consider these facts when making decisions regarding Santa Rosa's PLAs. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan, are you able to unmute? Jonathan, I think you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, he is unmuted.
All right. Do we have any pre-recorded voicemail public comments?
There are no pre-recorded voicemails for this item.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to council then. I saw one hand pop up here at the last second. We'll go to Ever before we bring it back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi, Santa Rosa City Council members. As you may know, my name is Eric Flores, and I'm one of the Santa Rosa City Council board members who voted in favor of adopting a project labor agreement in our school district just about a year ago. I wanted to say that the level of partnership and cooperation between the building trades in our school district has improved tenfold, and we look forward to an ongoing relationship with our school district to ensure students who are interested in the building trades have a pipeline to pursue. As an educator myself for over 20 years in Sonoma County, I am strongly supportive of PLAs as a means to support student families. As you may already know, PLAs create and sustain livable wage jobs here locally in Sonoma County that allow our union member parents to spend more time at home supporting our students instead of spending hours and hours commuting to other municipalities like San Francisco or Redwood City, like we heard earlier today, and looking for a compatible wage. Now, however, having a $3 million threshold will limit the amount of projects and the ability to train a sustainable workforce. I would highly recommend that you rethink and lower the threshold to make sure that you have a dependable and consistent workforce and apprenticeship program that will benefit our local Sonoma County residents. Thank you for listening. I did raise my hand earlier, and somehow it got lowered. Good night.
Well, thank you, Ever, and thank you so much for your service on the school board as well. With that, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Let's first and foremost see, Mr. Assistant City Manager, if there are any questions or comments that you want to respond to from public comment.
Thank you, Mayor, but I think I'm good at the moment, and I'll wait for council comments.
Okay. Are there any additional questions from council members? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, I know that the schools have a threshold of about 200,000, and I'm wondering why the difference of 3 million that we're presenting.
So based on the information that we've done, the research that we've conducted to look at, one, the project types that we have, two, the type of union labor that exists out there, having spoken with a number of various contractors and subcontractors in the community, we felt that the $3 million threshold is consistent with what a majority of other project labor agreements are in the state look like, and it seemed to fit as cleanly as we could between the two bell ends, right? You've got some that are up at the 10 million, you've got some that are at the 200,000. We tried to find a happy medium in between. That was where the $3 million were. We do know that a majority of our projects are horizontal, and a number of the individuals that you heard from tonight work predominantly on vertical projects. Those projects tend to be in the higher range to begin with. We don't generally have lower dollar amount vertical projects. They do happen from time to time, but the predominant vertical projects are larger, whether it's a fire station, a community center, renovations to the shelter. Those projects tend to be at a higher dollar amount. When we look at our traditional predominant projects, mostly horizontal, they tend to be local contractors that are bidding on those. And we felt that keeping a threshold in that $3 million range was reasonable at that point.
In the past 5 years, how many projects has the city of Santa Rosa produced that would actually be at the $3 million level? I did see the feature ones.
Ms. Williams, is there a way that you could pull the presentation back up and show slide number 12?
Yes, we'll get that up.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I'll show you what our last 5 years have looked like.
Was it the 5 years? I thought I misread that. I read it as being the feature projects.
So there were two there. This particular slide shows 2015 to 2020, and you can see the project numbers on the left. These are the number of projects that exist within each of those dollar amounts. So the number of projects above $1 million was 50 projects. Projects below $1 million were 113. On the project value perspective, and that's why we looked at these in two different ways. There's the total number of projects released, and then there's the value invested, which is different, right? And so if you look at the value invested for projects above the $1 million or above the $3 million range, it's a significant increase it's a significant percentage of the total. If we advance to the next slide and you look at our projection based on the project types as we look into the future, using the same project types that we had for the last 5 years, we look into the future. While the number of projects under the $1 million is larger than the others, it's the investment amount. To me, that was the biggest kicker, right? If I look at 75% of the dollar value that the city would be investing, that seemed significant for me, while still providing a balance of signatory or union and non-union contractors being able to apply and provide a project for their workforce. Our data shows that without a project labor agreement, we're currently at about 70% local workforce. And so we feel fairly confident that whether it's union or non-union, we're in a good place with a local workforce. We've got a very healthy union community. We also have a very healthy non-union community. And so the thought here was to be able to pick a threshold that invested the greatest amount while still allowing a significant amount of number of projects to go toward the non-union contractors. I hope that answers your question. I apologize if I was a little long-winded.
No, it does. And in fact, it was presented to us, so I'm sorry that I must have fell asleep for a little bit.
I presented these back in July. These are just supplemental.
I do recall. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, Councilmember McDonald, can you please put a motion on the table for consideration?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of amendments to the ordinance that I'm going to be doing along with the movement of the resolution. So I move the adoption of the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, adopt a council policy for project labor agreements, and delegate authority to the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute a project labor agreement and to adopt additional policies and procedures to implement the project labor agreement program with the following amendments to the ordinance. Page 1, subject line, strike 2024 and insert 2023 and make conforming changes throughout. On page 2, item 4.1.2, under project threshold, strike 3 million and insert 500,000. On page 4, item 4.3.1, under A, after the word requirements, add a period and strike the rest of the wording in its entirety through B, C, and the definition of your example. Under 4.3.2, unless there's a specific reason that language has to be included, I find it to be interpretive, so I'd prefer to insert there is a state of emergency, wildfire, or natural disaster, or something that has to be clarified if we have to keep the other wording on that specific 4.3.2, and I would need feedback from legal on that. Under page 4, under 4.4 terms, 4.4.1, effective date, to insert 2023 and strike 2024. And under 4.4.2, strike that language and insert this policy will be reevaluated after January 2028. And on page 5, strike in its entirety 4.4.3. And I'm not certain if we need to add in the ordinance that our RFP process will add a threshold amount so that all bids received realize they're part of a PLA, if the $500,000 threshold needs to be added in this, or if that needs to be a separate motion tonight.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Let's go into discussion. Who wants to start? Councilmember Rogers.
Diana, you may have gotten a second if I had it in writing and knew everything that you said right now, but I was trying to jot it down and keep up, and I just could not. I do want to talk about the implementation date because we are so close to 2023. A note that I had to self was that it would start in January 2023. We would continue meeting with key internal and external stakeholders to refine the PLA program and return to council as necessary to update, but that we would not start any actual work until the budget period, which would be July of 2023. So not opposed to it starting in 2023, just want to be a little bit more specific that the work would not start until July of 2023. And in that way, it would also allow for the bidding on projects that might go before or in that 6 months. And so that is what I want to do, is to not exclude the PLA within the next 8 months or so, that we'll continue that process and they would have the opportunity to bid, but that the work would not start until July. Let me see. Also on 4.2.1, I don't remember all of your changes, so I'm not sure if you did this, but I would like to strike the Director of Transportation and Public Works and insert the city manager, and only the city manager. I don't think that we need to have a second person if we were just going to have the Director of Transportation and Public Works. I don't see where there would be a need to have the city manager and an attorney if we were just going to have someone under the city manager. That makes no sense to me. But so that would be another one. And I totally agree with the starting point for the threshold. So I think those were my changes. Thank you.
As a point of clarification on 4.2.1b, what you're offering, and I think I heard a friendly amendment, were you saying the city manager may waive or otherwise modify this requirement where a particular construction craft does not have sufficient local presence? And then there was some discussion about eliminating the second provision, which is has determined that the contractor has demonstrated to the city's satisfaction that it has made best efforts to comply with the city's local workforce requirement.
I don't mind having B at all. I just think that it should be changed from the Director of Transportation and Public Works in both to the city manager, because the city manager is reports directly to us. And so the Director of Transportation and Public Works reports to the city manager. And so if the city manager does something, I know how to hold them accountable right away, because they report to us, right, the council. But the Director of Transportation and Public Works, we really don't have we can't do anything with that.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking to strike the Director of Transportation and Public Works and insert the word city manager?
Yes.
I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. And I'm going to suggest, after more discussion, that we look at the second component of that, which to me seems to potentially undermine other portions of the policy. If somebody making a best attempt at the local hire allows them to not have to comply with the rest of the policy.
Are you saying under II
Correct.
to strike Director of Transportation and Public Works and insert city manager there as well, so conforming changes throughout that bullet?
No, I'm saying strike the entire thing for II.
Strike it in the entirety? I'd be okay with that amendment as well. That makes sense.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Are there any other comments, Councilmember Rogers?
Not right now. Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor. Can I ask a quick clarifying question? Councilmember Rogers, when you talked about threshold, were you concurring with the threshold recommendation in the motion made by Councilmember McDonald?
Yes, Assistant City Manager.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Rogers, for clarification, when you stated the 6 months, are you foreseeing that no project will be accepted within that time period? Or how did you come up with the 6 months?
Quite the contrary. So I'm going based on our budget cycle, one. And the second thing is I wanted to continue the meetings with the key internal and external stakeholders, because I believe that to be very important. That is why I think it should start in January, but that is so bids can be put in and the conversation continues, right? We're trying to strengthen the relationship so that it's an easier process for us to do what is best for our community. And so that is where I came up with that.
Well, would it be possible to say that 30 days after the contractual agreement for it to start? Or would that not benefit the agreement in any way?
I think that it is pretty soon. I think that we're at the end of the year, and I'm just trying to give everyone time so that we can do this and do it right. And we can ask, but I think it's a good compromise with both the city being able to implement and get it going, and also us building the relationships. And I would hope that the building trades and our staff would be okay with that. It's probably not a good terminology, but like buffer period.
I understand you. I do understand.
But yeah.
Well, thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Assistant City Manager, if I can ask for a little bit more clarity on 4.3.2 that the motion suggests striking. It says there's an emergency, this is an exemption, there's an emergency, other urgent need to protect health, safety, and welfare, or other exigent circumstances. Can you give me a little bit more context around the ramifications of striking that language?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. If we have a water main break and it's not an insignificant water main, we want that job done now. I don't want to wait while I negotiate a project labor agreement if that particular project results in something far more significant, or if there's a sinkhole that erupts or results from a water main break. There are other circumstances out there beyond disaster that could result in difficulty for us if you strike all of that language.
Okay. Is there an ability to have this provision? So right now, if an emergency happens, do you have a list of contractors that you call that you've worked with that have been pre-approved to do some of this work?
Yes, we do have a pre-approved contract list for emergency services. We also have the opportunity to utilize some on-call contracts, and we did both of those during the Tubbs fire. Shortly thereafter, we did go to a standard process of soliciting for contractors once we had the situation stabilized.
Okay. Is there a way to make 4.3.2 compatible with the rest of the policy while also not tying hands to be able to still do the work? Is there a way to get some folks who would qualify under the definitions to be on a list of first people we would call, essentially?
I guess I'm confused as to why there's consternation over the language when it talks about protecting the public health and emergency activity. I mean, is that not, I guess from our standpoint on the staff perspective, that seemed like the perfect reason for us to be able to utilize all the tools in our resource and not have our hands tied. If there is interest, if the council directs us to do so, we'll have to create some level of negotiation, but we may have a difficulty and delay if the circumstance is that large.
I'm comfortable with the language as proposed so long as we don't see it being abused, and I think that that's the biggest concern from folks because it is, as the Assistant City Attorney mentioned, written intentionally to be a little bit broad. I'm fine with that so long as we don't see it become an issue.
And I appreciate that. And one additional point I wanted to raise also is sometimes these smaller emergency jobs are going to be below the threshold anyway, so hopefully the conflict won't frequently arise.
And Mayor, I'd like to believe that staff understands council's direction here and that it's our intent to deliver what council asks us to do. And I hope that the work that we've done to date during our emergency and exigent circumstances has demonstrated our willingness to follow our rules and policy.
I appreciate that. We've certainly had enough of them to where we can pronounce the word now. So are you comfortable with keeping that language in there then for 4.3?
Yeah, with that clarification from staff and certainly with the intent, it's because it is ambiguous language. I feel uncomfortable with it, maybe because I don't know what exigent means. So unless you feel that there's need to have more of a definition or example, such as like broken water pipe or something that's causing imminent danger to community members, unless we need that definition under there. But I think if your intent is to just make sure that those are the circumstances to which you'd enact that emergency and that wouldn't be abused in any way, certainly then I could be more comfortable with it, not feel the need to strike that language or insert the other. Although sometimes I think definitions make clarity with our intent from not only council for the direction that we want to go, but if Mayor Rogers, if you're comfortable with that, I'll remove that recommendation to strike that language and insert my own.
I just had a quick question since we're discussing. I know it's late. My question is, you mentioned that we had a list. Having a PLA, does that exclude our local union workforce from being on that list because we have a PLA? Couldn't we add some of our companies that we know that they go by PLAs, that they would abide by what is in the PLA without going through the whole process in a case of an emergency? Am I making sense what I'm asking? Could we expand the list that we have to include?
Yes, Assistant City Attorney is nodding yes and saying that yes, we can certainly do that. I will state that a majority of our large format contractors are signatory within the county. Those are the ones that are most predominantly utilized during emergency circumstances. So they already have a signatory and union workforce.
Thank you.
Jason, just to clarify too, when you say that they're union contractors already. A lot of the ones that are doing that pipeline work, like they are predominantly represented and have union workers already there doing the work, is what you're saying.
Okay. So as the second, are you comfortable with the amendments that have been proposed? Okay. Do we want to, Madam City Attorney, do we want to take a 5-minute break, redline the version, and then put it up on the screen and walk through it to make sure that everybody's crystal clear on where this sits at the moment?
I think that would be very helpful,
okay.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break then. Don't go too far, Council.
thought I was sending flowers.
That's where I feel bad. Is like as soon as our thing's done, you guys are gonna be like, fine.
We still have several.
Yeah, we're gonna be out the door.
That's okay. That's all part of it.
Please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Excellent. So where we left off was with a motion and a second on the table with a redlined version of the proposed ordinance. Can we pull that up and walk through the proposed changes so that everybody's clear on where it sits before we move forward? Is this not the red line?
Is there a way to make that a little bit bigger?
Is there a way to show the redlining as well? I see that changes have been made, but it's hard to tell where. I hear Mr. Assistant City Manager shouting some instructions. He's a wordsmith. Anybody get the joke?
She's trying to show the changes first. Yeah.
Okay. Madam City Attorney, do you want to walk us through the changes? Start from the top.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Let's see. If we start at the top, we have changed the effective date to, the effective date is changed to January 1, 2023. And we will ask for a little bit of clarification on that, but we'll go through all these changes first. Then the next change is in the project threshold. Let me make sure I'm kind of skipping through pages. Is that right? Okay.
This is on page 2.
On page 2, the 4.1.2 project threshold moves from $3 million to $500,000 is the threshold. I'll note that this still does remain as the engineer's estimate is the baseline. Next page. In 4.2.1B, Director of Transportation and Public Works is changed to City Manager. And the subsection II is deleted. So that section B will read, the city manager may waive or otherwise modify this requirement where a particular construction craft does not have sufficient local presence, period. Moving to the next page, 4.3.1 is changed so that sections B, C, and the example are all deleted. And because those other subsections are deleted, it's turned into a single sentence so that it will be use of a project labor agreement on a public works project may be inconsistent with state, federal, or other public funding source requirements, period. The rest of that sentence is also deleted. So that, I'm sorry, I think we missed one. In the paragraph right above, which is notwithstanding the foregoing, the policy will not apply under the following circumstances to public works projects where, and I think the intent was that the city manager reasonably determines that use of the project labor agreement on a public works project may be inconsistent with state, federal, or other public funding source requirements. You can correct me if I'm wrong with that, with that understanding. You had discussion about the emergency exception under 4.3.2, but it was determined to keep that as it was drafted. On 4.4, subsection 4.4.2, the evaluation date, the date is changed from 3 years of the effective date to after January 1, 2028. So the policy will be, and I think the preferred wording was reevaluated by council after January 1, 2028. And then subsection 4.4.3, the expiration date, that sentence is deleted. And that is the end of the change. And I think the clarification that we would like is that there was discussion in terms of the effective date of the policy is January 1, 2023. But in terms of when does the agreement itself need to be in place and when does the work have to start, we heard maybe that was to be June 30th or July 1st of 2023, but that's where we didn't have clarity.
Yeah, so I think what I heard and what I'm comfortable with is effective date for the policy is January 1st, but then aligning the actual projects and implementation with the new budget cycle, and then having it go essentially for, we want to, yeah, that's what I heard, and that's what I'm comfortable with, is aligning the new policy with the budget adoption.
Okay, so the effective date of the policy itself will be January 1st, 2023. Implementation will begin on July 1, 2023.
Yeah, I'll look for nods from colleagues. Okay.
I just have something on that. Why are we waiting? I mean, if this is the best thing, we're moving to PLAs. I don't understand why we need to wait till July 1 on a PLA agreement. What would be the purpose of that 6 months other than the bidding process takes us a while? But if the policy says we start January 2023, then we start it.
I would give a little bit of explanation, and I think the assistant city attorney may want to weigh in as well. The agreement has not yet been finally drafted. What was provided to you was an initial draft, kind of the format that we are using and basing it on, but there is significant negotiations and the details of that agreement still to be made. And I know that will involve quite a bit of discussions with stakeholders. So we would want time to complete that and then to get it into the works and have it ready to go for any projects that go after July 1, 2023.
I completely agree, Sue. And the other element of it too is to be sure that any adjustments to engineers' estimates or project budgets could be made as part of that budget cycle as well.
So the budget cycle makes sense to me. I guess my question is, if we were able to come to these conclusions ahead of time, wouldn't we just want to say no later than July 1st to commence? Because what if we were able to actually get all of these things done in advance? Would we be able to then do it prior to? Where July 1 might be able to do some work without using a PLA based on our own language. So I don't want us to hinder us being able to start that process if we can start it prior to July 1.
Could I ask a clarifying question? Is the idea that the PLA would then be attached to the solicitations that occur after July 1st is kind of the way we envision it. The policy takes effect January 1, and then we would have the agreement be a part of solicitations that occur after that date. That's kind of our thought process here, correct?
I guess that was my concern, is why do we need to wait till fiscal year to be able to start solicitation? Wouldn't we be able to do that ahead of time? I want to make sure that we're able to move to this quicker than perhaps we can. Maybe I'm not clear on the actual how long it's going to take you to get to this.
Yeah, and I'm okay from a legal standpoint in terms of the negotiation of the agreement, having it be no later than July if we're able to finish it earlier, to get to your point, and I'll defer to Assistant City Manager Nutt in terms of, how that might impact the budget cycle or kind of building in any fiscal considerations if we were to move more quickly.
Setting the implementation date at July 1 allows us to have a clean budget cycle moving forward. And it would be easier to implement in that sense.
We have clarity?
I'm not sure that we have. I think at this point,
It sounds like the
between-
majority are comfortable with that. I would not be as comfortable with that specific one, but that's okay.
Okay.
One does not mean yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then also just on the one bullet under, you had to reconsider, and I actually had the word reevaluate, and that was not changed in the document.
Yes, I noticed that, and I think there was one other that was not in this red line, but we will do that.
Yeah, that would be a different intent as far as I'd be concerned. So I'd prefer and would like to use the language reevaluate.
Okay, I'm going to change that.
I have a note of that too, as well as the city manager one that you also mentioned.
You meant the city attorney's city manager note?
The where we didn't make the red line change around, I believe it was in the exemptions. It should be the city manager. I think it's 4 points.
Right.
Yes.
Right up there. So those are the two catches that I have in my notes to be sure to incorporate on top of this red line, if that's helpful.
Okay. Counselor, are there any additional amendments to the policy?
Just looking at city manager, underneath where we struck the word public works, sorry, if you can go back to the document, I'm going to need to go back. We may want to add in city manager or designee, just so it gives city manager a little bit of wiggle room if she's unable to do this.
I thought the point of the amendment was to make sure that the authority rested with the city manager.
That was my point of the amendment, Mayor.
Okay.
And in those instances where the city manager is unavailable, we'll have an acting city manager that can serve in that function. If that's what you're sharing at all.
That might be a good way to word it then, city manager or acting city manager.
Mayor, if I could, in consultation with the city manager, she's comfortable with the word or designee.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yeah, I mean, in the unimaginable event that we had an interim, would that also suffice legally if it was acting or interim? Okay.
I would assume so.
So do you want, I'm sorry, on this point, city manager or acting or interim city manager, or do you want city manager or designee?
I'm looking to my colleagues. Councilmember Rogers.
Like it was explained, I feel like if the city manager is incapable of making that decision for whatever reason, we have an acting city manager. So I do not wish to use the word designee. I would be comfortable with the city manager or acting city manager.
Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads.
Okay, so we'll change that throughout. And then I noticed, given the discussion on implementation as of July 1, 2023, we'll change the 4.4.1, which is the effective date, and instead it'll be the implementation date, And it'll be, this policy will apply to public works projects solicited on or after July 1, 2023.
Are there any projects that we foresee are going to start between now and then? That are like in our budget?
Yes, there are likely projects that will go out to bid between January and July that are above $500,000.
Okay, so just clarification, my intention was not, well then that just complicates things now, doesn't it? In my head it does, because that is not what I intended. I wanted to do the July 1st to say work starting, but not to when we go out to bid, to not add that people have to go under the PO. I'm talking out loud, Assistant City Manager.
Council member, I totally understand. I do think, as is recommended by the city attorney's office, we need to provide time to get the documentation complete and approved by all entities. And I don't believe that that's going to occur between now and January 1st.
Okay, thank you.
I will say, because I know the level of effort that it's going to take to stand some of this up, we're putting the policy in place, and then obviously there's additional negotiations that need to happen. And so I think it's unfortunate that there's projects that we'll miss, but at the same time, extending from 3 years to 5 years, I think is giving staff a reasonable amount of time to stand this up, I think is warranted.
I get it. I just would have to agree with Councilmember McDonald that if we in fact can get it done, or it is done in advance of July 1st, that when we go out to bid for projects that we can include or know that we're doing it under the project labor agreement, because that was what the council, if that is what the council decides.
So are you comfortable with the no later than language?
I am perfectly comfortable with the no later than language.
Okay. I saw a look from the city attorney. Does that work functionally?
Yes, assuming that the assistant city manager does not have budgetary concerns, you know, what it does to our already adopted budget.
At this point in time, I haven't actually contemplated a $500,000 threshold and what that might do for projects that are currently in the pipeline and ready to go to bid at the beginning of the year. So I actually don't have a particular comment on it at this point in time, other than, you know, the faster we can get language prepared, the less delay we have in some of those projects moving out the door.
So I think the consensus that I'm hearing is the no later than July 1st language. I'm looking for nodding heads. Okay. Any additional amendments? Everyone clear? Okay. Any additional comments from council members? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the new language, specifically on area 4.3.1, striking the subsection C with certain categories and specifically about trucking and hauling, Mr. Assistant City Manager, what impacts could we anticipate with that? Is there enough, I think the language was density of local workforce in the trucking industry to meet the needs of the city of Santa Rosa?
It's my understanding in talking to our local contractors and local trucking companies that there's not a density of unionized companies in our area to fulfill the needs. Yes, I understand that from a union and labor perspective, there are remedies to that for those companies that are not currently unionized. And whether or not that suffices for those companies is going to be up to them to make the decision. But as it stands right now, it's my understanding that about 90% of the trucks that are on the street are currently with non-signatory companies.
All right, thank you.
Any additional comments? Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Nutt, would that be one of these issues that needs to be ironed out in the next number of months to come to a final document in negotiations?
Councilmember Sawyer, under the rewrite that's here, it would not be ironed out. It would be all products that exist within a current CBA, collective bargaining agreement, would be subject to conditions of the project labor agreement.
So it would be moot.
Correct.
Unfortunately. Thank you.
Mr. Assistant City Manager, wouldn't section 4.2.1B cover us in that instance, where it now says the city manager may waive or otherwise modify this requirement where a particular construction craft does not have sufficient local presence?
I'll defer to
that only goes to the local workforce requirement. It's not the PLA itself.
To the extent that if you were looking to maintain that flexibility with regards to the PLA policy itself, we would move that subsection B also down to where the exigent circumstances reference it.
Repeat that for me.
So in order to be able to look at basically kind of maintain this flexibility for like the trucking hauling scenario, we would want to be able to allow the city manager to also have the ability in limited circumstances to waive the PLA requirements more generally. And so we would need to take the language from and I'm pointing at my own screen, which I realize is not helpful, but 4.2.1B, and then copy that and then paste that down into 4.3 right above the exigent circumstances paragraph, right above here. So that if you did that, then that would allow staff to have the limited flexibility to, in a situation where there's not sufficient local union density, to be able to waive the PLA policy requirements with respect to that particular sub kind of set of work, right? That subcraft. And so it's something to consider as we kind of think about, getting the training wheels off the policy. I think that's, and to the extent that we've recalibrated and staff is relying on an exception like that too much, I think there's a feedback loop between staff and council that could help keep us connected about that. But that would be the way to address council members Schwethelm's and council member Sawyer's questions about if there would be flexibility to omit things like trucking and hauling, where we have kind of a little bit of a problem.
Okay. And I'd be comfortable with that if we also then, if we start to see that there's some form of an issue, or if it's not working for whatever reason, council can bring the policy back and amend that specific portion if we needed to, if council members are amenable to it.
So can I clarify, if you don't mind, are you open to moving the language down and trying it out, or leaving it as is and then coming back?
I'm open to moving it down and trying it out, and if there's an issue, we can bring it back.
Got it. Okay, I apologize. Thanks.
Yep. And I'm looking to my colleagues to see if there's any objection to that. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I'll do is under 4.3, the exclusions, I'll have to kind of restructure it a little bit, but there'll be 3 exclusions. One, if it's inconsistent with state, federal, or other public funding. These are all determinations by the city manager. 1, inconsistent with state, federal, or other public funding source requirements. 2, where a particular construction craft does not have sufficient local presence. And then 3 is there's an emergency or other urgent need to protect health, safety, or welfare.
Okay. Any additional comments? Okay. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Just to confirm, that was moved by Councilmember McDonald and seconded by Councilmember Fleming. And
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
No.
Councilmember Sawyer?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, and Councilmember Sawyer and Councilmember Schwedhelm voting no.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. So item 15.1 is our public hearing. We're going to continue that to our November 1st meeting, which is next week. So we'll keep working through our communications. We'll jump all the way back to the beginning of our meeting, and thank you, everybody, for your participation. We have no staff briefings. We have no proclamations. Do we have a city attorney and city manager reports?
I have nothing to report this evening. Thank you.
Okay. We have mayors and council member reports. Does anybody have anything to report tonight?
I'll keep it short and sweet. I just want to send a shout out to Teresa Medina and let her know that one day she too can sit up here and make decisions for our local government. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Who else has a report tonight? Okay. I'm going to come back to mine in just a moment. I'm looking for my notes. We're making an appointment to the chair of the personnel board, and I want to make sure I do it tonight, but I've got to get the information. Let's jump to item 10.2.1, the request for an agenda item regarding City Council Ordinance number 2713, Chapter 11-16, traffic. This is the Vice Mayor's item. If you'd like to provide an introduction on what exactly you're asking council for to add to the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. In essence, I'm asking my colleagues to repeal the cruising prohibition that has been in effect for over 20 years. It's an ordinance that I feel is based out of fear towards a particular sector of our community, particularly the Latino, or even more specifically, the lowrider community. And I'll start by saying that cruises are not sideshows. Lowriders are not sideshow organizers, participants, nor are they spectators. Lowriders do not do donuts. We eat them. And we live by the motto, low and slow, not fast and furious. Fear is what associates them, and what we have the opportunity to correct tonight, to move forward. Inclusion, equity, these things that we speak so greatly about. Santa Rosa Cruising Ordinance is based on the fear of not knowing a certain part of our community, one that I hope we recognize that is oppressive. It's the same community that stepped forward and worked with law enforcement and our former mayor, Schroedham, to produce the Mary Lou vehicle. That is the community that I'm speaking of. An organized community. The Sonoma County Lowrider Council, the California Lowrider Alliance. These are organizations that do good work in our community. Toy drives, school supplies. But yet, for my youth, we've been vilified. And all we want to do is show our youth that there's a better way. It doesn't have to be a no. It has to be better yourself. Allow me to tell you more of who lowriders are. The word lowriders, songs from the 70s that describe who we are and what we bring to the table. We are an art show on wheels, is what a lowrider is. It is a Chicano movement. It is a people. It is expression of who we are and what we think of ourselves. We shine, and we do go low and slow. So what I'm asking you tonight to do is to vote to move the conversation forward, to demonstrate to a community that they are included, that they do matter. And there's also the risk that we're taking, or that I'm taking by presenting this before us. If we don't move this movement forward, then the message is clear. We don't matter. We should be feared. And that is something that I hope is not the outcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So we do have a motion and a second on it. Let's go to public comment on the item. Again, this isn't to approve anything tonight. It's to add it to the agenda for a discussion. So with that, I'll come right here into the chamber first before we go to Zoom and then do our pre-recorded messages.
Hello, my name is Juan Roman. I'm an instructor here at the Santa Rosa Junior College, and I will be instructing also at Skyline College. Lowriding has always been very, very important to me ever since I was a kid. It was an outlet that helped me define who I am today as a man. I'm a father, I'm an instructor, but I'm also a community member with the Sonoma County Lowrider Council. Sonoma County Lowrider Council has made many changes throughout the last couple years. There was an incident that happened in 2013 when Andy Lopez was brutally shot. And there was a division between us versus them, which is law enforcement. And it was through the love and the spirit of lowriding that we started bringing community together. With the Mary Lou, trust started building. We have events where we have police officers at our events, and it's peaceful. We don't think of it as us versus them. If as a child, if I was never introduced into lowriding, who knows where I would be? We're not those people that Hollywood, portrays. I'm a family man. I ain't got time for drama. And what I like doing, with my family, my friends, I like getting in my car, starting it up, driving around town. I mean, in today's gas price, I kind of, have to think about that. But still, the love and the passion that we have and that we invoke in our community, it's strong. We're against sideshows. We're against any kind of brutality, whether it's community against community or anything. We don't provoke violence. We don't, ask for it. Well, we do ask for safety net, right? Are we against police? No, we're not. What we are against is any kind of violence or any kind of destruction to our community. That is just a little, I would say, a little seasoning to what lowriding actually is. Lowriding is about love. Lowriding is about passion, community, culture. I mean, the list goes on. I'm running out of time. Thank you very much for your ears.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, City Council. My name is David Escobar, and my esteemed colleague is pretty humble, but he is a major figure in the lowrider community in Santa Rosa in general. I want to thank you for your time. I know you're tired, just like I am, but I think this is a critical issue for us as being part of the lowrider community member. I think that I'm here on behalf of, and thank you, Councilman Alvarez, for bringing this forward. I really appreciate it. Councilman Schwarzhelm, for your participation and collaboration with the Lowrider Council. I think the actual ordinance was put in place at another time. It was another era and another mindset. Currently, the Sonoma County Lowrider Council and lowriding in general has moved forward in more of a collaborative effort and partnership. I heard the word partnership by Councilman McDonald today about and how important it is for that relationship. We've been building trust with the Santa Rosa Police Department. We've been building trust with the Department of Community Engagement here with the city. The Mary Lou was an example of what is possible in building bridges between community and city government. I think it's time to repeal this ordinance. And for us as a lowrider community, lowriding is actually part of our healing, about our intergenerational trauma that we've been through whether it's our indigenous past or et cetera. We're using lowriding as community healing, not only of ourselves, but also the community. I want to also thank Chief Cregan and Chief Navarro, former Chief Navarro, for his efforts in collaboration with the Lowrider Council and our charitable efforts in the community. And so in the spirit of continued collaboration between the Lowrider Classic Cars and Lowrider Council, I urge you to bring this forward and repeal, in the conversation, to repeal the ordinance. And for us, lowriding is part of a community violence a tool for community violence prevention. So with that, I want to thank you. And again, I want to thank all the other city lowrider councils that are going to be talking in today throughout California on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Zoom. We have Flavio, followed by Lorraine.
Okay, thank you. Hello, City Council members of Santa Rosa. My name is Flavio Huizar, and I am the Community Outreach Liaison to the Sacramento Lowrider Commission and the chair of the California Lowrider Alliance. I would like to speak to you today about your no cruising ordinance in Santa Rosa. In the 80s and in the 90s, these ordinances were made to deal with the gang problems that were happening all across California. But the problem with that was that it cast a net over a lowriding community that had done nothing but cruise and be able to have their culture represented in these cars. And so what this did was it racially profiled brown and black communities all throughout California. And so when we see these ordinances, we see that we are not equal. We see that we are not able to move forward. Think about the signs in the South. When you think about the signs in the South, they're gone. But the stigma behind white and black only is still there. I would not be surprised if your no cruising signs are in the brown communities or the black communities or the redlined areas in Santa Rosa, because that's what's happened all throughout California. These ordinances were created to divide and to split us apart. But I want to share with you that currently cities throughout California are removing these ordinances because they see them for what they were. They see them as racially biased ordinances that were created to divide us. And you got to understand that lowriding, when someone builds a lowrider, they put a lot of time, a lot of effort. Families come together. And what we're talking about is investment of monies and times. And all of this is done to create a canvas on 4 wheels. And what happens is this canvas on 4 wheels it's taken up and down the boulevard, and it's shown as the investment and the pride of a culture and a community. The lowriding community in Santa Rosa has been continuing to invest in your city. Understand that when these cars come, these cars are an economic engine to wherever these cars go. Wherever these cars go, finances come in. Currently, Sacramento, San Jose has removed their ordinances. And let me tell you something, in our city, we are thriving right now and helping businesses and business districts because we are working together with our city. The California Lowrider Alliance that represents over 14 cities in California asks you to move forward and remove the no cruising ordinance in your city and bring us together, bring healing into your city, and work with the Sonoma Lowrider Council to go forward. We thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Lorraine, followed by Teresa.
Hi, good night, I should say. This is Lorraine Quinones, and I am part of the California Lowrider Council. And I'm speaking in favor of cruising and would like to highlight that cruising is not a crime. And I would like to see the ordinance repealed there in Santa Rosa and join in the efforts that is actually a statewide movement currently, as Flavio mentioned, starting with Sacramento and working its way down south here to East LA, where I live and reside. But we are unified and showing up in solidarity to show that cruising is not a crime. This is part of our culture. This is our family time. This is our bonding time as a community, and even friends and families join together and we enjoy our cruising. And we partake in different community events, and we are a big contribution with toy drives or turkey drives, or just having picnics and showing positive community efforts together. And so recently, a tool we've used is the resolution written by Luz Rivas, ACR 176. And so I would take a good look at that to educate oneself on the contributions of lowrider community and the historic locations of cruising. It honors the culture of cruising and the legacy of cruising. And so ACR 176 is a good place to start, along with a documentary, The Great American Lowrider Tradition, written by Martin Torres. And there is several YouTube videos, educational videos that can educate oneself on the contributions and culture of lowriding. And so it is in fact a racist ordinance. And so we want to take time to, repeal this ordinance because it is discrimination. And one needs to remove that stigma and the ignorance that is attached to that. It is a mental health and wellness, exercise. We go out to cruise and relieve our stress and, unwind after the hard work week. I'm an educator. And so this is a pastime for my family and I to go and cruise. And I would like us to make sure to highlight, as you guys have mentioned so much, the mental health and wellness and how much it plays a factor in our social and well-being. And so cruising is that for many of us. So I ask that it be respected and that the ordinance be repealed and that we erase the stigma that has been plaguing our culture that is related to cruising. So I join with the many who call in today and the council members who have brought that forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Teresa.
Teresa, you're using an older version of Zoom. Perhaps you could call in, that may be so we can hear your comment.
While we figure that out, let's do our voicemail public comments, and we'll come back to you, Teresa.
Hello, my name is Laura Gonzalez, and I'm calling in support of item 10.2.1 to the cruising ordinance. We should give the lowrider community a voice, let it happen. I'm also calling in protest of item 12.2. We do not need an armored rescue vehicle. These are not the mean streets of Fallujah or Kiev or wherever. This is Santa Rosa. This is not where our money needs to go. We need money spent elsewhere, not on more military-grade items for the police force. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry Thompson with Modesto Cruisers Council. On agenda 10.2.1, I agree that there should be a lift on the ban of cruising. It's a culture that has been oppressed over the years, and it also shows discrimination against the lowrider community. By lifting this ban, it shows that you're, as a community, is willing to put aside the differences and agree that things that happened years ago are not currently things of current time. So I am in favor of you voting and passing and lifting the ban on your cruising ordinance 10.2.1. Thank you.
My name is Olivia Fonseca, representing the Sacramento Lowrider Commission. I am commenting on agenda item 10-2.1, traffic. I'm commenting and in support of the Santa Rosa Lowrider Car Clubs and the repeal of the ordinance to remove the no cruising signs and ordinance. The current no ordinance requires that the city continue to discriminate against a particular racial group, and that is Hispanics and Black Americans. Lowriding is not a crime. It is a right of individuals to be able to ride the streets of Santa Rosa and to be able to enjoy their vehicles as they are traveling on the path of these roads. Lowriding is not sideshows. We do not perform donuts or squeal our wheels or endanger the public. We are slow and low.
Hello, my name is Laura Gonzalez.
My name is Jerry Thompson with Modesto Cruisers Council.
My name is Marisa Rosales. I am calling regarding item 10-2.
I didn't know it was an option for us to listen to them all at the same
Good afternoon,
time.
my name is Marisa Rosales. I am calling regarding item 10-2-1, and I'm calling in support of the council bringing up and opening up for discussion the cruising ordinance in Santa Rosa County. I am a lowrider with the United Lowrider Coalition, and these ordinances are discriminatory. They target culture, an entire culture, and Latinos to be harassed and pulled over by law enforcement. My position is that the vehicle code and the penal code is a vast enough tool for the police department to do their duties and fulfill their job suffice. So I do not believe that your city needs this ordinance at all. It, like I said, obstructs an entire culture from practicing what they love to do. Lowriding is not just a cultural experience, it is also therapeutic for many people to be able to get in their cars freely without fear of being harassed and pulled over by law enforcement for something as innocent as cruising your car or driving your car. Thank you for your time. I do hope that your city chooses to do the right thing for their community. Thank you and good evening.
So I see Teresa.
My name is Olivia Fonseca.
My name is Flavio Huizar. That's Flaviohuizar.
Good
These are comments on the open comments.
I am calling
Let's go ahead and take down the page if we have
10-2-1.
everybody speaking. So that'll end our voicemail public comments, but I do see
We
Teresa.
do have a second slide with voicemail.
Oh, my apologies.
Hi, my name is Dave Barsky, and I'm calling to comment on a couple of things. I've taken a look at what's coming up for the city council meeting, and I want to say that I agree 100% with item 10.2.1, the one that's about lowriders, and I also have a disagreement absolutely with item 12.1, which is about the armored vehicle, armored assault vehicle for here. That's all. Please have a great day.
My name is Teresa Medina. I am the president of Metro Club at Maroon Carrillo High School. And this is a public comment. I would like to advocate for the removal of item 13 for the cruising ordinance and it being removed. Reason being, it being a modern day Jim Crow law to target poor brown and black people from freely driving their vehicles as they please. I am a member of the lowrider community and I want to be able to drive without being afraid of being pulled over because I'm brown and I'm driving a custom vehicle. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jorge Arias. I am a member of Metro Club at Maroon Carrillo High School, and this is a public comment. I would like to advocate of the removal of item 13 for the cruising ordinance, and it being removed, the reason being it being a modern day Jim Crow laws to target poor and brown and black people from freely driving their vehicles as they please. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's go to Teresa, followed by Roberto. Still nothing from Teresa?
Good evening.
There we go.
My name is, sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Teresa Anselma Medina. I am currently a junior and the president of Metro at Maroon Carrillo High School. I am here today to speak on this cruising ordinance as well as to witness this historical event with the spirit of community involvement and the love of lowriding and cruising. I have been working on taking this cruising ordinance down. This racist ordinance has been around since 1988. It was a way to racially target poor brown and black people. Cruising is nothing harmful. It is a way to escape from the stresses our lives bring. Even though signs were removed, law enforcement officers can still enforce it. With this ordinance still being enforced, it will give the law enforcement the right to end cause for racially profiling. Cities throughout California have begun to remove these ordinances. So my question is, why can't we be one of the first cities to remove this racist cruising ordinance? Cruising is not a crime, and it is past my bedtime, but this issue is very important to me, so I'm staying up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teresa. I think it's past everybody's bedtime, so we appreciate you being here. Let's go to Roberto, followed by Raquel.
Good evening. My name is Roberto Hernandez, and I'm the founder and president of the San Francisco Lowrider Council. Started 41 years ago, and I actually lived for several years in Santa Rosa, and I got asked by the Sonoma County Health Department to create a lowrider because I'm also an artist and work with 21 youth and teach them how to paint and build the lowrider as a project to educate 17 schools in Sonoma County on Latino culture and art. It was one of the most beautiful experiences that I've had in my lifetime as an artist, to get paid, to get hired by government to create an art piece that's a moving mural. Throughout the years, I have seen the racism of different counties throughout the state of California, because I travel a lot with my lowrider and go to car shows. But today, I see that the California Highway Patrol has built their own lowrider, and I have had the opportunity to go to the unveiling of that lowrider. I also have gone to Oakland, California, to see and witness the unveiling of the Oakland Fire Department unveil their lowrider, as well as the Oakland Police Department unveil their lowrider. I see lowriders in commercials today, in movies. At the Super Bowl halftime show, they had lowriders. We have been now part of having lowriders at the Warriors Championship Parade. We've been in the San Francisco Giants World Series Championship Parade. So lowriding today is appreciated in so many different ways by mainstream society. You have lowriders in Japan, Australia, Brazil, all over the world today. So today it's a new day. You know, Latinos and our culture is now appreciated at a whole different level. So I urge you, as here in the year 2022, to not live in the dinosaur racist area, but come and really join and be part of a community, Latinos that we are today, the main engine of the state of California and Sonoma County, and support our culture and art, which is lowriding. Thank you. Have a good night.
Let's go to Raquel, followed by resident 0577.
Hello, good evening. I'm still here. I just want to touch base on this subject, kind of echo what my brothers and sisters have already said. And as I said earlier tonight, we are about family and we are about community. Something that David had mentioned, a key point in lowriding. In the past here in Santa Rosa, times are different, and the way they are now, I believe there has been a big change than what it was back then. We are hardworking members of this community, of our community. And just like my brothers and sisters said, and what I said earlier, I would really appreciate if we could remove this ordinance, repeal this, because it is being racist to a community who has only tried to do good. And I would like to keep working together in making it a positive instead of a negative. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. We'll go to resident 5180. Hello.
Hi, my name is Christina Romero. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm sorry about that. I'm Christina Romero from the Los Angeles Lowrider community. I'm calling in support of 10.21 to remove the ordinances for lowriding in Santa Rosa. I echo and ditto everything that everybody said about the lowrider community and what great people they are, and the positive force that we have in all of our communities across the state. And we'd like to be recognized as, you know, the tax-paying constituents that are civil service workers. We work in education. We work at all the local businesses. We're business owners in California, creating jobs. And I think that it's time that lowriding, if that is a hobby or a pastime of anybody in California, is looked at and respected for the art and for the effort and the sacrifice that people put into building these cars, and being able to go out and show them off and participate in the community is very important to us. We are assets in the community. We are community builders. We can be an asset politically. We can be an asset publicly, and we can be an asset to all of our communities. And we want to be recognized for that. Lowriding is a way for us to show the culture and the beauty of the culture for decades and generations. And so we want people to see it for the positive influence that it has on all of our communities, and even the young people in our community that may be needing some guidance or some direction. We offer that to them. And so we just want to put a positive spin on this now. Please remove the ordinances for cruising in Santa Rosa. We want to support your city and support every other city in California that's trying to do the same thing. And that's my comment.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to go and bring it back, Council. Is there any additional comment? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite frankly, I was a little disappointed with some of the comments that have been made today, having been a patrol officer when we had the cruising. It wasn't in a red line district, it was downtown Santa Rosa. And it totally took all of the police resources to manage that. And so I'm in favor of it coming back to council, but I would just caution us to use some heavy language was used here. And again, having been someone who was a patrol officer at the time, so I wasn't at the policy level, but it was not lowriders or people of color that was causing the issue. Oftentimes, it was folks from Marin County that just came here for their own reasons. And it sounds like it's, some people have the impression that this was a racist policy because, what some of our public commenters made. But I think the reality in the downtown Santa Rosa was having a huge impact, and the city council had to do something. So again, I'm very supportive of let's have this conversation, but let's make it a productive conversation. Why was it put in place back then, and do we still need it, or what adjustments can we as David had mentioned with the lowrider, I'm all for that. In the strides that we have made, how do we make it a win-win and not adversarial? Because when I hear, if you don't do this, then we're going to imply it means something else. That's not it. Let's create something, bring it back to council that works for everyone, because there's a definite reason why I didn't realize it was 1988 is when it was implemented, but there's a reason for that the community demanded something be done because it was out of control back then, and it was not the lowriders back then. Thanks.
Councilmember McDonald?
I'd like to say that I was part of the problem, because when we were in high school, it was actually high school kids that were cruising. They had big trucks. They were down there. They'd party. They were underage. I don't recall ever seeing it as the lowriders down there with us. It was actually high school kids, and so I can understand why the ordinance was put in place, because I was an offender. So. In full transparency, I really appreciate what Councilmember Schwedhelm said, because we don't want to open it back up, but I think it's really time to have that conversation, be sensitive that we are being an inclusive community. So I thank you for bringing it forward. I think it's time to have these conversations, that we don't have policies in place that can make it seem like we are targeting anyone in our community. So I think it's good to bring it forward and have that.
I just want to appreciate the council member just after her 50th birthday copying to being in high school in 1988.
I graduated in 90, and if you do the math, it adds up.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye, and I do want to thank Teresa Medina for bringing this forward. That's a future leader right there.
And Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Great. Before we move off of our council member reports, I do want to appoint Luana Vito as the new chair for the Personnel Board. So she'll work with staff to get up and running on that. We have 2 sets of minutes tonight. Item 11, that's July 12th and July 26th, 2022. Councilmember McDonald, I know you said you had a couple of amendments to those minutes.
I do, Mayor. Just on the minutes of July 12th, 2022, on page 4, I apologize for not sending this ahead of time, but on page 4, Maddie Hirschfeld spoke in support to project labor agreements. It says opposition. So with that correction, I didn't have anything further in either set of minutes.
Okay. Are there any other changes from council members? All right, we'll show those adopted without objection. And working our way through our agenda, we, as I announced earlier, we continued item 15.1 to next week. And then we have our written communications for our quarterly board, commission, and committees attendance report. Before we adjourn, let's go to our last public comment for non-agenda matters and see if anybody has any additional comments. I see no one in the chambers. Teresa, is that a legacy hand or do you have an additional comment? And the hand disappeared. So I'll go ahead and bring it back. Thank you, council. We are adjourned.